fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry, it's what I feel.
Okay.
I've just, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot, and hopefully, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
Would you take it back and I don't know, wait another however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror.
Believe it or not, but after this interview and in the early morning, Susan was then let go. And no surprise, that sparked huge public outrage. Obviously, the authorities would have to consider Florida's self-defense and stand-your-ground laws. But to the many people who lived in the same state as her, this was a completely unfair decision. People were absolutely furious. Protests erupted both locally and nationally, and as for the neighbors, well, there are no words to describe how mad they must have felt. And through many of the interviews I've seen, I can only say that their blood must have been beyond boiling. No surprise, but Susan would not hang around. Instead, she packed her bags and left for a hotel that morning. However, on June the 6th, 2023, that being 4 days after the shooting, she was finally arrested. And that's because police officers had finally concluded that her use of deadly force was not legally justified. As a result, she was formally charged with manslaughter with a firearm. Moving on to the legal proceedings of this case, Susan's trial took place in August of 2024. By that point, the case was no longer just a neighborhood tragedy, but had quite literally become a test over one of the most challenged legal disputes. For many people, there was one big question. Was this shooting a reasonable act of self-defense under stand-your-ground laws? Or was this an excessive reaction to a confrontation that never truly posed lethal danger? The prosecution focused on the physical reality of the shooting, that Susan and AJ were separated by a closed, locked door, that AJ was unarmed, and that she had never posed any physical threat before. They also highlighted that deputies were already on their way, and that the shooting happened less than 2 minutes after Susan had already been told that. And from that perspective, the argument was actually quite simple, that there was no immediate threat that justified firing that gun. Now, surprisingly, Susan decided not to testify. The jury instead heard from multiple neighbors, several deputies, a 911 operator, and multiple forensic experts who helped rebuild the crime's timeline. And after deliberations, the jury returned with the one that we were all hoping for. On August the 16th of 2024, they officially found her guilty of manslaughter with a firearm. Now, of course, this news was a relief to many people, and it was finally a small slither of justice after so many months of turmoil, even, of course, if it were just for manslaughter. 3 months later, and in November 2024, the judge returned with a harsh verdict too, officially sentencing Suzanne to 25 years in prison. Now, being honest with you here, I have seen people who are found guilty of murder get far less time. So, respect to the judge and thank you for providing strong justice to AJ. But the thing is, despite the verdict, it wouldn't actually end there, because, surprise, surprise, Suzanne wasn't having any of it, and neither were AJ's family. Instead, the arguments moved from across a courtyard to a courtroom. AJ's family would pursue a wrongful death lawsuit, seeking accountability beyond the legal realms of just self-defense and manslaughter. And it's no surprise to learn that Susan pushed back too, because Karens will always be Karens. And frankly, despite being a stone-cold narcissistic murderer, she still played the victim card. In fact, she even threatened to pursue AJ's family, and even Netflix for slander and defamation. By the way, there is no indication to show that any of these claims gained any real traction whatsoever. But what it does show is how ugly Susan's personality really is.
I want the truth to come out. I just want people to know the truth, that I am not a racist, that I did not do this on purpose. This was not, a premeditated thing. I had no animosity for this woman. Like I said, we all have bad days. Just get over it and move on, because if you hold on to that, your life's going to be miserable.
Despite this horrible grandma's existence, AJ's story is a meaningful one. It remains a strong point of discussion around neighborhood disputes, self-defense laws, and the devastating consequences that can follow when escalations happen. AJ was only a mum who was trying to raise her kids in a small home that was full of life, and she was the kind of parent who would celebrate her children daily because they were her world. She was the kind of mother who supported them to no end, and she would do anything to protect
Damn,
them.
she goes
The
on big
people
ass
who know
shit.
her don't talk about her as some sort of victim in court cases or headlines, but instead talk about who she really was as a person. They talk about her warmth, her humor, and how much her life revolved around her children. And I think that that's probably the simplest way to remember her here. Not as some sort of symbol or story, but instead as a mother who was living an ordinary evening in her neighborhood and never got to finish it. But it would also change the dynamic of their relationship overnight. When the
She conscious? She conscious? Ma'am, what's your name? Huh? I can't hear you. Tiffany? All right, Tiffany, I'm going to take these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right?
It was November 2023, and police were responding
What's
to
a mayor we
call
haven't
made
had
by
in
a
a while?
concerned neighbor. Officers were clearly confused
Is
about
there even
what they
any?
were walking into, but then again, everybody
I'm
was.
trying to think here.
But with the distressed mother lying on the
Cool?
driveway
No.
and rumors that her two children
Marina?
were still
No, not
inside
really.
the house and in danger, the
Maybe
situation
Marina.
quickly turned serious.
The Doe,
However,
maybe.
while this chaos was unfolding outside, it tragically
Just not
was
that long
already
ago.
too late for them. And when police officers stepped inside
Well,
Tiffany's
it's
home,
now.
that was when the story began to unravel. A story that
Yeah,
she
like
would soon
feels like
come to
every mayor has been
realize is
recently.
filled with lies, delusions, and deeply
Am I missing
troubling
one?
clues. Hi there folks, my name is Adrian, and today we're traveling to Kentucky to look at a story that left a town in disbelief. You know, I have to say, this story really will leave you wondering what happens behind closed doors, not only for the family and all of the social media left behind, but also all of those red flags which were kind of seen but never fully realized. Now I have to say, we've got quite a lot to cover in this one, which is slightly different to the usual. And so, on that note, please grab yourself a coffee, get comfortable,
Okay.
and let's caffeinate while we investigate.
Sure.
This is the case of Tiffany Lucas.
But, okay, so maniac. I need corpse. I only need one maniac though. Damn. Do a lapis
Welcome
corpse.
to the Bluegrass State, folks, also known as Kentucky, or the horse capital of the
And
world.
is there ice
It is
cold here?
home to the
A
world's
little bit, I
longest
mean.
cave system, hosts the oldest
Damn!
continuously held horse race, and produces more than 95% of the world's entire supply of bourbon, which, considering how big the world actually is extraordinarily impressive. However, Kentucky has a darker side too, because not only does poverty run deep here, but it's actually too deep to ignore, because with that comes a whole list of other issues too. We're talking about the brain drain, political division, and something that we'll touch later on in this video, the opioid crisis. Unfortunately, poor health is one of Kentucky's hardest truths to swallow. The state regularly ranks near the bottom in the country for overall health outcomes, which, as you will soon realize, feels especially relevant for the story that we're about to talk about. Because in many ways, this case is yet another casualty of those ongoing struggles, and it raises one simple question. When was the last time that you took your own health seriously? And I don't mean
Is
the
this
kind
a
of
sock
serious
duck?
where you're up late at night doom scrolling and trying to convince yourself that you're fine or not, because trust me, we've all been there, including me, but I mean seriously. In fact, it was only a few weeks ago, and while experiencing RSI, which by the way just means sore wrists.
Any weapons on you, sir?
No. I did not commit these crimes, and so I...
Let me ask you something. How safe do you feel in your own home? And how sure are you that you'd notice if something was off?
Very
Something as
sure.
simple as a door opening, a footstep in
I
the
could
hallway,
easily
or a
notice that. What
presence
the
that
fuck?
didn't belong. Do you think that you'd recognize that
Yes.
danger in time? Or
Yes.
would it move quietly around you while you slept soundly at night? On November the 13th,
I will notice that, bro.
2022, those questions stopped being hypothetical when 4 university students were murdered inside their own home in Moscow, Idaho. At the time, they were
Oh,
living
I've
just
seen
off
this on TV.
campus in a... There is a modern-day epidemic happening all across Southeast Asia, and it's affecting us far more than... Can I ask you something? What is obsession to you? Is it that fleeting spark that lingers longer than it should? A harmless affection that quietly twists into something darker? Is it longing? Or is it control that is dressed up and masquerading as love? And at what point does admiration become fixation anyway? And what happens when someone you consider a friend stops seeing you as a person and starts seeing you as their property?
What?
When no becomes an insult, and when your
What?
boundaries aren't just
Oh,
ignored,
hell no,
but
bro. No, no, no,
routinely
no.
violated? What do you do in that situation? For a
Get
young
them
woman
going.
named Phoenix Nets, this was not merely just a philosophical question, but actual reality. One that crept closer, tighter, and more dangerous as time went by, until that line between discomfort and danger finally snapped. Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're diving into a story filled with lust, fixation, and escalating obsession. And I have to say, this is one of the most gruesome crimes that I have ever covered. And as you'll soon realize
Damn,
from
that
the
says a
sheer
lot.
amount of surveillance footage covered in this video, her obsessive killer may as well have vlogged her entire cover-up. I have to say, she is definitely not the smartest cookie. By the way, Coffee House Crime is run by two good friends, Nero and myself. We're just a small team dedicated to sharing real stories told properly with respect.
Nice.
And after last week's video, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who support the channel, listen to our sponsorships, and show interest in what's behind the camera. It's kind of crazy to think that this channel is almost 5 years old, because honestly, it
2020.
still feels like half a year ago to me. Trust
Is
me
it
here, that
2021?
so many things have changed since this channel's beginning, and now that I've hit my 30s, moved country, and become a homeowner, it is kind of obvious that I'm entering a new stage in my life. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. This is just a reflection. Renovating in the daytime and working in the evenings and nighttime has reminded me how tiring taking extra work on can be. But it's also taught me how important health is, because if that's off, everything is. And that is precisely why I love this video's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and then click to instantly book an appointment. And the great thing is that ZocDoc isn't just for one type of care, because they have more than 100,000 providers across nearly every specialty, ranging from primary care to dental health, eye care to urgent health to mental health, and much, much more. It's the one-stop shop for all of your healthcare needs, and there's no need to call a doctor's office and wait on hold either, because ZocDoc lets you do everything online. And when you found the doctor you need, you can see their actual appointment openings too. Oh, and did I mention that ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking.
How is that
Not only that,
fast?
but you can even score same-day appointments.
That's ass.
So, stop waiting
That's
and
terrible.
start getting
What?
the care that you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thank you again to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and thank you so much
72 hours
to folks for
to get a
listening.
doctor.
I
Are you
really do
serious?
appreciate it. Now, I believe we have an important topic to discuss here, and so on that note, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Phoenix Nets.
Is this scrap or no? No scrap. Okay. Maniac though. And one lapis. Bad lapis luck right now.
And
Like,
it's
what's
a time
happening to
that none
lapis,
of
bro?
us want to remember. As you know, lockdown had smothered most of the world into silence, especially England. Roads which were once filled with cars were now long, empty concrete corridors. In fact, entire cities were starting to feel abandoned, and they were almost as quiet as the rest of England's many fields and forests. I mean, just seeing or hearing a car drive by was now much more noticeable, no matter where you were. And deep in the forest of Dean, someone noticed something quite unusual that evening. It was on a narrow road just outside the town of
Is there another little
that a
foot in here,
local
maybe?
resident saw a lone car driving
Oh,
through
it's
the
a dip.
darkness.
We dip.
The strange thing is,
Okay.
it wasn't just passing through either, and it seemed to be circling
Junction,
around
I
the
can't repair
area
that.
as though the driver was searching for something. Feeling uneasy and perhaps a little bit nosy, the local resident decided to contact the police. And after running a quick license plate check, officers realized that the car was registered to an owner who lived in Wolverhampton, nearly 80 miles away.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Hindsight, it did sound a little bit ridiculous. I mean, imagine the authorities getting all bent out of shape because a car dared to be 80 miles away from its registered address.
Wow.
It feels almost dystopian, and kind of like something straight out of the Hunger Games. However, at least at this point in the pandemic, traveling that far was strictly against the rules. Everyone was meant to stay put while we tried to figure out
that
this
makes more
whole
sense.
COVID situation. And so, when a lone driver is seen zigzagging and circling around the country in the middle of the night, well, yeah, you could say that eyebrows started to levitate. When police officers intercepted the driver, they recorded this moment on body cam. And as you can see, the driver stepped out, seemed quite visibly anxious, and insisted that he was merely waiting for a friend. So the police officers reminded him that this was still the middle of a lockdown, and unless his friend was in a medical emergency, he had no reason to be here. With no evidence of a crime and nothing immediately illegal in sight, they just merely issued a warning to him and then told him to head home. But as the car faded into darkness, something about the encounter didn't quite sit right with them. Less than an hour later, those same police officers were once again patrolling the same stretch of road. Apparently, a gut feeling had brought them back there. And that is when they realized they saw more headlights caught in a strange silhouette by the entrance to Stowfield Quarry. It turned out to be the same car that was now pulled over with its engine turned off, and beside it was a lone figure who was standing next to two large suitcases. The body cam footage from that moment shows it all.
Suitcases with what?
She seemed to be both concerned and defensive, and as the police officers edged closer towards her, she would become even more erratic. At the time, nobody knew what she was hiding, but it became quite clear to officers that she was desperate to keep the contents of those suitcases a secret, almost like she was maybe hiding a body in there. Spoiler alert, she was.
What a demon.
Which is now really concerning.
No, wait, just listen.
You're gonna get arrested for obstructing police.
All right, I don't wanna stop you guys.
You are stopping us.
Okay, could I just explain, because as I said before.
What?
As I said before, like
Step away, please.
I've had issues with that before.
Step away, please.
Just stand there. Okay.
What's in the suitcase? Are you gonna go on holiday? I mean, it makes sense, but during COVID though, I mean, maybe not.
What the f is that? That's a person. You are under arrest.
Yeah.
That's a fucking person.
507. Sarge, can we get you down here ASAP, please?
Urgent.
Oh, people are not rushing you. Commission's crime. This is high quality content. What? What are you talking about? I don't care if people watch me or not, what?
Inside the first suitcase, officers found human remains, and as for the second one, well, that held even more. It is no surprise to learn then that both the woman standing there and the driver were arrested immediately and then taken down to the local station for questioning. But the thing is, that would only raise more unsettling questions.
But why is there a body in a suitcase during COVID?
Actually, doesn't it? To begin with, who precisely was this woman?
What is she doing? Did she get bored of the husband or something?
And just to throw another one out there, why was she 80 miles away from home during a national lockdown with luggage that you definitely would not take on a holiday? Well, whatever you're imagining right now, the truth is actually far darker than anyone expected.
I'm bored of canvas, especially going for another 3 billion hours.
Our first suspect, Garissa.
Dies.
Her full name was Garissa Konita Gordon.
Ew.
She was a Jamaican national who was 28 years old at the time of her arrest.
Who's out there mining everything? What the fuck?
She spent her first few years under the sun. However, everything would unfortunately change for her when she was only 7 years old. Imagine living in a bright, colourful and warm country and then being uprooted to England. For Garissa, that was her reality.
Wait,
and before she
why are
knew it,
you
she
still
was
doing
flown
Blaze?
across the
Like,
Atlantic
you
Ocean
have to be
look for
retarded.
her aunt. She was suddenly
Blaze is so
dropped into a new
boring.
world with new accents, new weather, new rules, and new expectations. And it was only later that her mother actually followed her, and even then, the family never quite fit together the same way after that. She then moved to North London and attended an all-girls state secondary school. And although her early years in the UK did appear ordinary from the the outside, her late teenage years would sadly take a terrible turn.
Mm.
Somewhere along that path, Carissa became entangled with an older man who exploited her and then forced her into sex work. She
What?
became trapped in an abusive and
In the
exploitive
UK?
relationship, and by adulthood,
What the fuck is
Carissa
happening
was
there?
a woman who was now shaped by trauma. Psychologists would later diagnose her with a personality disorder, with a low tolerance for frustration and intensely struggled with rejection. And, of course, this is a dangerous combination when left untreated. Fast forward to 2020, and Carissa had escaped London and was hopeful
Carissa.
for a better life. That is when she ended up in a refuge for vulnerable women in the Lozells area of West Birmingham, a
Okay.
place that is
Fair
designed to
enough.
give people stability and, most of all, safety. And it was inside that refuge that she
But
met another resident,
she killed
someone who was
someone
also
else.
trying to
That doesn't even
rebuild
make any
her life,
sense.
and someone
So
that
you went there for
Carissa
safety,
took
but you
quite a
killed
fond
someone
liking
else.
to, and her name was Phoenix Nets. Born in the early 1990s
Rose
in
Dragon
Croydon,
188.
South London,
Yes.
Phoenix was the only child of her parents.
Oh,
Mark
she's
and
fine.
Saskia.
I'm not gonna
They
lie.
described her as supportive, loving,
She's
and a
fine as shit.
fantastic daughter. Until the age of 11, Phoenix attended the parish church junior school in her hometown. It's one of those classic South London primary schools where everyone knows everyone, and where childhood feels like one long blur of classrooms, playgrounds, and inside jokes. Her classmates remember her as bright and articulate. She loved drama, adored performing, and for a
Why do you
short while
love
was
drama?
even a keen
Bro, drama
horse
is so
rider.
boring.
She was one of those kids
The
who had the
fuck?
kind of spark that suggested a very bright future ahead of her. It's a shame that, unfortunately, that would never materialize. By her late teenage years, Phoenix was ready for her independence. In
How is drama
2009,
fun?
she left her home to move to Kent, where she then enrolled into Canterbury Christ Church University. This was all part of her plan, because Phoenix dreamed of becoming a paramedic. She was driven, compassionate, and someone who was genuinely wanting
Yeah,
to
I need
help
some more
others.
skeleton
However,
keys.
somewhere between her first and second year, her path slowly began to fracture. Unfortunately, Phoenix left university before completing her degree, and although we don't quite know why, there always is a reason. Those closest to her say that she struggled with depression, occasional drug use, and general pressure
Wait,
to
drug use?
succeed.
Never mind. She is
Despite
no
all of
longer
this,
fine.
Phoenix and
She's
her parents
nasty.
always maintained a very strong bond. They always remained supportive to her, and in return, she
She
loved
fell off.
them deeply for
Or as
it.
soon as you said drug
After
use, she
dropping out
fell
of
off.
university, Phoenix then travelled northwest to the city of Birmingham, a place that, Lord knows how, she somehow grew to love. However, by late 2019,
Birmingham.
cracks unfortunately began to appear again. Her situation became much more fragile, and that is how she found herself in the same refuge as Carissa. The building functioned as shared accommodation. It included communal kitchens, narrow corridors, and small private rooms that branched off from one another. It was not glamorous by any means, but it was a safe place that provided both support and stability for vulnerable women, which is precisely what we need more of in this world. And, at least in theory, it was temporary, and Phoenix certainly saw it that way too. Although she was just settling
Okay.
into the refuge, her mind was already drifting back towards home. She planned to return to London and to move back in with her parents as soon as
Good.
she could.
Makes
But of
sense.
course, that had to wait until all pandemic restrictions eased up, and only then could she legally travel back.
Let me see. Can
However,
I
as the
use it
lockdown
there?
loomed and dates shifted
Fuck.
back again and
Where's my
again
scrap?
and again, well, that escape plan kept falling behind. And while Phoenix waited for the moment to arise, that is when she crossed paths with Carissa,
Oh
and that
no.
connection would turn into one of nightmares.
Oh shit.
By early 2020, both Phoenix and Carissa were living in neighboring rooms inside that refuge. So, of course, over time, the two got speaking to one another. Now, from what we know, it looks like they were not actually the most compatible of friends, and they weren't even that close. Their bond had definitely formed more out of proximity than choice. But as winter slowly bled into spring, the atmosphere between them began to change, and by February, Phoenix had started telling her friends that things felt off with Carissa. And when I say off, I'm not talking about small arguments from across the table. I'm talking about Carissa repeatedly asking Phoenix for sex. This wasn't romantic interest or even misguided affection either. It was
She
just
down
this
bad,
weird
gang.
and obsessive fixation from her. And for Phoenix, it was deeply unwanted. The imbalance was quite stark.
Should I do
Phoenix
farming
was
or
polite,
foraging?
kind, and wanted to keep the peace. Meanwhile, Garissa became this increasingly volatile and horny goblin. And then came April the 11th, 2020. It was on that night that Garissa phoned the Samaritans both drunk and distressed. She spoke to the operator about liking another woman and wanting to have sex with her. And in her own goblin words, she told the operator that, quote, her loins were hot. Just a quick side
My
note here,
loins?
but
What the
please
fuck
can
does that
we
mean?
ban that phrase from ever
I've
being
never heard
said
someone say
again?
that ever
It
in my
was on
life.
that night that the UK then entered strict
Yes, please
lockdown.
ban that.
Visitors
He's
were
not
not
wrong.
allowed,
What the fuck
movements were
did he just say?
limited, and support
My
services, which were already
loins
stretched
are
thin,
what?
were then suddenly reduced. Staff
What?
at the refuge were rotated in and out too. Isolation seemed to hit everyone differently. But for Phoenix, it made her situation
The best thing
exponentially
is
worse. The
fishing.
lockdown meant that she could no longer leave, and it also meant that she could not put any physical distance between herself and someone who was now beginning to scare her. Instead, she was now trapped with the very person that she feared, separated only by a thin bedroom wall. They used the same shared kitchen, passed each other on the same narrow hallway, and shared the same bathroom too. And of course, while all of this was happening, that tension was building. Now,
Yeah, but
Phoenix
she just
was
wants to
trying
fuck
stay
her
positive,
for
and
some
she was
reason.
texting her friends to say
But I'm
that
so
she planned
confused.
to leave as soon as restrictions eased. But over time, you could tell that her messages grew more anxious. For example, in one text message, which was sent on April the 7th, she said, "There's a girl here who keeps asking me to be sexual. I think I'm going to have to move back to London. It's scaring me, laugh out loud." Meanwhile, Carissa's behavior became even more
What the fuck
erratic.
is this
Her
person
fixation
doing?
deepened, her emotional state grew more unstable, and with every passing day, Phoenix found herself with fewer places to retreat, fewer opportunities to get away, and fewer people physically present to intervene. And in the early hours of April the 16th, 2020,
I just
the
finished my fishing
relationship
net.
had reached its tipping point. It was early that morning that Phoenix was still awake. She was on her phone to a friend, again emphasizing that she wished to return home as soon as lockdown was over. However, shortly after that phone call, Garissa barged in through the bedroom door, stabbed Phoenix 4 times in the chest, and then left
Since
her
when is
in a
Keen
mortally
Bunny in
wounded
Iron Man?
state. The most haunting thing about this is that this was not a quick story. Phoenix was left there
What?
to die
Since
alone
when is
for
this person
several
Iron Man?
hours, unable to make any phone calls because Garissa had stolen her phone. One of the most frustrating things here is that all of the other women in the refuge heard strange noises coming from Phoenix's room in the hours after, and this included banging, scraping, and even the faint sound of a woman crying. In fact, several of them would even claim that they heard her saying, "Help me." For several heartbreaking and grueling long hours, Phoenix must have felt ignored as she faded in and out of consciousness, wondering why nobody was coming to save her. Between 1:04 p.m. and 3:07 p.m., Garissa then used Phoenix's phone to make several desperate searches. This included how to fix a punctured lung, internal bleeding, and can someone recover from getting stabbed.
What?
It was later that afternoon
That is maybe the dumbest Google search of all time.
Phone, but received no answer. Now, at first, she wasn't too concerned. However, as
Yeah,
the
if I
hours
stab someone
passed
to death,
by,
can I
worries
recover?
slowly began to creep in. And the horrible thing is that while she was fighting for her life, Garissa was already beginning to plan how she would get rid of her. By the morning of April the 17th, 2020, Garissa had shifted fully into cover-up mode. Seen here in the surveillance footage, she bought a 45-pound circular saw on Gumtree, then having it delivered directly to the refuge. After it arrived shortly before 11 a.m., Garissa then began to dismember Phoenix's body. What followed was total erasure of Phoenix's room. The mattress had vanished, her bed frame had now disappeared, and
So
both
they
the
just
carpet
wanted
and its
her
underlay
further
were
gone.
ripped up. Everything was thrown out, and the floor beneath was scrubbed down so vigorously that the room stank of bleach. She also hired several people to remove the evidence, branding it as waste. As seen from these nearby surveillance cameras, you can see 2 men carrying rolled carpets and heavy black bags out of the house, both completely unaware that they were actually helping clear the aftermath of a murder. With the room now stripped away, Garissa turned her attention towards Phoenix's
This is
mobile phone
devious.
and social media. She began to impersonate her, sending text messages to her housing
Why
support
though?
manager,
Like,
her
why is
friends,
all this
and
shit
even
happening?
her parents. Garisa's text messages mimicked
What is wrong
everything
with Garissa,
perfectly,
bro?
from her emojis to her abbreviations, right down to the number of kisses that she would use. Most people genuinely believed that Phoenix was alright, and that is when her deception escalated even further, and she did that by combining homicide with AI. Garissa downloaded
What?
a voice editing app and then
She
began
asked
to craft
AI?
new audio
No.
messages using Phoenix's voice from old recordings. Apparently, the results were eerily real, so I guess you could say that, although Phoenix was already gone, Garissa was keeping her alive online. Meanwhile, Phoenix's remains had already been wrapped and then packed into 2 large
Wow.
suitcases, and in the days after,
She kind of knows
surveillance
what she's
cameras
doing,
all
but
across
Google
Birmingham would
searching, bro?
lovingly record Garissa's strange and frantic movements. One clip would show her cycling through quiet residential streets with a heavy suitcase. Later on, she appeared at a police station, agitated, unsettled, and clutching a phone. She claimed that she needed to charge her iPhone and was meant to meet a friend in the area. But when police officers asked her for ID, Garissa seemed both panicked and hesitant. The following day, another camera captured her entering a home bargain store where she bought cleaning products and a sleeping bag. She paid in cash and then left abruptly. She then
Well,
booked a
they can still
taxi
see
the
you,
next
bitch.
morning, where yet another surveillance camera would capture her stepping out of the taxi at a
To properly
petrol
do this, what
station.
you need to
Sensing
do
that
is
something was
to
rather
properly do a
off
murder.
about the
You need
situation,
someone
the
to
taxi
go and
driver
buy
would
the
even
stuff for you.
abandon her. Of course, this
Some
left
random guy,
Garissa
you
both
just pay
stranded
him
and
some cash and then he go
and
buy
in
the
a
shit for
moment
you.
of pure genius-level stupidity, she then decided to do
With
the one
cash,
thing
obviously.
that you absolutely should not do while trying to hide a body. She called the police.
Huh?
Garissa claimed that the taxi driver had stolen her bag, but when
Really,
the
bro?
officer asked what was inside so they could track it, she then backpedaled immediately, claiming that the driver had actually returned it after all. By now, even the surveillance cameras were probably thinking, bless her, she's trying. The following day, CCTV caught
She
her yet
called the
again, this
police
time boarding a train
to
towards
check her
Colford to the
bags. If
Forest
someone
of Dean
stole it?
and finish what she had started. She then made several searches on Phoenix's phone, including how do killers get caught, can bodies burn to ashes with petrol,
Oh,
and
what a
what
fucking
happens when you
idiot.
burn a body with petrol. Proving once again that criminals don't get caught because the police are psychic, but instead because they make ridiculous Google searches as if
So
they are
stupid.
literally auditioning
Wow.
for prison.
Wow.
When she eventually reached the forest, Garissa then camped beside the suitcases, literally sleeping right next to Phoenix's remains without any thought whatsoever. For multiple days, she then wandered around the quarry's paths, both exhausted and disheveled. For whatever reason, it looks like Garissa could not bring herself to bury the remains. Burning the body didn't seem to work either, because
at least she didn't have sex with her after she killed her. I actually expected her to do that, to be honest.
Captured her journey back towards Birmingham.
I kinda expected her to do that.
Recorded her filling plastic jerry cans with fuel. The footage showing her standing rigidly over the nozzle, watching the containers fill, and then walking back into the city. Through Gumtree, she then hired a man named Mahesh Saratia, paying him to drive her from Birmingham to the rural outskirts of Colford. At 5 p.m. on May the 12th, 2020, Mahesh then picked Garissa up and drove back towards Gloucestershire. She asked him to stop near the entrance of a quarry, said that she needed to retrieve something, and then told him to come back later. The thing is that Garissa would never actually return. And because she essentially disappeared, Mahesh grew anxious over her safety. Because he was anxious, he then started to circle the area to find her. And because he was circling the area, a watchful neighbor called the police. And of course, that is exactly how our story unraveled. Which leads us to this body cam footage, where they found Garissa and a suitcase full of human remains.
What the f is that? That's a person. You are under arrest.
Yeah.
That's a fucking person.
507. Sarge, can we get you down here ASAP, please?
Urgent.
When police officers finally opened those 2 large suitcases, the black bin bags found inside would confirm their greatest fears. And so, surprise, surprise, both Carissa and Mahesh were arrested immediately. They were then processed, photographed, and placed in an
But he
interview.
didn't know.
And apparently, all of Carissa's answers seemed to contradict each other. At first, she claimed that she was meeting a friend, and then she said she was traveling for no reason at all. And then she even claimed that she had no idea what was in those suitcases. Meanwhile,
Yeah, right.
Mahesh was busy blabbering everything he knew, and it became quite clear early on that he had no role in Phoenix's murder. He was merely just a driver that was hired off Gumtree. You could say he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Very much so.
Thankfully, he would not have to pay a hefty price. But for Carissa, well, that was a very different story, and being honest with you, it was not looking good.
Not looking good, bruv.
It's
not looking good, bruv.
Already going to screw her over. It would be the countless Google searches she made on Phoenix's phone. And if that wasn't enough already, when they finally searched her bedroom back in Birmingham, they would find a hacksaw with Phoenix's blood all over it. In April of 2021, Carissa's trial finally began. The prosecution laid out all of the messages, Google searches, surveillance footage, and forensic evidence. And the jury was horrified to learn that Phoenix could have survived for up to 12 hours after the attack if anyone had stepped in to intervene.
Wow.
The surprising thing here is that Carissa's
But
defense
nobody
did not
stopped.
try to claim that she was innocent. Instead, her lawyers spoke of
Nobody said anything. She was screaming and crying and everything, and nobody did anything.
Including being forced into sex work by an older man years prior. He also described his client as volatile, damaged, and unable to regulate herself under pressure, which, of course, wasn't an excuse, but instead an explanation for the instability beneath her crimes. But one thing that definitely did not help Carissa was a letter from her very own mother, where she described her daughter as, quote, a ticking time bomb who never received the support that she needed. In fairness, she did insist that Carissa was not inherently a bad person, but instead was someone who was failed repeatedly by the system. Throughout court proceedings, Phoenix's
I don't believe that.
multiple
I don't buy it.
impact statements. Her father said that their lives had been irreversibly changed, and that their anguish was indescribable. And her mother described herself as forever devastated and forever empty.
How is she not a bad person? This just she's traumatized. She's still a bad person for what she did. I don't know.
After that, she then sentenced Carissa to life in prison, with a minimum term of 23 years and 6 months. In the aftermath of this case, housing providers across Birmingham reassessed their safeguarding procedures, because, being honest, they quite clearly needed to. In parallel to this, charities also reviewed how risk is identified in shared accommodation, and the publicity around this case also sparked calls for better communication between mental health services and housing providers.
Why is Griffin Feather so much? I'm actually kind of confused.
Now, what I think is most heartbreaking about this case is how avoidable Phoenix's death really was.
True.
What I think is horrifying and despicable is
at
that
least someone could have tried.
Stabbed, she lay there on that bedroom floor crying out for help for 12 grueling hours. And despite several neighbors even hearing her, nobody stepped in to intervene. As for Carissa, well, she clearly became fixated on Phoenix for reasons that we will never fully understand.
Exactly. Like, why did you want to fuck her so bad?
We do know that, over time, those feelings intensified. It is very clear that Carissa had no idea what to do with those feelings, and, left unchecked, they twisted into something unstable, and then something obsessive, and then something dangerous. What really bothers me here is how all of this happened inside a refuge. A place that is meant to be a last resort where safety is guaranteed. For Phoenix to have that final sanctuary for
but so is there nobody checking anything in the refuge?
And I do truly
how is someone screaming for help and then nobody?
And with that said,
not even any staff, nothing? Are you able to go there?
Thoughts on this one, because, of course, Carissa's trauma and mental health do certainly muddy the waters a little bit. On that note, do you think Carissa deserved the punishment she received? Or maybe do you think she deserved higher? As always, share your thoughts down below. And it turns out we're getting very close to Christmas now, so Merry Christmas to you, your family, and your friends.
Thank you.
And happy holidays to you wherever you are in the world.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you so much for being here so close to the festive season, and hope you have a great time off, no matter how long or short it is. Oh, and thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video. Go to ZocDoc.com/coffeehousecrime or click the link in the description to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Man, I'm getting really good at saying that quickly. Anyway, folks, thank you so much for watching today, and as always, I'll see you again very soon in the video. Until a moment arrives, though,
He always
to look
talks
after
about
yourselves,
sock dog. I'm
look
not gonna
after
lie,
each other,
bro.
and Merry Christmas. Thank you, and goodbye. This is Korean live streamer Yoon-Ji-ah, an influencer with more than 300,000 followers, and a young woman whose playful streams were watched by thousands of viewers at a time. Ji-ah had a way of making you feel like you were old friends. She was honest, down to earth, and very sincere. For these reasons, she resonated perfectly with her audience. However, on September the 11th, 2024, this streamer suddenly disappeared, and it happened at the very end of her live stream. What followed was a desperate search to try and find her. In fact, it uncovered a horrific story which was born from obsession, money, and a man's warped idea of love. And that's because, buried within her audience and hidden behind the username of Black Cat, a generous donator,
account has been added. What do you mean?
And the truth is, he didn't even see Yoon-Ji-ah as a person at all. Instead, he saw her as an investment, a possession, and a lifeline. The more that he convinced himself that she actually belonged to him, and when Ji-ah finally tried to pull away, well, let's just say that the situation escalated in the worst way imaginable. Welcome or welcome
my shit got bad, so I didn't care to make a new one.
And today, we're traveling to South Korea to look at the recent case of Yoon-Ji-ah. This is a story about parasocial relationships, obsession, enormous donations, and unfortunately,
all
also
189 euros.
And trust me, after watching this video, you will definitely see streaming in a very different way. Oh, by the way, did you know that I am actually a human, and so are the rest of my team?
Nah, really?
Nero, he is definitely a cat. Look, the main point I'm trying to make here is that none of us are AI, and so if you want to support the work that we do, please do consider subscribing. Thank you. And now with that said, please, raise up the coffee, let's while we investigate. This is the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Enchanting. Even just get bits right away as well, so you can do the reset it too.
Welcome to Korea, folks. And there really is no other place quite like it. I'm talking about the South, obviously. I mean, I could be talking about the North, but that would be for a whole list of other reasons. For today, we're focusing on South Korea, a place where ancient palaces and neon skylines just effortlessly mesh together. Late-night markets are buzzing with food. Apartments stretch out like dominoes.
I already said it.
And there's an endless fixation with technology. And let's be honest here, if
Cyberpunk
ever really does become real, this absolutely will be ground zero. And on that note, I thought you folks might appreciate a small behind-the-scenes update, both personally and creatively. As many of you know, I moved to Australia a year ago, and the next step was always to buy my first home.
It kind of depends on farming and cattle, but yeah, I don't know. Those can be a lot of time or like no time. It kind of depends. If you do it efficiently, like
my team have been fantastic throughout all of this, so thank you guys.
Like cattle during therapy.
Helped me throughout all of this chaos are my Raycon's Everyday Earbuds Classics.
I mean, just
honestly, these things have been an absolute game changer. Now,
I mean, it's just visitors with max wisdom and rabbit fire.
For example, when I'm deep in work mode, the active noise cancellation shuts out the rest of the world around me, which helps me focus and get the task done. And when tradies are in the house, all I have to do is hold down this button to change to awareness mode, and now I can hear both them and my music at the same time. So I'm about, I think, 4 hours into demolishing this garden now. Got some food in the microwave because I'm hungry, and of course, quite exhausted. But one thing that I am not running out of battery on are these Raycon's Everyday Earbuds Classics. Honestly, these things are great. They're gonna last.
So it's farming that would take
32 hours of battery life. And what's even better is if they were to run out of battery, they've got this really cool function where
is that mining you said there? It has some fucking weird ass
which is just absolutely fantastic. Honestly, I love these things. If you're stuck for a holiday gift this year, then these are such a win for everyone. You can use them while studying, working out, while walking, or even to drown out your family's conversations over Christmas dinner. The choice really is up to you. And right now, Raycon are offering up to 20% off over the holidays, so grab them while you can. Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/coffeehousecrime to save on Raycon audio products. Just order by December 15th.
I mean, hype breaks shouldn't take too long, but you probably don't need hype though, right? Do you need hype?
As you can imagine, a lot of time, love,
If
money,
you're just
and
gonna
energy
do
goes into
Rift
Coffee House Crime,
and
both what you
mining
see and what's behind the camera. And things like
first,
this upcoming studio only exists thanks to sponsors like Raycon, and of course all of you who support the channel through them. So thank you once again to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Go to
hype is only combat, so
buyraycon.com/coffeehousecrime.yt
or
to get
fishing.
up to 20% off this holiday season.
Yeah,
And
replicant.
most
Yeah, I
importantly,
guess.
thank you to you folks for supporting the creators you care about. And by the way, I can't wait to show you the rest of this.
I mean, just
in
do
a few weeks' time.
dailies.
Anyway, let's get straight back to this video. Technology is crazy recently, and I have to admit, I am kind of worried
How
about
is
where
Soccer
it's
Rap
going.
AIDS?
AI has been extremely disruptive to every industry out there, especially the creative scene. It's quite sad to say, but YouTube feels like it's slowly drifting away from its human touch, which to me is what YouTube is actually all about. In South Korea,
Why?
phones are
Why
not
did you
merely
progress
just
fishing to
devices.
grind
They're
rap?
lifelines, which are filled with communities, careers, and endless entertainment. Entire industries and trends seem to rise and fall within days here, and some of Korea's social media influencers are categorically massive. In short, South Korea is a country that is powered by tech, social media, money, and status, something which the Squid Game seems to capture quite perfectly. And sadly, even in the real world, sometimes those things all seem to combine into tragedy. And it's here, in this hyper-connected world, that we meet Yoon Ji-ah, a young woman and content creator who had found an audience of several 100,000 people. And little did she know that, eventually, one day,
I mean, bro, it's like one trophy fish or something, you know?
Yoon Ji-ah? Well,
daily.
she was a vibrant young woman in her 20s, and the kind of creator who naturally loved to be on screen. Being honest with you here, I don't know much about Korean social media, but GR seems to have that rare combination of charm and effortlessness that apparently always made people stop scrolling. Her comedy skits,
what do you mean?
in the life vlogs, and even her own fashion videos.
No, hell no, you didn't know that counter. The fuck, that's so stupid.
Real. And it wasn't long before hundreds of thousands of people began to tune in.
Double progress and double looted, double lost everything.
At the time of her death, GR had well over 300,000 followers across TikTok and all other platforms.
I would never understand that counter at all.
That her audience only seemed to keep growing. But back in the real world for just a moment,
name me one account that has not gone wrong.
Ambitious, and
right now.
had huge dreams. And that's because GR didn't see herself as just another influencer, but as an aspiring actress instead, and someone who was quietly trying to build a career that she hoped would one day take off from her social media. Now, perhaps one of the most magnetic parts of her presence was how she treated all of her viewers. Because after watching a few of her videos, it is clear that during her live streams, she would often chat to all
Which one? It's like rich and shit. I can't share.
She would also routinely thank her supporters, joke around, answer questions, and even share many vulnerable moments of her everyday life. In response, her fans would usually send her virtual gifts, like donations, which are commonly found in Korean social media.
You can't really leak.
Like colorful
What?
icons, stickers, animations,
What?
and even small financial donations. Most of these donations were not unusual, and they certainly were not alarming. They were merely just small tokens sent by those who liked to watch her content every day. However, as we all know too well in this industry, sometimes you only need one single person in a crowd of thousands to turn admiration into obsession. And hidden among her supporters was someone whose fixation was growing far beyond harmless admiration. As GR's popularity grew, so did her influence, and that's because in South Korea, live streaming seems to have its own
That doesn't make
ecosystem
any
of
sense.
power.
I can't
And of
leak
course,
if
with the
someone
way
is
that the
account sharing.
internet is
Like,
becoming forever more
fuck.
integrated into society, it comes with its own fair share of fame too. You see,
Like, who
much like
actually
Western
cares?
platforms like Kick and Twitch, viewers aren't necessarily just spectators. Some become donators, and others even investors. And on platforms like Africa TV, which is one that NYANZA was
Africa
huge
TV?
on, fans can even buy lots of virtual gifts, such as the well-known star balloons. Now, in today's currency, a star balloon is not even
What the
worth
fuck is
$1, but of
Africa
course, if they
TV?
are sent in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, they make a huge impact on the streamer. Now, of course, many people see this as currency, and there are others that see it as status or perhaps even just a display of care. But in the wrong hands, it can be seen as leverage. And unfortunately, that is something that GR would eventually experience. The platform's biggest
Let's see
spenders
here.
can often spend more than 100
Just
million
dropped
won,
the
that
Rift
being the
items on
equivalent to
yourself.
roughly $70,000 US. And as you can probably guess, these spenders are usually looking for a little bit more than just a flashy icon beside their name. Instead, they are normally looking for influence and access, kind of like a seat of power close to their favorite streamer. And in the end, they sometimes become sponsors, friends, mentors, or maybe even something a little murkier. To be honest with you, it's a system where generosity and control seem to sit very uncomfortably close to each other, and this is often exploited by people for the most nefarious of reasons. And by now, you can likely guess that this is how GR would meet a man named Black Cat.
What?
Now, at first, this did seem to be a financial dream come true. Whenever GR went live, Black Cat was always there and ready to flood her screen with both gifts and money. And these were no small sums either. In fact, sometimes those numbers would be enough to make other streamers scream. You see, Black Cat was not merely supportive, but strategically supportive too. He was always present, always praising, and always throwing money towards her. But at the same time, always had great ideas to improve her streaming. To GR, this felt like much more than just luck. It felt like someone big had finally noticed her potential, and so, quite understandably, she ran with it. Several months later, and in late 2023, Black Cat would finally reveal himself to her. His real name was Mr. Choi, and he was a top-of-the-line successful CEO who owned an IT company. After this, he often talked to GR about business partnerships, investments, and even acting opportunities. He would also routinely compliment her talent and say that she had a very bright future. And, of course, for a young creator who was trying to break into this industry, well, his attention.
I mean, you just do nuclear rounds.
And so, GR agreed to finally meet
Isn't
Black Cat
Pigeon
because, well, she trusted him, and she
soulbound?
believed that he was someone
Cope
that she
soulbound,
could
so you can just
allow
drop
into
Pigeon.
her personal life. However, as you likely have guessed by now, the man behind the name was not actually who he claimed to be. While GR saw Black Cat as a wealthy tech executive, the truth was actually extraordinarily different. And that's because Black Cat, who was legally known as Mr. Choi, was actually a man in his 50s who was drowning in financial ruin. I mean, not only was his home repossessed, but he also had loan sharks after him, and his debts were spiraling into oblivion. In fact, his online generosity towards GR, which totaled more than 100 million won, that being the equivalent of $68,000 US.
I don't understand how people say that.
Did actually perfectly represent his behavior towards
Who
money.
says that and how?
Absolutely
I
no
really want to know how.
or control over cash flow, and instead was merely just a compulsive spender. As Black Cat, he was powerful, admired, and possibly even feared. But as Choi, well, he was just poor and forgettable. And so, in the same way that GR chased her own dreams, he too chased the only thing that made him feel better, that being his power over a beautiful young woman. It is evident that GR became his escape, his fantasy, and his prized possession. And soon, his obsession would demand far more than just a few digital gifts. On the morning of September the 11th, 2024, Yoon GR headed out of her apartment to create new content. She made her way to Yeongjong Island.
I think it's like 100 nuclear rounds.
Well known for its ocean views.
It can be less though.
Was something of a signature for GR, and so
I'm not
it
too
was
sure.
not unusual
It might be less than 100 to be fair, but
fans. Viewers watched as she wandered along the coastline.
At the most, it's
About
100.
her demeanor would suggest that anything was wrong. At approximately 3 p.m. that afternoon, her live stream then ended, finishing as normal as she thanked her audience before signing off. However, unknown to her and everyone else who was watching that live stream, it would sadly be the last time that the world would ever
I
see
think there's
her
attributes and
alive
stuff you
again,
can use
because
for
not even
how to
30
max spin
minutes
stuff.
later, she was gone.
And then there's
When
this
GR didn't
talisman, so
return
it's probably
home
less than
later that
100.
evening, her family immediately began to worry. Not only was she expected to be back for dinner, but
Yeah,
nobody
you
could
get
actually
800
reach her
XP from
phone
the
either.
run, and then
Friends
you
also
get
noticed that she
from
had gone
each
quiet, and her
crystal,
viewers also wondered
you
why
get
her usual
400,
updates had stopped.
and then
Something was
you
clearly
get,
wrong,
if you
and
have a
that feeling
Corleone
seemed to spread quickly.
lobby,
GR had essentially
you also
vanished
do
without
Corleone
a
cycle.
trace, and nobody knew where she had gone to or why. Sadly,
And it's
nobody knew
3.2k
just yet
per,
that
I
she
think,
had actually been abducted.
per run,
And what they
if you have a
also
Corleone.
didn't know was just how far she had been taken. The distance between where she was last seen
But this is
alive
also
and where her body
multiplied
was later
by
found would turn out
attribute,
to
I
be
think,
more
and
than
all this
3
stuff.
hours away by car. Now, to be fair, the authorities in Itchen began to investigate quite rapidly. However, by then it was already too late, because later that evening, the authorities in Muju County received multiple reports of an unresponsive woman who had tragically been found on the side of a remote mountain. Rescue teams
15
made the
hours,
call
are you crazy?
immediately, expecting
There's no
to
way that's
maybe
15
find
hours.
an injured hiker, but instead,
How
they
is
found
that 15
was her
hours?
body. The
100,
scene was
like
bleak.
90 nucleus runs, it's not
UGR lay in
15
a
hours.
secluded grassy
What the
clearing,
fuck?
which was high above the winding mountain
It's definitely gonna
walls,
take a bit
a
longer
place
because you don't
that
have the
few
warp
people
scroll.
ever actually stumble upon.
But it's
With
like
all
at
things
most 10
considered,
hours.
it was
Like
actually
absolutely at
remarkable that she
most.
had been
Like
found
what?
on the same day she disappeared. But even still, nothing could be done to save her. Sadly, GR's body was covered with unmistakable signs of violence. This included bruising on her face and her arms, and a deep mark around her neck.
Issue is
An
though,
autopsy later confirmed that she had
do you
died
have
by
term
asphyxiation, and forensic
for
teams
bow?
determined that the mountainside was not the scene of the murder. It was merely just a dump site.
Or
By
can you use a
sunrise, the
different
news
bow?
of UGR's death
Does
was
different
all
bows also
over
work?
social media, and it even made
But you're not
national
E-man
and
though, you're E-man
international
0,
coverage
right?
too.
So,
Of course, with many headlines focusing on how this streamer had mysteriously been murdered. Fans were quite clearly devastated, and other content creators were both stunned and concerned for their own safety. And of course, everyone was asking two big questions. Who killed you in GR? And why? Well, you can probably guess who already. And as investigators learned of the name Black Cat,
definitely
it
the
took them
fucking
down
guy
this
who gave the money,
wild
huh?
rabbit hole. One that was filled with anger, obsession, and deceit.
Yeah,
As
so
investigators began to piece things together, they
this
initially
Juju even,
started with
no, Juju also has
UGR's
a rack.
final live stream, of course giving them a time
Hurricane
and a place
bow.
that she was
Is that you
last
saw?
seen alive. Detectives retraced her final movements, scoured the area, and spoke to anyone who might have crossed paths with her. They were certain that, whoever she had met, he or she likely wasn't a stranger. There was no chance that she would have gotten to a car with someone that she never knew. And when they eventually found
But then you also need
surveillance
the hype
footage,
unlock.
well, it only confirmed their beliefs. Now, unfortunately, Korea is very secretive when it comes to murder investigations, so we don't actually have the footage at hand. But what we do know is that security cameras near the live streaming site did capture GR in what looked like a tense conversation.
You just did the rift before this, in my opinion.
Of him bowing next to her
Because
before
then you just have
suddenly
rift on,
dropping
because
to
rift
his
doesn't really have
knees.
any
Again,
requirements.
this was a man who was much older than her, kneeling in desperation at the feet of this young streamer. His body language also seemed to be both frantic and panicked, not aggressive. And of course, all of this led to the question, what precisely was he begging her for? Whatever was going on, the two remained in contact because later on at 3:27 p.m. another camera captured just outside of her car.
Well,
the same
so
man
there's
hugging her
obviously
before
you
then
need to do,
pulling her
if you
back
want to
into
do
her
the
own
rift
car.
quest,
Multiple witnesses then
that
report
means you
seeing
basically
the
need to
car
grind
door
a new
being
armor
forced
set.
open
But
and
grinding a new
UGR
armor
being
set doesn't
slammed
take long
shut
if you have
inside, therefore leading the officers to
the
believe that this
items.
was the exact moment that she was abducted. The identity of the kneeling man was basically confirmed to be Black Cat almost immediately, and so, no surprise, the police then publicly named him as her prime suspect. As you can imagine, that didn't go well with her fans, because many of them immediately recognized Black Cat. I mean, he was always gawking over her in her streams, and was essentially her moderator at this point too. With so much publicity inside her own streams, Black Cat did not have the luxury of remaining anonymous anymore, because at this point in time, literally tens of thousands of people already knew who he was through her. And so, as the authorities began their hunt for Black Cat, so did her own army of viewers. And let's just say that the deeper investigators and the internet dug, the more they realized how
I think there's some
horrifying this
items you
obsession
don't
would
need to
actually
grind on
turn
Rift
out to be.
for quests. I'm not too sure.
So,
It's a bit
you're
like
probably
tricky.
wondering what kind of relationship GR and Black Cat had, which is valid. But to better
Skyblock
understand
every day
we
for
must
a
first
year.
talk about the kind of world
I
they
mean,
lived
yeah,
in. Some
why
of you
not?
will already know where I'm going
I
with
do
this,
that
because
every
I've
year.
talked about it in so many videos before. But the internet can be a very alarming place, especially when it comes to
Wait,
social
Forge is
media
on.
and parasocial relationships. GR openly shared her life online, and that was part of her appeal. She was vulnerable, honest, authentic, and transparent. And that meant that hundreds of thousands of people, including Black Cat, knew her extremely well. They would even create one-way impressions of her and even fantasize about her. And of course, the sad reality behind all of this is that UNGR didn't even know the existence of many of these people. However, here is where it gets a little bit messy in South Korea, because unlike Western platforms like Kick and Twitch, many of the biggest donators aren't
Do I
merely
save
just
skeleton
fans
keys for this
anymore.
update or
Actually
something, or
become
no?
investors to the streamer. And with that investment status comes access, influence, and sometimes, in the wrong hands, a false sense of entitlement. And unfortunately, that is exactly where GR ended up with Black Cat. You see, Mr. Choi was not actually satisfied with just sending her gifts and cheering her on.
I don't really care about
Instead,
saving
he
keys. I
wanted
mean,
control.
I make them
And so,
quicker
he
than I
positioned
spend them
himself as
anyway.
her mentor, tried to create
On
a
solo
schedule
show
for
thing.
her, and even pushed her to follow orders. Now, this issue actually extends far past UNGR, but many top donators for these streamers in South Korea even ask these influencers for tracking apps. So, for whatever reason, they can be monitored at all times. And unfortunately, it's believed that Black Cat even managed to achieve this with UNGR. By mid-2024, she finally had enough and told all of her friends that she wanted out. In all honesty, the donations didn't even matter anymore. She just wanted her freedom back. Now, that decision should have been simple, but
As
for
a pay back
like
the money.
Cat, losing her simply was not an option. And the
Pay
moment
the
that
money.
UNGR told him to back off, well, sadly, it was game over for her. As investigators
You
closed
still
in
owe
on
him
Black
money
Cat,
though.
the
Give
truth
money
about
back.
him finally surfaced, and obviously, it was nothing like the image he had sold to GR. The fake wealthy CEO was a financially ruined man in his 50s, and not only were his debts enormous and his home repossessed, but the money that he had spent on UNGR's live streams had put him even further into the red. Essentially, he had gambled his entire future on her success. If GR were to actually become famous, then maybe he would ride the wave as her manager and business partner. But of course, that was fantasy and never likely going to happen. With well over 100 million
16 scraps, is that W?
his name was well known over all of her streams. And for a man who was failing everywhere else, that kind of attention was quite clearly intoxicating. At first, he had managed to charm GR into trusting him, pitching himself as some kind of mentor or sponsor.
Yeah, is that WL? Maybe it's W, to be honest.
But soon enough, as she pushed back, his mask would slip, and in the days before
I
her
don't
murder,
like that code,
Black
you know.
Cat's behavior collapsed. Multiple surveillance cameras have already shown him
16
confronting
scraps is
GR, but
good.
the messages that he sent
In my
her were
opinion.
apparently even worse, with him groveling, pleading, and begging her to stay. UNGR made it quite clear that she wished to distance herself from him. But the thing is, if she left, then not only would his entire fantasy collapse, but all hope he had would die too. That final confrontation with Mr. Choi would cost GR her life. When she walked back towards her car on Yeongjong Island, she had no idea that Black Cat was actually already there.
Well, because
waiting
you
for her.
shared your
As you may have
location for some
guessed,
reason.
he'd
Like,
tracked
what?
her down using her live stream, which, of course, is something that we've already experienced here on Coffee House Crime time and time again. As soon as he caught sight of GR, Mr. Choi intercepted her. The two argued, almost certainly about her decision to cut ties with him, and with GR standing firm, that is when he dropped to his knees and begged her to stay. But when she refused to give in, that is when he stopped pleading and his rage took over instead. Ooh. As she turned away, Black Cat lunged towards her. He grabbed her, forced her into her car, and then sped off with her held captive. Somewhere during
did he assault her or no? I feel like he wouldn't even assault her.
Showed that GR was horrifically beaten with bruises all over her face.
I don't think he would even
Most of the
assault her.
violence seemed to happen inside her own car. And then, in that confined space, she was strangled. Whether it was with his hands or a ligature, we don't quite know. But what we do know is that this lasted for several minutes, which was enough time for him to back down and stop. But of course, this was personal. Black Cat had many moments to stop if he wished to do so. But with every waking second, he made the conscious decision to carry on. And moments later, she was gone. Investigators would later find out that Black Cat had even brought a large suitcase with him, suggesting that this murder was actually premeditated.
Of course it
As
was.
for
What?
disposing her body, Muju County is quiet, rural, and the kind of place that you mostly visit for hiking.
Of course it was
skiing.
premeditated,
So,
you fucking idiot.
realistically,
What?
This was the perfect place to hide a body. It was somewhere along that drive that he stuffed her body into a large suitcase to avoid being spotted. He then placed it in the back of the car and continued.
Wait, so does
The
Meter
trip
actually
would
get
take
boosted
more than
from
3 hours in total,
pity on
allowing
this too?
plenty of time for panic,
Because that means I
regret,
need
or
less
even
skeleton keys
fear
on it.
to kick in. But Black Cat had a plan, and in an effort to confuse investigators, he would even make 8 separate stops along the way, pulling over in towns, changing direction, and even pausing along highways.
What?
Anything to confuse the timeline and the investigators. You see, Mr. Choi thought that he was outsmarting the system, when in reality, all he was doing
Isn't
was
it just
making
calling
himself
cat?
look even more suspicious. Anyway, by nightfall, he
Yeah.
reached a secluded part of the mountain,
Fucking idiot.
and then, while under the cover of darkness, he dragged his suitcase from the road, opened it,
190
and then
road
dumped her
drag,
body into the
yo.
grassy clearing.
They're actually getting
Not
close.
that any of this would actually matter, because, of course, only a few hours later, her body was found. Mr. Choi likely believed that this lonely patch of wilderness would probably hide what he had done. But thankfully, he was wrong. While he was still on the road back home, Gia's family had already reported her missing. Police even had
I'm
the
tired of
surveillance
getting
footage of her
umber all the time.
abduction
Like,
right
I
under
need
their
tungsten,
noses.
bro.
And before he even reached his front door,
Tungsten
he was
is just
declared
way harder to
be
get.
a suspect. By the time her body was found, officers were already tracking Black Cat's movements, and only 12 hours later, he was found. Now, at first, he actually lied about the murder and claimed that, after arguing, the two then allegedly went their separate ways. But of course, police officers knew this was baloney. It's actually amazing how much information they had against this guy within 24 hours, because not only did they have hours of surveillance footage against this guy, but not one, but 8 separate witnesses
They're on
placing him
timing,
and
holy.
GR in the same car.
Woo.
And so, when officers
Yeah,
told
you
him
cooked,
this,
bro.
he
He's
quite
cooked.
literally collapsed
He's
and
abs-
confessed on the spot.
He fucking
And then came even more grim discoveries.
He
because
collapsed.
after officers started digging into his criminal profile, they realized that Mr. Choi has a long history of violence. In fact, not even 1 year prior to Yoon Ji-a's death, Mr. Choi was on trial for assaulting and abducting yet another female streamer. So
What?
this wasn't a one-off or a freak accident. This
Is
was
this
quite
why he's
literally
out of
a
money?
pattern. The public were furious to learn that, despite his previous conviction, he was free to do the same thing yet again only 1 year later. The system had failed Yoon Ji-a on a cataclysmic level, and sadly,
Sure.
she had to pay the full price for it.
Oh shit.
South Korea was stunned by his confession. News outlets called him the Black Cat Killer, and a man who pretended to be GR's guardian angel while slowly tightening the noose around her life. The public's anger was immediate too. They all saw a young woman who was chasing her dreams that had been betrayed by a man that she and the rest of her community thought was safe. So it is no surprise to learn that prosecutors announced that they would pursue the harshest sentence possible.
Definitely.
And this tragedy did not end in the courtroom either. It would
Does South
also
Korea have
spark
death
another
penalty?
conversation around social media and the risk that streamers and influencers alike take to speak on their own platforms. In fact, many other Korean streamers started sharing their own stories of obsessive fans and top donors who all often seemed to push boundaries, and many more admitted that they had brushed off plenty of warnings before too. Even American
thing is,
streamer Asmon
do I feel bad for
issued
me?
his own blunt warning on X, saying, if someone randomly gives you a ton of money, block them. The kinds of people who donate 50k to a girl online, they're not stable. Now, obviously, his words would hit a nerve for a few people, but they are also kind of true, and this case proves it. In South Korea, calls for reform grew louder. Many viewers demanded better protections for creators, faster police response to stalking, stricter monitoring of massive donations, and new digital safety laws that would protect all creators alike. They would even ask for an increase in mental health resources for streamers who are dealing with excessive viewers. But in my opinion,
Can't
I
believe what
think
happened
they
to
missed
Asmon.
something here. What I think they should also provide is mental health resources for anyone who donates large amounts of money, because the truth is, they too likely need help. Moving to the legal proceedings of this case, by late 2025,
that's not always the
Mr. Choi
case, in
stood
my
in court
opinion.
to face a
It's ever
quite
not wealthy
likely,
ones.
overwhelming amount of evidence. Behind that, he also faced a nation that was united in both
Well,
disgust
I
and
feel like wealthy
outrage.
people
The
don't just
prosecution
donate
sought life in
from
prison,
stream.
and there was very little sympathy outside of his defense
They
team.
just try and
He
connect
became
with you
known
instead.
as, quote, an obsessive lunatic, and was the subject of parasocial relationships and exploitation. At the time of recording this, Black Cat has not yet been found guilty, though it is kind of obvious that this is how it will end. I mean, he has already admitted his responsibility.
Yeah.
However, South Korea moves slowly with this kind of thing, and so his trial is still ongoing. But once that verdict lands, it is expected to be both severe and long-term. For now, though, we are still waiting for an end. Speaking of endings, we should remember Yoon Ji-young as a bright and creative
She
person
beautiful, bro.
who was
I'm not
full
gonna lie.
of ambition. And her story is a painful lesson that the greatest danger to public figures is not always coming from hate. Sometimes it is coming from love that has been twisted into obsession. Now, it is true that the legacy that she leaves behind might be a wake-up call for creators, fans, and general live streaming platforms.
I mean, it should have been woken up ages ago.
Because platforms like Twitch and Kick really don't care. However, this is a reminder to all of us with large and small followings alike that we really must exercise caution, because at the end of the day, we don't know who is behind that screen. And let's be honest, 90% of the time, their intentions aren't good. So, I guess we'll see what happens in this case and what happens to Black Cat. Hopefully he's put behind bars for
90%
life,
of the times?
and knowing South Korea, it likely will end up that way. But what are your thoughts here? Anyway, folks, that's pretty much everything on this case as we stand today. Of course, with any more information that comes out, I'll be sure to leave it below in a pinned comment. But until then, I suppose that's the end of this story. Thank you so much for watching, though. I really do appreciate you being here. And of course, thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Go to buyraycon.com/coffeehousecrimeyt to get up to 20% off this. This is Mackenzie Sharilla, who has become
At this time, mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of murder. You don't have to say anything but may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later...
This is 17-year-old Lisa Holm, and on a quiet summer's evening, she suddenly disappeared from a cafe in Blomberg, Sweden. What followed was one of the largest search operations in Swedish.
Yeah, I came back and she was on the couch.
Sarah, are you under arrest on suspicion of murder? A staying partly.
This is Sarah Williams, and this is Katrina Walsh.
I'd like to send a message now to the adolescent males to unburden himself of this stigma that society's put on him, this burden.
This is Scott Beerley. On paper, he was a teacher and former soldier, but in reality, he had the dating skills of an old sponge
Who
and
is
the
that?
grace of a parking ticket. But instead of reflecting on his shortcomings and improving himself, Scott chose the lonely path of bitterness, anger, and delusion. And along the way, produced some of the worst music that humanity has ever endured.
I like to walk around lit, hanging out. I like to serve endless sauerkraut.
As time marched on, his behavior only grew more outrageous. He was fired from job after job,
what the fuck was that?
Campuses, and somehow managed to make a nuisance of himself in almost every corner of his life. And yet, despite leaving a trail of warning signs and basically having walking red flag practically stamped across his forehead, Scott somehow managed to slip through all of the cracks. In short, consequences always seemed to skirt around him. Meanwhile, his videos and music grew darker, more violent, and somehow even more unbearable. His obsession with resentment seemed to metastasize into something far uglier than just bad lyrics or tone-deaf guitar riffs. I mean, even the federal authorities were tipped off about him. But even still, his case was dismissed until, tragically, it was too late. As a result,
it's always too late, man, in some of these cases.
Scott Beerley, a man who is dangerous, delusional, and just as insufferable. And today, we're diving headfirst into his disturbing world. Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and I'm here to share the world's darkest and wildest stories with you, and provide anything we can learn along the way. So, who was Scott Beerley? What did all of these red flags look like? How did this story change from concern to outright tragedy? Well, one thing's for sure, this story will leave you outraged, especially when it comes to his music. And so, on that note, please get comfortable, grab a coffee if you haven't yet, and let's caffeinate while we investigate.
Sure.
This is the case of Scott Beerley. November the 2nd, 2018 began like any other day in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, Tallahassee is a curious place that is filled with quirks and courage. Not only is it the state's capital, but it's also a bustling college town and a cultural hotspot. Streets are lined with oak trees and heavy with Spanish moss, giving it this quiet yet beautiful southern charm. And when it gets dark, the nightlife and university culture keep it both alive and unpredictable. For most people, this Friday was nothing unusual. People were busy finishing their workdays, students met up with friends for drinks, and in a quiet shopping plaza just off of Thomasville Road, a handful of locals gathered at Hot Yoga Tallahassee. To those who entered, this studio was their sanctuary after a long week of work, a place to escape the noise outside and to stretch and breathe.
Please. Oh my god, you fucking idiots. Give me a scrap.
Of the evening. However, peace can be a very fragile thing, and that night, they unknowingly found the total opposite of what they were looking for. Because that was the night that an insufferable and dangerous man was ready to walk in.
Oh shit, that's not good.
Scott Beerley. Now, at first, he seemed to just blend into the crowd. Just a normal-looking guy with a yoga mat and a black backpack. But our story today isn't only about the horror that unfolded inside the yoga studio that night, but also about Scott Beerley himself, alongside his insufferable ego, and the long and bitter path that led him there. And so, on that note, let's talk about Scott and why you should strive to become the total opposite of him. Okay, so who exactly was Scott Beerley?
Damn, he must be a weirdo, bro. What the fuck? Nobody wants to be like him?
Well-educated and had a resume that ticked all of the boxes for a rather respectful person. He was an army veteran, a former high school teacher, and even had 2 master's degrees.
Nice.
So, to the casual observer, he might have even passed as someone that you'd trust or even admire. But as is the case with many of these monsters, once you peel back that facade, things aren't quite as they seem. And in Scott's case, what you'll find is a lot less army veteran and much more cringe Reddit user. Now, I'm going to be blunt with you here, but Scott's going to get a lot of heat from me in this video, and I'm not going to feel bad about it either. Because he wasn't just opinionated, he was a misogynistic and violent bully. In fact, a lot of his videos, music, and openly public beliefs will quite literally blow you away. So, it turns out that Scott had a long documented history of hating women, and it's the thing that
women are beautiful, bro.
But unfortunately, it doesn't stop there, because he also spouted many extremist beliefs and behaved in many ways that ranged from inappropriate
I just
to
don't
outright
understand that.
criminal. And his prejudice did not stop there either, because he was also racist, anti-Semitic, and basically carried a grudge against anyone who didn't look, think, or breathe exactly like him. In fact, if you were to make a Venn diagram of groups that Scott Beerley didn't hate, the only thing in the middle would probably be Scott Beerley. And even then, I'm not entirely sure. You see, Scott's bitterness towards the world started young. In one of his many video rants, he recalled being an awkward 8th grader, and one that was convinced that girls in his class were always plotting to embarrass and humiliate him. He described those moments of being ignored at the tender age of 13 as if it somehow were some kind of supervillain transformation. In fact, he would even moan about what he called, quote, virginity burden, of course blaming all of the girls for not giving him the romance that he believed he apparently deserved. At the age of 15, Scott even admitted that he could no longer stomach listening to love songs because they apparently reminded him of the life that he wasn't living. In short, while most of us were worried about homework or prom dates, Scott was already perfectly in the fine art of self-pity and hatred. Things did not seem to improve either. In high school, his behavior was so troubling that he was ordered to undergo psychiatric evaluations on multiple occasions. In a video, he said, "I have never gone to a psychiatrist on my own volition, nor would I ever. I have been ordered to visit one on 4 separate occasions though, dating back to high school,
Well,
all
shit.
having to do
Well, they
with
could tell
females
someone
or
was
my
not
meaning."
right with you. They
However,
were spot on,
behind those
bro.
mounting concerns, Scott was
That's what we
quite
can
smart
see.
actually. After high school, he went on to earn a bachelor's degree, followed by not 1 but 2 master's degrees in public administration and urban planning. With all of this behind him, on paper it actually looked like he had quite a solid future. With credentials like that, it's quite clear he was pretty smart, and to be honest with you, all he really needed to do at this stage was maybe have a bit of self-reflection and touch up on his social skills. I think those 2 things alone would have provided a stable career and a happy home, which then could have led to a future wife. And of course, all he really needed to do was, first of all, respect himself, but then secondly, and maybe even most importantly, was respect others. But obviously, that didn't happen, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this story today. And as the years went by, he didn't grow kinder or wiser. He grew stranger, angrier, and far more insufferable. Over time, Scott became obsessed with violent fantasies and infamous killers.
Hey,
In
so one
fact,
more
he would
time.
even write about doing this sort of pilgrimage to the many sites linked to the serial killer Ted Bundy. This even included the boarding house and the sorority house where Ted murdered 2 women in 1978, which, by the way, is the
so
same
random
year
and
that Scott
weird.
was born. All of this was very concerning, because, you know, what was quite clear to me throughout all of my research is that Scott saw Ted's path as some sort of holy journey, which is really messed up, right? His attitude towards women was outright vile. In his writings, he would routinely demonize women. In one excerpt, he said, "Just beneath a woman's blushing lashes and innocent smiles lies the most rancid and putrid, sickening essences." Real classy there, Scotty. It is clear to see that if there was one thing as strong as Scott's misogyny, it was probably his unlimited self-entitlement. He believed that the world owed him affection, sex, and admiration, and he was furious when reality did not deliver. Online, he gravitated towards the incel community, which,
Nah,
as
really?
many of
Didn't
you
I
will
see that
already
one coming?
know, is an echo chamber
Obviously
where
you
men
did.
seem to cry to each other about their lack of finding a partner. But the thing is, Scott didn't just seem to sympathize with incels, but he outright saw himself as one too. In fact, in one of his YouTube videos, he even praised Elliot Rodger. If you don't know who that is yet, then just Google him and you'll see what I mean.
Isn't that a shooter?
Elliot wasn't an insufferable toad, but an
Isn't that a shooter? I think it
inspiration
is.
instead, which, to be honest, really tells you all you need to know about him.
I'd like to send a message now to the adolescent males.
Is it the guy who
if there
shut
are any
up the
ultimately watching
girls
that are
thing?
in
The yoga thing?
position of the situation, the disposition of Elliot Rodger, of like not getting any. I mean, I don't think a female can ever understand the societal pressure that's put on an adolescent male to unburden himself of this stigma that society's put on him, this virginity virginity burden.
Now, socially, Scott
What
was
is wrong
no
with this guy?
different offline. Those who
What is he
crossed paths
gabbing
with him
about?
described him as awkward, angry, and openly bigoted. I mean, even acquaintances picked up on his toxicity. So, in other words, Scott was just as tolerable as petrol in your morning coffee. His life seemed to be one failure after another, and almost always because of his own behavior. We'll go into why precisely in just a minute, but the long story short here is that Scott simply could not exist in normal society without stirring up chaos. After
He's a rage
graduating,
baiter.
he
He
took up
lives
work
as a
an
he's a
English
real
teacher
life
at
rage
Middle
baiter, huh?
School, which can be found in Anne Arundel County in Maryland. However, it wouldn't take long for trouble to follow. It turns out that not even 1 year into his post, he was investigated by police over a complaint from one of his female students. She claimed that, apparently, he had touched her arm and even suggested that she wore more revealing low-cut tops. And believe it or not, but he also asked her if she could maybe pose for Playboy. Police investigated these claims, but ultimately, the case was dropped when they couldn't prove
That's so
it.
weird.
As a result,
That's so random and makes no sense.
However, that is not to say that nothing happened. Scott was lucky not to face any prosecution, but it seems that the
That's
damage
just so
was
random.
already done
What the
because
why?
shortly after this, he was no longer employed at the school. Whether he was formally dismissed or allowed to resign quietly under his own terms still remains unclear. However, what is clear is the pattern that it foreshadowed, because moving forward, you will see how many times this adult, who is in a position of trust,
But
seemed to
what
cross
if
the
she just
line
gets
with a young
dismissed? Can't he
woman
just
and
get the
then
same
just
job
simply
again?
walk away with little consequence? So, you might be thinking, well, maybe the military could straighten out someone like Scott.
Nope.
Unfortunately, think again. In the year 2008, Scott enlisted into the US Army and would
What's
even
wrong with this guy?
graduate at the officer candidate school with the rank of
He's
second
just
lieutenant. On paper,
trouble.
this looked like a promising career, and let's face it, it would keep him away from young women too. However, in reality, it was just another environment where his true character bled through. Within 2 years of being here, he was under investigation for inappropriate sexual contact with female soldiers who were under his command. So basically, even in one of the most disciplined and structured institutions in the world, he still couldn't help himself from being creepy and crossing boundaries. By 2010, the army had had enough. Scott was dismissed under unacceptable conduct, and yet, somehow, he still managed to walk away with an honorable discharge. In other words, his record stayed clean. What should have been a red flag of the highest order was instead quietly swept under the rug. And just like that, he once again slipped through the system. After leaving the army, Scott then moved to Tallahassee, where he claimed he was there for graduate school at Florida State University. But true to form, he quickly left behind a trail of complaints. It was in December of 2012 that Scott walked up to a student and then grabbed her butt. And when she spun around, of course, being absolutely shocked, he muttered that it apparently was an accident.
Yeah,
However,
right.
Only a few
He's
minutes
gonna keep
later,
doing it.
she then saw him do it to 2 other women nearby.
Yep.
Both of them wearing yoga pants, by the way, which is important for later on in this video. It was clear, though, that this was not clumsiness. It was assault in broad daylight. Scott was arrested and then charged with battery, and the FSU were very quick to ban him from ever returning to that dining hall again. However, when it came to pressing charges, his victims once again dropped them. For Scott, this was nothing more than a close call, and also kind of a lesson to teach him that there were no consequences in his actions. In the months that followed, there were 2 additional reports of Scott apparently
I need a Vanguard.
In fact, by 2014,
but I don't have Sky Ocean. I need Sky Ocean, don't I?
Undeniable that the campus actually banned him altogether. Put bluntly, Scott was a shameful creep that really needed to be stopped. But instead of prison or any sort of real accountability, he always managed to slip away. So, despite multiple arrests, not even one of them had led to a conviction. In 2012, and after groping students in the FSU dining hall, he was charged with battery. And later, in the year 2016, he was charged again for another assault. And even then, he still did not accept boundaries, picking up another charge for trespassing when he violated the campus ban.
Stop him?
By 2018,
What's
Scott
happening?
had at least 3 arrests on record. However, when you looked at his official initial file, it was still actually spotless. In short, with Scott having a technically clean record, he could actually pass background checks with ease, with these background checks being the tool designed to keep predators like him out of classrooms and workplaces, which is just totally staggering. Scott was routinely recognized as a danger, and yet when it came to acting decisively, all of these institutions seemed to drop their case, quietly fire him, or provide bans only to one specific location. And what makes this even more concerning is that this was not simply a case of Scott just simply slipping through the cracks, but he was quite literally committing extremely concerning crimes on military and university property. And yet here they were, just letting him get away with it too. Of course, this meant that after being fired at Florida State, Scott simply found another job, still as a substitute teacher in the Leon County School District. Even from the very beginning, staff had their doubts.
You should lose your job. You should never be able to become a teacher again when this happens. That's pretty common.
Throughout. He even asked that his password would be Carnifex, the Latin word for executioner. The staff who noticed this were horrified and recommended that he was not hired. But whether through oversight or simple desperation, that was ignored, and instead he started work the following week. It was only a few months into this new job that Scott found himself in trouble once again. But this time, it was because he was caught watching porn while covering a class filled with high school students.
What?
It wasn't subtle either, because apparently all of the students saw this when he accidentally broadcasted it to the classroom projector. Of course, when staff confronted him about this, Scott tried to make up this excuse that apparently it was a virus. But when staff checked his internet history, well, that told a very different story. And so it's no surprise to learn that Scott was fired on the spot. However, thanks to his still ever-clean criminal record, Scott found another job at another school in Florida. You're probably sick of this by now, but once again, he was fired within 2 weeks of starting that job after a child's parents came forward to say that he had very unsettling behavior. By May of 2018, he was now working as a substitute teacher at Galaxy Middle School, where, again, he was caught with inappropriate behavior towards a female student. From what I was able to find out, Scott basically asked the student if she was ticklish, and before she could even react, he then proceeded to stroke her just below her bra line.
What the fuck is this? And nobody, and he still is able to just pull up.
Scott then tried to flee the campus altogether. In fact, a school officer would even have to chase him down from across the parking lot to prevent him from escaping. And thankfully, for the first time in recorded Scott history, the school actually responded competently. He formally received a termination letter with Volusia County Schools banning him from working anywhere in the system again, thus theoretically marking an end to his teaching career. By mid-2018, Scott had now been expelled, fired, or banned from 5 major institutions, including no less than Maryland Schools, the U.S. Army, Florida State University, Leon County Schools, and now Volusia County. In every scenario, his misconduct included harassment, assault, or threatening behavior, most often directed towards women.
What could he just maybe learn?
Until now, and in
you would think he might have learned after the first time, like, damn bro, maybe this is very wrong.
By the summer of 2018, his life was
he never really faced any consequences,
at the age
did he?
40, he was unemployed, blacklisted from teaching, essentially living in near total isolation, and of course, still single. His bank account would often dip below zero, and he could barely look his neighbors in the eye, because basically nobody wanted him there. In one of his songs, which was named My Glamorous Life, he basically sneered at this bleak reality, mocking his own circumstances, as if sarcasm could make the misery go away. However, what most people might see as a wake-up call, he only saw this as confirmation of his delusions.
Of course.
And you know what?
Of course.
I'm just gonna roll his track here for you to listen for yourself.
Yeah, we'll play it again.
Shooting rats in my backyard's my safari, my 70-gram lens, my Ferrari. You'll never see me on a ski vacation. On my days off, I work at a gas station.
Yeah, nah. Nah, please, no. What is happening?
Instead of pausing to consider that, hey, maybe I'm the problem, Scott doubled down instead. In Scott's eyes, his misfortune
What
wasn't
the
a lesson.
fuck is
It
that?
was evidence
That
that he
sounds
was
like
a
Kendrick,
victim to more
bro. Oh
women.
no.
Now, once again, I want to stress just how often Scott would actually expose himself as a real danger to women. And this wasn't hidden or cryptic, but in plain sight. And these weren't isolated incidents or minor slip-ups either. They were constant, blatant, and deeply concerning. And
Yeah,
the crazy thing is
no.
that everything we've talked about so
Yeah.
far has pretty much been in the real world only. But when you look at what he was saying online,
Oh,
it was even
was
more
it worse?
troubling. Over time, Scott would become further detached from society, and in its path, he would also find his own online echo chamber.
Wow,
No surprise,
wow.
he
It's
found
cooked.
Reddit and the incel community.
It's
And
cooked.
let's just say, all that did was inflame the situation. Using the name Carnifex, just like his work laptop password, Scott then flooded the internet with his vile content. As you already know, this mainly consisted of YouTube video rants and his own music. They became the main stage for him to broadcast his feelings, which basically meant putting toxicity onto anyone unlucky enough to listen.
True.
Now that you know about his predatory nature, it is probably
There's
time that we talk more
I just don't
about his
understand how
music.
he got away so
just
long
putting
as a
it bluntly
teacher.
to you,
How
this
many
is
schools did he
easily
teach,
some of
bro?
the most
And he
indigestible
kept doing the
stuff that
same.
I've ever had the displeasure of finding. Some of his tracks' names include Nobody's Type, Ephemal, Handful of Bare Ass, I Don't F Fatties for Free, and Who Let the Fags Out.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck is going on?
To call these songs terrible would be far too kind. Scott's so-called music was the kind of drivel that would clear out a karaoke bar before the first verse was even over. The guy was quite clearly painfully off-key, awkward, and
What
just
the
totally unlistenable.
fuck is this
However,
music?
the real sickness here wasn't in his lack of talent, but in the lyrics.
True.
In one of his songs, named Locked in My Basement, he talks about drugging a woman out of lust, locking her in his basement, and then doing unspeakable things to her. And you know the drill by now. Here's 30 seconds of it, just enough to sour your mood and make you wish I hadn't pressed play.
Thank you.
Now you're locked in my basement, you'll never say a word.
Oh my. How is it even possible to beat his ass? How can you beat his ass?
Oh, one day I know that you will learn to love me, but even when you do, I cannot set you free.
And here's half a minute of another song,
Wow.
just to balance the mood out a little bit.
Great song, great
Half
song,
the
great
lyrics are completely indecipherable. The other half are pretty funny though.
Flap it in the breeze, flap it all around. Flap against an egg, I like to hear the sound. Flap it in the air, flap it in the sky. Better look out, gonna flap it in your eye.
Throughout all of these songs, it was quite clear that one major theme dominated his content. Of course, that being misogynistic extremism.
Mm-hmm.
As you've seen through parts of this video already, in 2014, and while still living in Tallahassee, he recorded a bunch of deranged rants before then uploading them to YouTube.
Yep.
Some of these are still available to this day, but by far and wide, most
on
of
his
it has
channel
found
or
itself to archives across the internet.
Okay.
In one video, which was titled Plight of the Adolescent Male, Beerley talks about how society supposedly forces some young men to endure a sexless existence, where he then directly compares himself to Elliot Rodger, of course that being the notorious king of the incels.
I'd like to send a message now to
A
the
king of the incels. That sounds like the weirdest and worst accomplishment ever. That is such a layer accomplishment.
The position of the
The
situation,
incel king.
the disposition of Elliot Rodger, of like not getting any. I mean, I don't think a female can ever understand the societal pressure that's put on an adolescent male to unburden himself of this stigma that society.
It's not that deep. Just go on Tinder, bro. Just pull up Tinder, bro. Just come on, man. Holy yeah.
Telling a girl that this, I'll call her Thunder Thighs. I'm not gonna refer to her by name. And I meant it when I said it. When I told her, sex is overrated. That's not why I'm with you. That's not my primary objective in being with you. The dodo head. I'll get to her in another time.
In another upload, unsubtly titled The Rebirth of My Misogynism, Scott recalls his earlier life experiences, blaming women for everything that ever went wrong for him. He also described about how he felt targeted by the so-called collective treachery of girls, and also portrays himself as some kind of persecuted sexless hero.
Two females that I was working with. This was, I guess, an intermediate rebirth, and I was interacting with both of them. I must have asked for the phone number of the one, and she gave it to me. And
wow, why would she do that? Why would she give it the number?
But she told me where she worked in Boys Club. I said, okay, I'll go say hi. I left a message. Can you tell so and so I stopped by? Next thing, I get a phone call from the police. Oh, what's going on with these girls? Like, why are you bothering me? Why is this a concern of yours? Again, this mentality, let's just run to the authorities.
This is just cap. I don't believe it.
I committed no wrong. I'm just trying to hook up with this girl. Well, they've decided not to press.
Okay, what's the age of this girl then?
Really have they? Well, thank them. I didn't ask what charges they could have pressed. For me being aggressive, can I press charges against them being evasive? Malevolence can idle.
He's so fucking stupid. It's kind of just funny. It's so weird.
Have I been able to subjugate it? At the very least, they deserve to be emphasized and highlighted for their treachery.
There's a bunch of other videos he posted too, which I'll continue to pepper in throughout this video. But for now, here's a few more.
I'd like to talk about mongrelization a little bit today. I see a lot of interracial couples in
Person corpse?
In this town.
Where is the lapis?
For some reason, well, I guess
I'll just take one lapis and I'm good. And where is Littlefoot? I haven't seen him in a whole minute.
When I see an interracial couple, I think one of two things. And I don't believe I can't imagine that I'm unique in this. I think one of two things. Either the guy couldn't do any better, or the girl's a whore, or it has some variety of mental illness or psychological issue.
What?
If Scott imagined
Are you
himself
calling
as
it
some
a
kind
whore?
of dark bard of misogyny, the reality couldn't have been any more pathetic. Would you believe it, but over the years, he vomited out more than 100 songs, laced with violence, hatred, and outright perversion.
He's so good at music though. Give me one more
Go
song.
as far to rent
No.
studios and hire professional musicians to
Give me
help
one more
record
song.
dozens of these tracks for him. However, as one sound engineer would later admit, Scott possessed zero musical talent. And one more thing to add here is that Scott's music was not only hateful towards women, but also towards other cultures, immigrants, and gay communities. So, you might be wondering, with so much violence and hatred towards people, why didn't anyone call Scott and his music out?
Is they
Or at least
scared?
report it to the police? Well, it turns out that someone actually did, because in August of 2018, one of Scott's old friends and his wife
Wait,
found
why
his
did it not
music,
even go up?
and
What
out
is
of
still
morbid
going on?
curiosity, they took a listen. His friend's wife was absolutely horrified, and so she did what all of us would hope a responsible citizen would do. She reported him to an anonymous tip line, which
Yeah,
eventually
that's
would
what it's
actually
on.
make its way to the FBI. However,
Yes,
after reviewing
finally,
his material,
fucking
they
finally.
found that his content fell under protected free speech, and
Really,
therefore
bro?
concluded that there was no actionable threat. Great job, guys. This warning was a huge chance to capture a killer in the making, but tragically, it was ignored and then left to die in an
As
email
usual, I
instead.
mean, it's always
Although
like this
hindsight can
until
be 20/20,
something bad
it
happens,
is
and I say
haunting
like,
to look back
then
at
what they
this
say is like,
situation and
oh, we
realize
will
that they were
take it
so
more serious
close.
next time,
When you
and then it
connected the
happens the
dots
next
in
time, and
Scott's
then they say the same
content,
thing.
the picture itself was actually painfully clear. This was a man who was fantasizing about becoming a mass shooter. I mean, he quite literally sang about it in tracks like My Bullets Will Touch You. And if that wasn't enough already, he would even write about it and even talk about it in his videos. For 4 long years, Scott documented his failures with women, relationships, and work. And eventually, he arrived at one false conclusion: that violence was his solution. The really frustrating thing here is that all of his songs, videos, and essays were not merely harmless venting, but quite literally propaganda for violence. And it's worth highlighting here that he wasn't trying to hide it either. He was quite literally shouting about it.
Yeah.
He spent years writing essays, recording songs, posting video rants, and even grabbing women in public. And when he
Yeah,
was banned,
I don't understand how he's able to ever do that.
Over again about this behavior,
That shit
still
still confused
nothing
me.
happened. The legal system quite literally shrugged it off and called it free speech. And if you really look at the truth behind all of this, the lack of punishment probably normalized it for him too. By the middle of 2018, Scott had nothing left but hate. Without a job, any prospects or community, and just a head full of absolute baloney, his mental health tanked from insufferable to outright dangerous. It was during this summer that, through his fantasies, he began to methodically prepare for one. On July the 23rd, 2018, Scott walked into a pawn shop in Orange County and bought Block 17.
That's the thing?
But because his record contained no actual convictions, his background check revealed nothing. Moving forward, over the following weeks, he stockpiled on ammunition. And in one sick display of control, he also chose to target a yoga studio, which, as you can imagine,
it is that one.
filled with mostly women. You know, I don't think Scott realized this, but instead of shooting up a yoga studio, he could have simply just joined one instead. I mean, it's a great place to relax and get to know people that you could even go on to date. In August and then September of 2018, he meticulously researched Hot Yoga Tallahassee online, calling
even max level on the Iron Man again?
patterns. Moving into October, he unfortunately finally circled a date, and that would be November the 2nd at 5:30 p.m. And then, probably in what he believed would be his own way of leaving something behind, just like Elliot Rodger did, he then uploaded a song
there's no
named
point.
All to the internet. Curiously, his entire album
There's no
was
point
uploaded
in
on the
worrying
same day
before
that he planned the
October.
attack. And I know that it says November the 3rd here, but I think that's because I'm technically a day ahead in Australia. If you listen closely to his song, it basically spells out his plan to find as many females as possible to die with, which in hindsight is absolutely horrific.
Oh, my Ford is on.
When all I feel is my frustration grow. Fuck them all. Fuck them all.
What a good song. What do you mean? I need to wait anyway.
The 2nd, 2018, Scott drove more than 250
For
miles north from
what's it
Deltona
called?
to Tallahassee. Inside the car was his
Expired
Glock,
pumpkins.
extra magazines,
So
and a yoga
I don't
mat
really
with him,
care
of
max
course,
level
to
for
blend
them.
in for as long as he needed. He would even bring his own earplugs with him, not to drown out his own music while driving in his car, but to muffle the sound of his own gunfire. Scott arrived shortly after 5:30 p.m. with a black bag slung across his chest. Once inside, he paid for a single session, unrolled his mat, and then smiled. And believe it or not, but he even sickeningly told staff that he'd hoped the class would be bigger. He then waited both patiently
Why would you
and
want the class to be
deliberately
bigger? You
until the
fucking
class was
disgusting.
underway.
Vile
And
creature.
unfortunately, you know what happened next. And as you can see from the videos
Sure.
and news reports of the aftermath, it wasn't good.
Tonight, the mass shooting inside a Tallahassee yoga studio making
How
national
many did you take,
headlines
man?
has left people around the country and police asking why. The gunman killed 2 people and hurt at least 4 others. Police have identified.
Well, you guys could have stopped it. I was so confused.
Scott Beerley of Deltona
You could have
investigators were at
stopped
the home
this.
where he lived in Volusia County earlier today. And
That's
so
so many
were
alerts.
Clay Lepard.
Throughout the day, detectives were inside this home on Azora Drive looking for clues to try to help them figure out why a man would open fire on a Tallahassee yoga studio. Tallahassee police say 40-year-old Scott Beerley
He has beef with yoga, bro.
before pulling out a handgun at Hot Yoga in Tallahassee Friday evening, killing 2 people and injuring 5 others before killing himself.
Oh, he pushed it out like that too? Of course he did.
But they hoped they could get more answers from what was inside this home where Beerley lived in Deltona.
I'm expecting to turn it on himself, but so he would survive.
Several neighbors tell News 6 that Beerley was renting a room out of this home, but not for very long.
Quiet. I hardly ever saw him. I think
What the fuck is that name?
And I can see that he minded his own business.
Beerley had been arrested in the past for grabbing women.
No, he
Those
didn't.
charges were eventually dropped. We've also learned
Why?
Beerley worked at Volusia County Schools
It should
in
have been dropped.
2017, but it's not clear in what capacity.
We really just got a very weird vibe from him. My daughter had an incident with him at her job, and with kind of like watching people and making them feel uncomfortable, and so we just thought
What?
weird vibes from him.
Police say they still haven't found a connection between Beerley and the yoga studio or the people
I
that
think
were
that's big
inside.
enough anyway.
In Deltona, Clay
2.
Lepard, News 6.
Is this infinite? Or is this
Scott Beerley
commissioned
opened
enough?
fire inside that yoga classroom, and as a result, 5 people were injured, with a further 2 murdered. These numbers are already tragic, but what is also horrifying to learn is that
It could have been avoided.
to stop him,
Yeah, exactly.
would likely be far higher. In the hours after the shooting, people
No,
learned
it
that
could
a
have been
man
lower
actually
too.
attacked Scott with a broom and a vacuum cleaner, giving people precious time to run away. And I think after realizing that he was easily going to be overpowered, Scott then stopped his attack early and ended his own life instead. The police arrived promptly, with innocent civilians and bystanders from nearby restaurants and bars offering to help in any way that they can. And while those injured would go on to make a full recovery,
But did he stab himself to death? That doesn't make any sense.
Maura
So now
Binkley
he's
was
strong.
only 21 years old when she passed away. She is remembered as a bright and kind student, and was the glue of her friendship group. She had her whole life ahead of her, and a future
So
that was full of promise was cut short before it could even begin. Dr. Nancy Van Bessem was 61 years old and was a respected physician and the chief medical director of
Yeah,
a major
young
health
at
plan.
60
She
years
was
old.
also a faculty member at Florida State University's
You
College
ruined
of
her
Medicine.
life before she
had
could
spent
even
her
retire from
entire
work.
life caring for other people, and now, close
She
to
couldn't
her
even retire.
retirement, she was gunned down. In the days that followed, Tallahassee grieved. Vigils caught hundreds of people, and the city tried to honor what had been lost. For all who knew them, Nancy Van Bessem and Maura Binkley are remembered by the way they lived, with compassion,
That's not
kindness,
Aquamarine, I'm
and
stupid.
strength, and their absence has left a hole that can never be filled. In the months after the shooting, the US
Why am I
Secret
kinda
Service's
tired?
National Threat Assessment Center conducted a deep review on Scott's case, where they sought to publish a report to extract lessons from the tragedy. And
Yeah, you better
unfortunately,
learn
but
yourself some
also
stuff.
kind of expected, their findings were quite damaging towards public trust. To begin with,
course.
they noted that Scott had what they referred to as, quote, a lengthy and publicly open history of misogynistic extremism.
Exactly.
They also noted that he had displayed nearly every behavioral red flag on record, which included violent fantasies, a history of bullying and being bullied, financial instability, untreated mental health struggles, chronic interpersonal aggression, and an anger that only grew sharper with time. That means, for the first time ever in his life, Scott could actually offer people the entire package. It's just a shame it was kind of in the most rotten and horrific
I want to
way
see his
possible.
package.
Experts would also conclude that not only are these all common markers among perpetrators of misogynistic violence, but in Scott's case, every marker was either missed or ignored. Put quite simply, the report's conclusion was unambiguous. It determined that both communities and law enforcement did not do enough to stop Scott in his tracks, and that included the
We all
FBI.
know.
The report's conclusion was both comforting but also bitter, because although Scott's rampage was certainly entirely avoidable, it at least
Okay,
forced
scrap.
this conversation
Okay,
to
is there a
the
Littlefoot in this
spotlight.
lobby?
Before
Or
stories
is
like
he
Scott
probably just
Beerley
gonna
or
dig
Elliot
on us on
Rodger,
that?
incel violence
I
was
don't
rarely
spend too much
acknowledged
time.
outside of the internet, but now agencies
Spending too much
across the
time on
world
this is not worth
recognize
it.
it. And on the note of recognition, I just want to highlight here that Scott never actually achieved the infamy that he so desperately wanted. Quite the opposite, actually, because instead, he's basically
And why
remembered
is
as this
Griffin feathers so
insufferable coward
expensive?
who made terrible
What
music.
happened?
Over time, Scott's name will slowly become a distant nightmare, and for now, we'll remember the two who really mattered. Of course, that being Dr. Nancy Van Bessem and Maura Binkley. Friends and families will remember them for everything good that they had created. Of course, that being something that Scott never achieved. So, to wrap this case up, what precisely can we learn from this story? Well, more than anything, it's a cautionary tale. Not only should we never ignore warning signs like these again, but when someone commits a
But
serious crime,
no matter
it
how many
should be
times you
dealt
say,
with
you should
seriously.
ignore warning
I
signs.
mean,
They keep
that's
doing
kind
it.
of
So
obvious when I say it out loud, right? But in this case, that opportunity was missed on multiple occasions. And that's the case of Scott Beerley. And I think what makes this story so infuriating is how predictable this was years prior. Scott
Exactly.
wasn't this misunderstood genius or tortured
Yeah.
soul. but just some angry man who refused to better himself. Again, what I find fascinating here, and in a way ironic, is that Scott could have quite literally attended that same class, got to know people, and then even meet the future love of his life.
Yep. Yoga. Yoga is really good to meet people, yeah.
To them? The man needed therapy, obviously. I mean, anybody who refers to women as demons quite clearly needs help. Oh, and there is one other lesson to learn from this story.
No, women are a blessing, and they're awesome.
Make sure you contact the FBI. Anyway, those are my thoughts on the case of Scott Beerley. Of course, I'd love to know what you think about this one too.
Like, how can you say anything otherwise?
On that note, folks, thank you so much for being here today. I really do appreciate it. If
you
haven't subscribed
life
yet, then please do consider doing so. Oh, and have you checked out my podcast yet? If not, go to Coffee House Crime on Spotify. As always, I'm back again very soon for another one, but until that moment arrives, remember to look after yourselves, look after each other, and of course, stay safe and stay curious.
Yes.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Ooh. Rest in peace, man, Dr. Nancy and Maura.
Tor Ekhoff, better known as Apator, had faced his fair share of hardship. With the troubled past and later the grim reality of a cancer diagnosis, he made a promise to himself to live life to its absolute fullest. Now,
oh my god,
that meant skating
across
frozen lakes in little more than his underwear, all while downing an entire bottle of vodka as if it were nothing more than water. To most of us, it might look like a reckless dare or the work of an unhinged person, but for this Norwegian man, it was therapy, kind of like a bizarre ritual that helped him cope in the darkest of moments. Whether by coincidence or science or sheer resilience, Apator would not only outlive his diagnosis, but would even build a massive following in the process. And from that point onward, he swore to keep pushing life to its limits. However, tragically, little did he know that the very thing that gave him strength and would help him rise to fame would also one day become his downfall. Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're exploring the story of Apator, the YouTuber who seemed to have ice water coursing through his veins. From a quiet Norwegian childhood to worldwide internet fame, Tor's journey was nothing short of remarkable, though sadly, it ended with a bittersweet final chapter. Now, for me, this video is as much a tribute as it is a story, because on the weekends, my friends and I would often watch Apator's videos, usually with a drink or two in hand. And while we may have always laughed at his ridiculous behavior, I never truly appreciated how extraordinary his life was until now. Oh, and by the way, please stick around to the end of the video for an announcement. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, please grab yourself a coffee, subscribe if you haven't, get comfortable, and come along with me as we celebrate
Apator is so awesome.
This is the case of Apator.
He's fucking awesome. Rest in peace.
Hello folks, og velkommen til Norge. Of course, I'm
Stop saying it like that. That is so wrong. Wow,
would likely laugh at your definition of cold. Honestly, it's a place that looks so stunning it looks photoshopped, with towering cliffs, icy waterfalls, and lakes so clear that they make your tap water look like swamp juice. Sounds delightful, right? But don't get too cocky about visiting this place, because Norwegians will probably expect you to hike up a mountain at 5 AM with nothing more than a backpack filled with brown cheese sandwiches. The only exception here is that Tor would have likely expected you to bring a bottle of vodka too. Culturally, Norway is hilarious in its contradictions. For example, they are one of the richest nations on earth, but for some reason, they will also happily eat frozen pizza like it's some sort of gourmet cuisine. Oh, and there's also the fact that their national obsession seems to be cross-country skiing, which is basically jogging, but with sticks and less dignity.
Yeah.
Like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
But
that's a big ass, I'm not gonna lie.
Here is the real truth. If you can handle the 5 AM hikes, frozen pizza, and skin-tight joggers,
I like me some frozen pizza, bro.
Is absolutely magical. It will humble you with beauty, freeze you into humility and remind you that life is better with mountains, vodka, and maybe a slightly terrifying troll staring at you from the souvenir shelf. And it was here, in this amazing country, that Tor grew up. Born on November the 22nd, 1964, Tor Eckhoff lived in Kristiansund, which can be found on the western coast of Norway. It's a place where the ocean bites, and the wind seems to teach you some form of manners. So, it wasn't just that he was used to the bitter cold. He was born in it. As the second of 3 brothers, Tor grew up as a middle child.
Okay, so we have one little foot here.
Splash into cold water, and generally treat hypothermia more like a suggestion rather than a diagnosis. At the age of 6, the family moved to Sandefjord, a place that is filled with forests and, of course, fjords. Educationally, Tor studied history, philosophy, and Nordic literature at the University of Bergen. It was in the year 1993
that's where I'm at.
that he graduated with what basically translates to a Master of the Arts degree, and it was during this time that he also met the love of his life, Tove Skjøven. In fact, later that year, they would welcome their son, Johannes, to the world. So, in 1 year alone, he graduated, met his soulmate, and even became a dad. Good going, Tor. That is quite the trilogy there. Life, however, was not all perfect. Sadly, Tor lost his mother the following year in 1994, and his father followed 14 years later in 2008. 2 heavy blows that he carried with him quietly but deeply. And as it turns out, he was wrestling with his own demons too, because the routines of city life had begun to grind him down quite heavily. The noise and the repetition and the sense of being so disconnected from nature really started to wear away. Over time, Tor grew even more restless and irritable, and he knew that if he were to stay on this path, it would drive him insane. And so, in the shadow of his father's death, he made one
He's
really
fucking
big decision.
awesome, dude. I love
He decided that he would leave the city behind and retreat to the countryside. Which is great, but he also had a family to think about here, which is why the decision was so difficult to make. With that said, his wife and child decided to stay put in the city, but despite now living apart, the relationship continued from a distance. But deep down, Tor knew in his heart that he had to go, and so he adopted this new solitary lifestyle. He still supported his family, by the way, but like I said, it was now just more from a distance, and he kept his job at the local paint factory to make sure that money was still rolling in.
Good.
Moving into his new life, he spent his days camping, hiking Jotunheimen, and, of course, taking hundreds of unnecessary dives into glacial water. It was somewhere between the bonfires, ice baths, and belly flops that Tor grew fascinated by evolutionary biology, particularly with how close we are to apes. In fact, did you know that his future YouTube nickname, Aptor, would actually come from this fascination? Apparently, friends swore you could see it in him too, in the way that his face would light up right before diving into another ridiculous lake. Now, at the end of the day, we are all just human and have our own battles to deal with. And privately, Tor battled with a painful condition called ulcerative colitis. Not only did this drain him physically, but out of embarrassment, he kept it hidden from most of his friends and family.
What is that?
Though, he openly wrestled with the ice. And that's because no illness could stop him from plunging into freezing
what does that mean?
or chasing the raw and simple thrill of
What
being
does that illness even mean?
By the mid-2000s, Tor had a unique life that was filled with both joy and hardship. I suppose that's all part of being human again, right? But saying that, Tor had many quirks that made his life just purely fascinating. And although he didn't quite know it yet, but a
he made his YouTube channel, man.
Was ready to put all of that grief, grit, and goof in front of an international audience.
Yes, sir.
In October of 2006, and at the age of nearly 42 years old, Tor did something that most men his age wouldn't even think of. He created a YouTube channel, naming it Aptor. His very first upload, which was titled In My Boat, was exactly how most channels begin. Just a homemade video of Tor in his usual habitat. The video was
he's
short.
in his boat.
There were no theatrics, no vodka, and no thin ice.
He's just
it
in
was
his boat.
Just a glimpse of someone who would soon become an internet legend. And by the way, even back then, you could still catch a glimpse of the many facial expressions that he would make over the next decade.
I was reading an article about YouTube in 2006. YouTube was at that time 1 year old, and I just decided to make a channel. I had no plans, nothing. I just did it for fun.
For years, his uploads would slowly trickle in, which included camping trips, fishing, and fierce Norwegian winters. It's funny, but even back then, you could tell that Tor adored the ice. As the confidence in him slowly grew, the silent comedian
Why does he
in him
like the
gradually
ice so much?
emerged. And although he rarely spoke, of course, apart from the occasional mutter or his trademark eep eep, words were never really needed for this sort of content. Even now, the
Nice
sight
boat
of it
though.
just makes me
It's a
laugh
pretty
and
tubby
shake my
boat.
head. Honestly, this guy is such a character. Anyway, his breakthrough would finally come in the year 2011 with a video that was named On Thin Sea Ice 2. That felt really weird saying, On Thin Sea Ice 2. Is that 5 words or just 1? The video involved Tor skating on cracking ice, plunging through holes in the sea, and swigging vodka, all while grunting like a seal.
Hello.
The video was reckless, absurd, silly, and also impossible not to watch. In just over a week, the video had gained more than 1 million views, and all of a sudden, blogs, forums, and other YouTubers were all talking about this crazy Norwegian. So, of course, from that moment onwards, Tor decided to double down into his niche, that being vodka, eep eep, and chainsaws on ice skates. And within only a couple of years after that, he went from friendly lunatic to legendary friendly lunatic. So, by the late 2010s, Tor was still living this strange double life that many of us YouTubers face when we haven't quite made the jump yet from our old jobs to full-time content creation. Personally, I know this feeling very well because I actually worked as an engineer for 3 years after Coffeehouse Crime took off. And by the way, do you know how weird it was to be doing that? I remember being on this supplier visit with a few colleagues when, all of a sudden, the company's manager asks me, "So, how did you go from industrial gas turbines to body bags?" And, well, that felt kind of awkward to say the least. Actually, now that I think about it, probably even more so for him, because his 2 lives were so completely different. You see, on weekdays, he was this quiet, shy, and mild-mannered factory worker, but on the weekends, well, he was the internet's favorite goofball. But a much harsher challenge was just around the corner, because in early 2018, he was diagnosed with rectal cancer. And for a man who laughed in the face of hypothermia, this was a sobering reminder of his own mortality. The diagnosis came at the age of 53, which actually is quite young for this kind of condition. And already burdened by ulcerative colitis, cancer was a cruel double blow. While privately he and his family wrestled with fear, publicly nothing seemed to change. And if there was one thing about Tor, it's that he never backed away from a fight. He met the diagnosis with stubbornness, and perhaps a shot of vodka for courage too. Later that year, surgeons removed the cancerous part of his body. The operation was serious, and would leave Tor with an ostomy bag for the rest of his life. For someone who liked to live half naked in freezing lakes, this could have been devastating. But Tor was Tor, and he wasn't going to let anything change him. When he eventually told his viewers about his diagnosis, he did it with candor and even humor. There was no self-pity or even dramatics in this video, just a quick message to say that he was still thriving regardless. In fact, cancer did not seem to even dim Tor's spirit. If anything, it sparked it. The brush with mortality reminded him why he'd been diving into ice in the first place. To feel alive, and to celebrate it. It is very common for survivors to talk about a new appreciation for life and its small joys, and Tor was no different. But where most people would honor that through tropical holidays and newfound hobbies, his version of joy involved more frozen lakes, vodka, and chainsaws. Throughout his treatment in the year 2018, Tor's uploads slowed down for a short while. Now, of course, this worried his followers. But when Tor spoke up about it, he seemed as happy as usual, sharing his diagnosis without self-pity, and even thanking supporters for the flood of encouragement. The positivity that Tor tenfold, and the experience of going through cancer gave all of his stunts an added weight too, because each time that he jumped back into the ice with that cheeky glint in his eye wasn't just comedy anymore. It was proof that not only was he still alive, but he was laughing and happy too. By late 2018, and now finally cancer-free, Tor was back with more energy than ever. He didn't seem to dwell on the illness at all, nor did he make it part of his brand either. Instead, he simply returned to what he loved. Now, from a personal perspective, it was around this time that I actually found him on YouTube, and I remember thinking the same thing every time I watched him, that life is short, so why waste it? Shortly after, his channel surged. Old fans celebrated his comeback, while new ones, like myself, discovered this Norwegian who treated hypothermia like a hobby. Some of his uploads were now reaching tens of millions of views, with his most successful video, named The First Snow 4, now sitting at 105 million. It wasn't a long one, it was just Tor doing what he usually does. Of course, that being speedos, boots, snow angels, bear hugs with icy trees, and plunging into a frozen bathtub with vodka in hand. Mainstream media would soon catch on too. At home, Norwegians laughed, while abroad, shows like Australia's Sunrise featured his videos to sun-soaked Aussies, dubbing him one of Norway's most fearless men in the process. Throughout all of this, Tor remained humble. No inflated ego, no self-infatuation, and no repetitive selfies on Instagram. He reminded everyone that this wasn't for fame or money, he was just having fun. And it felt like the world decided to have fun with him too.
Did you expect to get a lot of attention off of YouTube?
When I started, as I said, I had no, I didn't think about that at all.
You might be surprised to learn this, but the crazy thing is that he never actually quit his day job. Despite having over 1 million subscribers, he still kept on clocking in to the paint factory. And although his golden play button was nice, it didn't really matter to him. By 2020, Apator had gone global. He was big in Europe, North America, Asia, and, thanks to his vodka, was absolutely adored in Poland. Comments, memes, and even fan art of him poured in. And Tor would always respond with gratitude and, the important part, without much of an ego. By now, he had built several traditions into his videos, including the annual First Snow, New Year's dives, and his own birthday videos, which, sadly, will soon become a very important part to this story. Between all of his antics, he would also capture Norway's stunning landscapes and offer a glimpse of fjords and forests, usually alongside his half-naked body. With his career now at full throttle, the media gave Apator all sorts of nicknames, like the Norwegian Daredevil, King of Cold Water, and even a White Walker from Game of Thrones. And one article even joked that he'd drank more booze on camera than the entire cast of Mad Men. And online, his channel carried an oddly wholesome tone too. There was no malice or negativity or bullying going on, he was just a man refusing to grow up, on ice, and with a lot of vodka. By 2021, his channel boasted more than 1.2 million subscribers and more than 400 million views. And all of this began with one simple boat video. Now, he was known all over the world. He really must have felt unstoppable at this stage too, because not only had he beat cancer and was now doing all of these insane stunts all over the place, but he was becoming famous for it too. But sadly, just as Apator was reaching newfound heights, fate was preparing one final tragic twist. When the pandemic hit in the year 2020, his videos hit people in a whole new way. They escaped their lockdowns and rubbish politics by watching his videos instead. And although he was now in his mid-50s, he seemed to age with grace. And of course, still acted like a kid at heart too. However, life was not without sorrow either, because in October of 2021, his older brother Ulf would sadly lose his own battle with cancer. The loss was an absolutely devastating blow for Tor. Together, they had fought their illnesses at the same time, and although Tor made it, he was the only one to survive. In late 2021, his channel was still thriving. By now, his fans would always wait for his birthday tradition, where he would create a video and title it, "I'm not dead, I am X today," with of course X being how many times he'd made it around the sun. It was kind of like a victory lap in a way, and low-key a way to say that he had once again beat cancer and all of his dangerous stunts. On November the 22nd, 2021, Tor finally turned 57. And just like clockwork, he once again marked the occasion in a video titled, "I am not dead, I am 57. However, this time, those words would carry unintended weight. Looking back, the title feels chilling, almost like fate was being tempted in that moment. However, it was just Aptor being Aptor. Cheeky, defiant, and wholesome. In this video, he took an ice bath in a battered old tub. And side note, but that water looks so grim. Wearing nothing but shorts, he then jumped out, raised his vodka bottle, and took another swig. He then grabbed his shirt and jacket, took another swig, kissed a tree, and went for a walk around the forest. But of course, not without his usual humor first. He then found his old hat, wrote his new age on it, and aura farmed for a while. This was typical Aptor, doing the kind of shit that only our intrusive thoughts can dream of. And before we knew it, he was then back in the bathtub, licking ice and smashing it over his head. This video went down exactly as you'd expect. Viewers found it hilarious and celebrated his age at the same time. By now, the running gag was that he was indestructible. I mean, what could possibly stop a man who swam in ice, laughed at the cold, and had already beaten cancer? No one could have ever imagined that this would be Aptor's final video, because tragically, what followed only a few days later would turn that light-hearted celebration into a moment of haunting irony. Only 4 days later, and on November the 26th, Tor headed out to Jacob's Dam, which can be found near Kongsberg. It was a Friday, and for him, just an ordinary outing. The weather was crisp, the ice was finally solid, and he was eager to capture more footage. He even sent selfies to his partner Tove, smiling by the water and reporting to her that the conditions were perfect for skating. It was clear that Aptor was once again in his element, alone and with his camera and tripod. The plan was simple. He was once again going to film himself skating while taking a dip, which was going to be used as material for his next episode on his Thin Ice series. Now, obviously, Tor had fallen through ice countless times before. I mean, it was quite literally the entire point. However, today, something was to go terribly wrong. Just a bit of background information, but Kongsberg is a beautiful part of Norway, known for its mild summers and its chilly winters. The weather here will usually stay above 0 degrees for most of the year, typically dipping to below freezing at the end of November, which is precisely what Tor had hoped for when making his journey to Jacob's Dam. But the thing is, the weather was a little milder than usual this year, meaning that the lake hadn't quite frozen over just as much as usual yet. But when Tor arrived on November the 26th, the weather for that day was actually colder than usual, dropping to -5 degrees Celsius, which was about 3 to 4 degrees colder than most of the days before. Now, what this means is that the temperatures might have actually fooled him that day. Doing this for many years prior, he could typically make a good judgment on where he can skate versus where he shouldn't. It is likely that the weather that day would have given him a false sense of security, because the ice wouldn't have thickened so much in the days prior. After removing most of his clothes and putting on his ice skates, Tor then ventured out into the lake, ready to grab some of his usual footage. And sadly, that is when disaster struck. A few minutes in, Tor ventured onto a section of ice that simply could not hold his weight. The ice then suddenly cracked beneath him, therefore plunging Tor into the freezing water below. Normally, this would have just been usual routine for him, but this time, whether from bad luck or the ice simply breaking each time he tried to get out, he couldn't get a grip. The ice was probably so thin that he could not leverage himself out of the water from it, and with the water being so brutally cold, it likely numbed his body and his strength within seconds. With everything he had, Tor tried to climb out, but with the brittle ice around the hole crumbling beneath his hands, he unfortunately was out of luck. Alone on the lake, he must have realized that he was in real deep trouble here. Although only a few minutes had passed, thankfully, a random person soon passed by and raised the alarm. With Tor still alive, rescue crews rushed to the scene to help him, where firefighters and divers managed to haul him out of the water before then taking him to hospital. However, sadly, he had been submerged in the water for far too long. Doctors worked tirelessly to revive him, warming his body and restarting his heart in the hopes that he would live. But tragically, nothing they did could bring him back out of his unconsciousness, and on November the 27th, with his partner and their son by his side, Tor was pronounced dead. Now, people were devastated by the news, but understandably, what shocked people the most is the cruel irony of his most recent video. The news spread rather quickly too, with headlines around the world highlighting the horrific coincidence. In fact, some even believed that it must have been a hoax. But as Norwegian outlets confirmed the story and Tove shared her heartbreaking post online, the reality finally began to sink in. And his audience, well, they quite simply couldn't believe it. And the outpouring of grief was absolutely enormous. I remember when this happened actually, because at the time I was researching the case of Snow the Salt Queen, when all of a sudden one of my friends on Discord messaged me to say, "Hey, have you heard the news about Aptor?" There was actually a lot of confusion at first because you know how it goes. Sometimes there's just this one rogue article and then it all spreads like wildfire. But eventually, we did learn that it was in fact true. The dark irony, of course, is that Tor's final upload to YouTube was all about celebrating life, a routine birthday ritual declaring that he was far from dead. And for this to be filmed only days before his passing, well, it's a reminder to all of us how quickly life can change, for better or for worse. What was initially meant to be just another cheeky tradition has unfortunately since become a digital gravestone, one that now sits at over 8 million views at the time of making this video. If you go and open that video today, you'll find more than 57,000 comments. And not the usual mix of jokes and eep-eeps, but a flood of mourning, gratitude, and heartfelt farewells. If you were to ask me what I think about Tor, I don't think he was just merely a YouTuber. To his audience, he became something far more special than that. He was the internet's eccentric uncle, and the kind of figure who could brighten up anyone's day, usually accompanied by a grin, a ridiculous plunge into icy water, and, of course, a chainsaw or two. And through his videos, you can see that followers, friends, and strangers alike all echoed the same sentiment. That Tor had made life a little bit brighter, simply by being his fearless, unfiltered, authentic self. And that, I think, is where the story of Aptor carries its greatest weight, because beneath all of the humor and absurdity of this man lies one profound yet simple reminder that life is finite, fragile, and never guaranteed. So, we'd better live it while we can. In a world where we are filled with so much uncertainty, division, and vitriol, we are all likely seeking what Tor had already found: authenticity and the happiness that can be discovered in all of the small things in life. Even now, Aptor's channel still remains open. And
he just made fun of anything, bro. Anything he just had fun.
For the first time. And although his life may have been cut short at only 57 years old, those years were lived with an intensity and authenticity that many of us will never achieve. One of the final things to note here is that Tor wasn't rich, wasn't chasing fame, and certainly wasn't conventional. However, he was free, and in that freedom, he found happiness.
Facts.
Watching Aptor skate across a frozen lake with a vodka in hand might seem a little ridiculous at first, but for many people, it meant something far greater. It was a reminder to stop taking life so seriously, to find the joy hidden under discomfort, and to celebrate the very fact that we are alive. In that sense, Aptor left us not only with funny videos, but a philosophy: to be authentic to yourself and to dive headfirst. Maybe not into an icy lake, but at least into the unknown. And I think I'll end this video here on his teachings, because really, there is no better way. But what are your thoughts on this case? As always, please share your thoughts in the comments down below. I know this story was a little different to the usual, but hey, I really wanted to talk about Aptor. Before I end this video, I just wanted to share a quick announcement with you all, but you can now find Coffee House Crime over on Spotify. They reached out to me directly about 2 months ago, and now I've started my own video podcast over there. These are the same videos that you'll find right here on YouTube, by the way, so there's no need to switch over if you don't want to. I just wanted to bring in new ways for people to find my episodes. Also, I didn't really want to split all of my content over various names either, as that just doesn't really make sense to me, so you'll find all of my content under the same roof. Unless, of course, I change to a new type of genre, and then I'll probably add a second channel, but for now, it's all just Coffee House Crime. However, to celebrate, I have actually made one podcast exclusive episode over on Spotify, where I revisit the very first case that I covered, that being the story of Joshua Maddox. So, I'll leave a link down below, and I'd love for you to go watch it and maybe leave a rating if you can. But honestly, feel free to watch me wherever you prefer, because I'm staying right here on YouTube. As mentioned, there are no changes here to YouTube, and all of my episodes will still find their way right here to this channel. This is just another way for you to try and find me. If you couldn't tell already, I feel sick as a dog today, so apologies if I sounded a little bit flat here, but I really do appreciate you sticking around. Anyway folks, thank you so much for watching today, and as always, I'll see you again very shortly for another one. Until that moment arrives though, remember to look after yourselves and each other. And of course, stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye. This is Anastasia Grishman, a Russian gamer, model and tattoo artist who looked full of life. However, behind the screen, well, let's just say that things were a little different. And this is Anna Lejkovic. On Instagram, she appeared to be stylish, successful, and living her best life. But what you're seeing here, that polished, curated version of herself, was actually nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion. As you will see through these two stories, the reality behind these influencers is not actually glamorous. In fact, it's grotesque.
She's so gross.
Well,
Suzanne?
Always the
seatbelt.
This is Sofia Kutsia. She was smiling, carefree, and despite the foreshadowing video clips, was full of positivity. But what you are seeing here are several video clips which were recorded only a few days before she suddenly vanished. You see, Sofia was wrapping up an 8-week internship in Uganda with a promising future in medicine back home in Amsterdam. However, before returning back home, she wanted to have one last adventure, a 2-week tour across the country with a guide and 3
always
fellow
that
travelers.
last
What
little
began
thing,
as a
huh?
dream trip would quickly unravel into a nightmare. And on their 8th day, tragedy struck when Sofia disappeared into thin air. And trust me, the deeper
Did
that
she
you
get
look into
murdered?
this case, the stranger and more unsettling it becomes.
Or was it
Welcome back to Coffee House
nature?
Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at the
Whatever you
strange
say.
case of Sofia Kutsia. By the way, this is just a quick heads up that this case still remains unsolved to this day. I know a few of you don't like open-ended cases, so this is your warning. I do think it's great to talk about these stories though to help bring awareness to the situation. And with this case recently receiving a new update, now's a great time. Before we begin, I post 1 to 2 videos a week here, so
I
if
agree.
you want to be part of the Coffee House Crime community, please hit subscribe. And now, with all of that out of the way, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Sofia Kutsia.
There's no way I'm gonna spend that much time just getting that. Come on.
Welcome to Amsterdam, folks. A city where the streets are
W
culture,
Amsterdam.
the cars are bikes, and somehow
I want to pull
everyone
up
looks
there.
effortlessly
I don't think they hang
well-fashioned.
out
The
there.
city is somewhat of a paradox, actually, having both small-town cozy vibes while holding an internationally glamorous aura. Amsterdam is home to
Aura?
many contrasts too. By day, you can lose yourself in the many museums and art galleries, and by night, the glow of red lights and the haze coming from so-called coffee shops remind you that the city is unafraid of confronting human vices. Of course, all while maintaining blunt Dutch practicality. Amsterdam thrives on both curiosity and connection. It's a city that prizes honesty, values art, and somehow still manages to bake the perfect stroopwafel. In short, it's beautiful, bizarre, and brilliantly alive. And for Sophia Kutsia, it was home. Born on December the 7th, 1993, Sophia grew up as the oldest child and the only daughter in her family, and alongside her had 2 younger brothers. Born and raised in Amsterdam, Sophia went on to become ambitious, bright, and brimming with curiosity. She would thrive in school too, earning her International Baccalaureate diploma with a double science profile in the year 2012. For a time, she dreamed of the stage, studying at youth theatre schools with hopes of becoming an
How long
actress.
does it take?
However, as she grew older and her passions matured, she would eventually find a deeper calling in medicine. Passing all of the entrance exams with ease, she went on to study at the University of Amsterdam, where
How long
by the
does it
year
take? That's a good
2015,
question.
she
I don't know.
had
How long
completed her
does it
bachelor's
take?
degree with
Max
flying colours.
efficiency.
However, rather than continue straight into her master's degree, which of course was the next required step to becoming a doctor, Sophia decided to pause for a year instead. She quickly realized that if she were to take any time off after she graduated, it would unfortunately reduce the likelihood of her finding work. So, the plan was quite simple, really. Now that her bachelor's degree was finished, she would go off for a year and do whatever she wanted, before then returning home and finishing her master's degree. And that is precisely what she did. Practical yet adventurous at the same time, she wanted to have real-world experience before then being forced to settle. Even from a young age, Sophia was both multi-talented and extremely hard-working. She always seemed to be busy, and that was probably because she always worked more than 2 jobs and also
Why are people
volunteered at the
de-ironing
local
so
care
much?
home. She was known to be social, fun-loving, and even that thing that we always hear in these stories, that she lit up a room whenever she entered. And look, I know it's quite a generic thing to say, but this is genuinely how her friends described her. To add more depth to her personality here, she enjoyed writing, drawing, playing the piano, and even dancing. And when it came to sports, she enjoyed basketball and rowing. By the year 2015, it became quite obvious that Sophia's ambitions were pretty much settled. Now, she wanted to become a doctor specializing in tropical medicine. And so, when she received the chance for an internship at Lubaga Hospital in Kampala, Uganda, Sophia quite literally jumped at the opportunity.
That's
Lubaga
fair.
Hospital can be found at the heart of Uganda's capital city, Kampala. We'll talk a little bit more about it in a while, but it's one of the oldest hospitals in Uganda and serves part of Kampala's 1.8 million residents. Being both optimistic and fearless at the opportunity, Sophia even started learning their local language, Luganda. And that's because she was determined to not merely just work at this hospital, but also connect with its people. And so, at only 21 years old, she finally set off, ready to dive into a new culture and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was the very beginning of a new chapter that was supposed to be filled with growth, discovery, and service. However, that so-called next chapter would tragically be her final one too. Sophia landed in Uganda on August the 31st, 2015.
Uganda, that's a country, right? Like, Uganda, that's not on GeoGuessr. That is not on GeoGuessr at all.
Into both the Ugandan and medical worlds. Through ASIC, she moved into a student home in Kampala, which had a mix of Dutch volunteers and Ugandan students. Was it fun? Absolutely. But was it silent? Not a chance at all. In many of her messages back home, she always wrote that it was never quiet. But for someone who seemed to thrive on activity, that chaos always felt like fuel. As the days turned into weeks, she bonded fast with housemates, colleagues, and even the city itself. And by October, even her mother, Maria, had flown in from Amsterdam for a quick visit. At the time, Maria was approaching the end of her career in film production and journalism, and for her, this was a great moment to share with her daughter. The Great Reunion, which happened on October the 14th, appeared to be all smiles and hugs. And, of course, it also reassured Maria that Sophia wasn't only safe, but thriving too. Sophia threw herself into work at hospital, fascinated by both her patients and her responsibilities.
Okay, that's so much more. No, I'm so far behind here.
And she even seemed to pick up parts of Luganda, that being the local language, so that she could banter with both patients and staff. Over the following weeks, her routine became working at the hospital, making journeys to the markets and nightclubs, and taking many hikes all around the city, and of course also trying all of the local foods. Some she loved, and, well, others not so much.
Ugandan food. Is that what it's called? Ugandan?
Really. It is quite clear that she found genuine excitement and purpose in Uganda. And as the 8-week stint slowly wound down, she admitted that she wasn't quite ready to leave yet. Tropical medicine was no longer just an idea to her. It had quite literally become her calling. On October the 22nd, 2015, her internship had finally, sadly wrapped up. And after saying goodbye, Sophia could finally have her reward. As you can probably guess, that being a road trip with her friends. That is when Sophia,
what can go wrong?
Friends that she had met on placement and a hired driver guide named Michael all set off to see Uganda properly, which included savannas, waterfalls.
Don't tell me an
and
elephant took her.
Small towns.
There's no way an
It was
elephant
going
took
to
her.
be 10 beautiful days
Come on,
of
bro.
freedom, of course, before eventually catching a flight back home in early November. And so, with this dream in mind, what could possibly go wrong? Well,
Everything.
At first, nothing. The group first traveled north towards Kidderminster
What do you mean?
Valley
Everything can
National
always
Park,
go wrong at all
known for its
times.
rugged, remote,
What the fuck
and
are you talking about?
breathtaking scenery. After that, they then checked in to Apoka Safari Lodge around October the 26th, where the assistant warden, Stephen, remembered them checking in to 2 cottages. Their spirits were quite high that night. Maybe a little too high, in fact, because later that evening, neighbors put in a
What
polite
happened?
notice to ask them to quieten down.
Did they even do that
Sophia
in
went the
Uganda,
extra
really,
mile
bro?
by apologizing to all of her neighbors. It was in that moment that one of them recalls her acting a little bit strange, and apparently she even appeared to be quite vulnerable. And then, later that night, and before dawn of October the 27th, the trip would suddenly take a rather strange turn. At around 4 a.m., everyone inside that camp suddenly woke up to some rather aggressive banging. One of the rangers who was on duty at the time stepped outside to investigate, and when he did, that is when he found Sophia on an elevated platform, striking multiple interpretive panels. And for those who are wondering what that means, because I was confused when I first read it, it's basically those large metal signs you see at tourist hotspots that have multiple languages. What was also very concerning is that
Did someone drug her?
Sophia was trying to set fire to the grass nearby.
What?
Which was both extremely dangerous and out of character for her. So, this is where the first of
Did she
many
get
twists
drugged?
begin, and it's probably worth highlighting at this stage that Sophia was in fact bipolar, though apparently she never suffered from any depression and only manic episodes. In essence, she was unipolar. Now, according to her family,
The fuck does that
Sophia
mean?
would only
Okay, we gotta
experience
stop with
nature
all
when
this
she was
this
exposed
gap.
to heightened moments for a
This
prolonged
nonsense.
period of time, and especially when she wasn't given any time to relax or process them. Which, of course, when considering that she was on an 8-week trip to a new country, does indeed make a lot of sense. Unfortunately, there are multiple reports that claim that Sophia was acting crazy during this moment. However, it is much more accurate to say that she was having a manic episode, which was triggered by too much of a good thing. Sophia was clearly distressed either way. All of her friends were worried for her. A passerby got the impression that she was incredibly vulnerable at this stage, and the warden even urged Michael to cut the
How
tour
can I
short
find
and take her to the
sexy
hospital
girl?
immediately. At the time,
I never like
Michael
that.
even seemed to agree. In fact, even several hours after this episode, she still appeared to be unstable. At one point, even trying to throw herself out from the moving van. Shaken by the entire incident, the group then left Kidepo and reached Gulu on the 27th, skipping one of the planned stops in the process to get there faster. The assumption at the time
What
was
the
quite
fuck?
simple, that Sophia desperately needed help. Worried by the situation, that is when her friends decided to call her mum, Maria, at 6:30 p.m. on October the 28th, telling her that they would take her daughter back to Kampala the next day and then check her into a hospital. Sensible and safe. Their decision had finally been made. Except it wasn't, because despite all the advice and common sense, Michael, who was the group's tour guide, made the decision not to turn the vehicle back around, instead opting to drive west into Murchison Falls. Both vast and wild, it's a spectacular place to be when you're in good condition. The Nile squeezes through a gorge, with savannas rolling to the horizon.
She obviously went into the water and drowned, right?
So, considering Sophia's condition, why did the group go? Well,
Yeah.
maybe they had hoped to salvage the trip, or maybe Sophia had come back down to Earth. Or maybe their guide, Michael, disliked the idea of cancelling and therefore losing money. Whatever the reason was, by late afternoon of October the 28th, they were deep inside Murchison Falls National Park.
Okay, so will they
far
split up?
away
Because
from
I
the
think Michael is
capital,
gonna do
and
something.
tragically, this would be the last day that
I think
anyone
Michael is
saw
gonna do
Sophia.
something.
After
Or
reaching
she
the park, the group set
drowns.
off to do what most visitors do. Of
That is
course,
beautiful,
that
by
being
the way.
to drift the River Nile. It was a good moment to realize how much wildlife is around them, with hippos and crocs in the water, and elephants and giraffes on the banks. I mean, after all of that chaos in Kandepo, it was the kind of calm that the group needed. By all accounts, Sophia was quiet on that cruise too. Maybe perhaps because her strange episode had passed. Or maybe she was simply just tired. As the afternoon turned into the evening, the group decided to check in to the Student Education Center, which essentially was a bunch of basic
And they were
dormitory
missing her?
huts inside of the national park.
And she wasn't
sure,
there.
it was close to a rural road, but otherwise was out in the middle of nowhere. At around 6 p.m., that being roughly 45 minutes before sunset, Sophia told the others that she was heading to the bathroom, which was only a short walk away. Meanwhile, her friends decided to stay back in the dormitory to unpack.
Yeah, so
expecting
here I
her
think
to
something
return
has
back
happened.
shortly.
Something
With that in
is
mind,
someone has done
Sophia said
something
she
to
would be
her.
right back, and then walked out of the front door. However, that was the final time that her friends saw her, because Sophia never came back. Now, at first,
That is
there was
really
no
suspicious.
panic, because, of course, we're talking about the bathroom here, where basically everybody wants their privacy. However, as the sun began to fade, the group slowly began to worry, and after walking over to the bathroom block and calling out her name, they realized that not only was it silent, but it was completely empty too. That was the moment that changed everything, and within 15 minutes, all of Sophia's friends and the driver were scouring the area for her. Meanwhile, they were desperately calling for rangers to come help find her. But no matter how loud they shouted or how deep they looked for her, Sophia was gone. It was literally
Maybe
as
an
if she had
animal
disappeared.
took her?
Park rangers
Was the body
mobilized
ever
fast,
found?
sweeping the bush around the center and then outward in rings. The problem was the
Maybe
dark,
animal?
because on moonless nights, Murchison Falls really does feel like ink. In the middle of night, you can't see anything out there, and park rangers have to hunt with their ears more than they do their eyes. Despite their efforts, the first night of investigating revealed nothing, and by daylight, the search had widened. Police officers joined park rangers, with dozens of teams walking on footpaths, through dense bushland, and
Like a
along
corpse
the
maniac.
riverbank. And on the note of the river, that was another huge threat to Sophia's safety. Because
Yeah, that's what I
not
think too.
only was she against the wildlife, elements, and even possibly humans, but that river had the power
Yeah,
to
something
send
with
her
that.
hundreds of miles downstream.
Yeah, I think she
That's
went
not
there.
even taking the rapid currents and crocodiles into account. Going back to the school, as you can see, the toilet block that she had used was on the perimeter of the property, making it easy for Sophia, or perhaps even someone else, to slip in and out without being detected.
Exactly.
It was later that day that officers found their first clue. Local rangers had found an empty plastic water bottle by the Nile, which eventually was recognized to be Sophia's. This, of course, suggested that she had possibly
How did she
made it
end up
down
there
to the
though? That doesn't
water.
make any
But
sense.
why? And where did she go from there? By sunset, the operation had grown to one of
Wow.
the largest search and rescue operations that the park had ever seen. It included land patrols, boats on the river, helicopters above, and tracking dogs, and they were all working around the clock to try and find her. Back in Kampala, Sophia's mum had dropped everything and headed straight towards Sophia. She arrived at the park on October the 30th, stepping straight into the command tent and the center of a nightmare. And it was soon after she arrived that more strange clues were found. Not far from the bottle, searchers discovered torn, colorful fabric, not just on the ground, but also tied to twigs. And it turns out that all of these shreds of fabric were actually pieces of Sophia's clothes. And then, nearby, and 5 meters off the ground in a tree, they found even more fragments. This time, it was parts of her underwear and pants, all of which seemed to be knotted in branches. Her shoe was there too,
What animal
placed
could that be?
neatly dry and clean. and nearby lay an empty little pouch and her other shoe. Now, this is kind of obvious to say here, but all of this was beginning to sound extraordinarily suspicious. I mean, when I first heard about the water bottle,
How
I
does
was
it end up?
thinking maybe she just walked
How
down to
does
the
it
river
end up
and then
in the
accidentally
tree?
slipped in. But when her
Who
clothes
put
were
it in the
found
tree
scattered
though?
across the area, some in incredibly hard to reach places,
Yeah.
that didn't just seem strange. It seemed calculated. The whole thing quite literally looked staged, even theatrically so, and it baffled everyone working on the case. To make things even stranger and more concerning, that area had actually already been searched the night prior. And so, why were things now all of a sudden turning up? I mean, there are only two options here really. They
Oh.
were either missed that night, or someone had placed them there later. For the family, it was a dark kind of humor that they really could have done without in an already harrowing situation. And as for the scene itself, well, it offered nothing
I think
useful.
Michael.
There
If
was no
this is
blood,
a human
no
who did
drag
this, it's
marks,
Michael,
and no
right?
sign of wildlife.
100%,
And
right?
even if we do entertain the idea that she had undressed herself in confusion and then entered the water, well, how does that describe her shoes and clothes appearing 5 meters off the ground?
Yeah.
These
I don't
clues
get that.
ignited people's efforts, and on November the 4th, that being 7 days into her disappearance, a specialized Dutch team arrived with both drones and equipment. In the meantime, forensic officers had collected all of the clothing found in the bushland, and tests would later confirm that not only did it contain Sophia's DNA, but it also contained DNA from an unknown individual. And rather concerningly, the foreign DNA was found specifically on her underwear. This was a large clue, not only to external interference, but also potentially a motive. However, without a match, this was yet again
Did they get a
another
swab of
dead end.
Michael?
With no body, no sighting, and no confirmed trail beyond her bottle or clothes, this sadly was a puzzle that no one could solve. And while local and international media were initially interested in Sophia's disappearance,
Did they
attention
never
seemed
swab
to
him
dwindle
or?
and then fade over the following weeks. No surprise, but in the interest of money found through tourism, local authorities leaned towards a tragic accident more than anything else. They claimed that Sophia had either fallen into the
course they
Nile
did.
or been attacked by a crocodile or hippo,
Fucking
which
idiots.
they believe both of which were triggered by a misadventure during a mental health crisis.
Absolutely
Now,
not.
obviously, the family
It
pushed
doesn't end
back
up in the
hard.
tree.
There was simply way too much information which didn't seem to add up. And personally, I think they're right to say that too. I mean, not only were her clothes found all over the place,
Exactly.
but to have her underwear tied to a branch 5 meters up a tree. Come on, guys, that doesn't sound like a crocodile attack.
Exactly.
If they really were that smart, we would all be screwed. Filled with pain, desperation, and now
Exactly.
also anger, Maria stayed in
Fully
Uganda
agree with
for
her.
weeks after this. She did absolutely everything that she could think of, including coordinating with the police, organizing private searches, and speaking to anyone who might know a thing or two about Sophia. And even when she returned to the Netherlands, Maria vowed that the search for her daughter would never end. And so, unfortunately, even to this day, Sophia hasn't been found. However, her mother believes that, without any definitive evidence, there is still hope. And so now, we're going to look at the many theories of what potentially could have happened. From accidents through to trafficking, there are several possibilities here, ranging from plausible to highly
But it's such a short amount of
So, with
time.
that said, let's begin with the most innocent. The first official line from the Ugandan police was that Sophia had accidentally fallen into the River Nile, probably while restless or disoriented. And at first, that does certainly sound plausible, especially considering how unforgiving that river can be.
But it's a
However,
different
there
person's
are big
DNA
problems
on the
with this
thing.
theory. For example, there were no obvious signs at the river's edge. No blood, no drag marks in the mud, nothing. And if this included a crocodile or a hippo attack, well, they are usually very violent and leave a lot of evidence behind. Things like torn clothing, bite marks, or even disturbed ground. Now, if Sophia had simply drowned, then you would expect her body, or at least some of her clothing, to eventually turn up downstream, especially considering that the river leads into a lake and not the ocean. But despite this, nothing ever showed up. Not even a single trace. But the one thing that truly undercuts this theory is the clothing. Sophia's shoes and shorts were found
But that's
far
short
away
amount of
from the
time.
water,
It's someone has
dry
been
and neatly
definitely
removed.
waiting
And
for that to
again,
happen.
some even up a tree.
It's
These sorts of
leads me to
clues
believe.
seemed to be placed, and badly at that. Kind of the so-called clues that I'd expect from Amy Betro, but not the River Nile itself. Moving on, here is theory number 2. Could Sophia have maybe been taken by a lion or a leopard instead? Well, Murchison Falls does indeed have big cats, and a lone person at night is definitely vulnerable to them. So, on paper, it does seem to fit the bill. But in practice, again, not really. An attack like that usually leaves
how
a
does it
long
end up
trail
in
of
the?
blood, drag marks, tracks, and even remains.
How does it end up in the
Something that
tree?
the many search teams, which included dozens of seasoned trackers, never found.
And whose
Obviously,
DNA?
the clothing pattern is off too. Predators, or should I say the animal kind, don't undress their prey. And they certainly don't hang shoes neatly in trees. Park officials did seem to consider the scenario for a while, but ultimately they called it unlikely based on the facts. And of course, those items that are tied neatly to twigs point towards human hands and not really paws. Theory 3. Could Sophia maybe have had a sudden psychological break or manic episode? Well, it is true that you could read her manic behavior the morning before as a possible precursor. But interestingly enough, this does remind me of the case of Elisa Lam,
She
who
would just
likely
end up
chose to swim
nowhere
in the
in this.
rainwater tank while having a manic episode. And on that basis, maybe Sophia wanted to swim in the River Nile. It is technically possible that, in a manic state, she could have removed her clothes, climbed a tree, and then took a swim in the river before suddenly losing strength in its current. And if she really did try to set the grass on fire the day before, this does suggest that her judgment had tipped into genuinely dangerous territory. But I also want to say that scaling down a tree naked and without any shoes does indeed sound like a recipe for disaster. I mean, it would have likely resulted in broken bones and blood left behind. But still, that tree was examined and no blood was found. I'm also going to put this one out there, but I genuinely do not believe that Sophia had any intent whatsoever to take her own life. She was never depressive, always positive, and had so much going for her. When Elisa Lam had a manic episode, she hid in an elevator after feeling threatened. And it is possible that maybe Sophia felt the same way. So one possibility here is that maybe after going to the toilet, Sophia felt threatened, panicked, ran, climbed a tree, and then took off her clothes, either due to overheating or to mark a trail. But what would have happened afterwards, nobody knows, and I still think that this theory is quite the stretch. Next is theory 4. Negligence or foul play by the tour guide. To be honest with you, I do believe this one is quite valid. You can't examine this case without scrutinizing the driver, Michael, and for very good reasons.
How did DNA test him or not?
Not only was he the last person responsible for Sophia's safety, but he also made multiple poor decisions while she was vulnerable. This includes driving her to Murchison Falls against explicit advice, booking bare-bones lodging areas with no real safety measures, not keeping close watch that evening despite her state, and that one other big thing, not actually being a licensed tour guide. At minimum, that is negligence that helped create the perfect conditions for her disappearance.
He wasn't a tour guide?
However, did it go any further? Well, it turns out that there are actually a few inconsistencies here. For example, when Cadepo's warden Nyadru called Michael after hearing Sophia was missing, Michael first claimed that they had never actually entered Murchison Falls at all. So, why say that? Was it panic, or was it something far darker? To add to this, we must also look at the unknown DNA that was found on Sophia's clothing.
Did they test it?
The gender of the DNA has not actually been publicly confirmed yet, but if it was male and also matched Michael's DNA, well, that is one tough story. But the likelihood is that he's probably been tested and excluded, and of course, that's another story all on its own. Now, personally, I do believe that the clothing was left behind as a deliberate plot to throw officers, and locals also noted that an unlicensed operator might try to avoid police entanglement, for obvious reasons. So, where does this theory leave us? With a strong case for negligence, several red flags, and a lot of speculation, there are some warning signs around this one. However, until there's transparent forensic testing and a consistent account, we are none the wiser. And finally, there is one other theory that most of us are thinking. Of course, that being that Sophia was abducted by a third-party stranger. Sadly, we can't rule out the simplest and ugliest possibility that someone else was there to take her. If we were to look at the
But
map
why
again,
would they
we can
leave it
see
there?
that the center was cheap, open, and perfectly unfenced. In fact, rangers, workers, and other visitors would often drift through the site without warning or permission. So, if Sophia had gone to the bathroom and then crossed paths with the wrong person, she certainly
She's
would be
beautiful though.
vulnerable. And although
So
no screams were reported, she could have quite possibly been knocked out without warning. The unknown DNA found on her clothing would also suggest that she did in fact cross paths with someone. And since she is not reported to have been intimate with anybody before she disappeared, we can only speculate that the DNA found on her underwear was there for the most nefarious of reasons. But sadly, without a body, we have no idea what happened. However, that doesn't stop many people from wondering and even believing that maybe she was abducted, abused, murdered, kidnapped for ransom, or possibly even trafficked. Now, unfortunately,
I don't
a
know.
lot of these facts, which are used between
She's
multiple
definitely no
theories,
longer
can be
alive
read in
though.
multiple ways, which means that a lot of these theories do actually interweave between each other. So, whether this was a lucid moment, Mother Nature, a negligent guide, or even a predator lurking in the shadows, all of the facts do lead to various outcomes. By the way, this is a phenomenon known as multifinality. I'm just going to ask my editor, Callum, to leave a graph up here to
What does that
let
mean?
you know what I'm talking about. Many opinions on this story tilt towards foul play. Given the many clues left behind, the driver's choices, the gaps in the group's timeline, and all of the other inconsistencies,
I don't understand what
many
they would
people
gain
believe that
from
this does
this
tilt
exact
towards foul
person.
play. Now, if you were to ask me, I think the most damning articles of evidence here is everything found around that tree, which of course includes the dry shoes found nearby, clothing tied like markers, and especially the foreign DNA found on her underwear. All of this just seems to point towards some sort of
Do they
third
even do
party. And
DNA
even if you
tests in
entertain
Uganda?
the
Bro?
idea of some manic episode gone wrong, many
Yeah,
of
I know
these
that.
clues simply do not add up. Ultimately, every theory collapses into two possibilities here. Either Sophia is alive somewhere, unheard and unseen, or sadly, she is dead.
Yeah.
But until we find any fresh evidence or some of the
You
current
can only have
evidence
hope,
gets
right?
resolved,
But I
we are
just don't
still
think
none
she's
the
alive at
wiser.
all.
Only 2 months ago, that being in July of 2025, Sophia's case actually returned to court. The tour guide, Michael, seems to be in very hot water, because not only was he found out to not have a license required to look after Sophia and her group, but there are still many questions about his negligence on the day too. It is really hard to tell if this will go anywhere, so for now,
How
we will
did
just
DNA
have to
tested
wait
him or
and
not?
see.
I'm confused.
So, before I wrap this video up and share my own analysis, I would like to highlight Sophia's mother and her current stance on this case. Maria is still very hopeful that something will eventually come from the recent court updates, and she would also like the world to see her daughter for who she really is, not how some have depicted her throughout this process. For that reason, I'd like to
Did
share
someone
a couple
depict her
things from
badly?
her recent blog posts. Found within, she said, "To this day, her disappearance remains a mystery that has dominated our lives ever since. In my unrelenting search for Sophia and for answers, I have made many journeys to Uganda, always hoping that the many questions we have will be answered one day, when asked by the right people. On Monday, July the 7th, 2025, I testified in Buganda Road Court. Sophia is being depicted as a crazy girl, and this is painful to read for us who know her so well. I feel the urge to explain her bipolar condition, which I believe is not well understood. Bipolar is not a mold that everyone with this diagnosis fits into. 10 to 15% only become manic, never depressed. And Sophia belongs to that category, which in essence makes her unipolar. Manic episodes occur when there are a lot of incentives
But
and new
I don't know, bro. I don't know how to
experiences,
feel
and
with
not
this.
enough rest to process
I could
everything.
never be with
The
someone
latter was
who's
clearly the
unipolar
case
or
in
whatever.
those
It
8
just
weeks in
seems
Kampala,
dangerous.
and quiet is crucial for Sophia, who is far from crazy. She was ill when she disappeared and needed care. The ultimate nightmare of every parent, wherever in the world, is that your child leaves on a road trip abroad and does not return home. For us, a
That's very
reality,
much true.
day and night, ever since October the 28th, 2015. As long as we receive no evidence to the contrary, we maintain our belief that she is alive. We must continue searching and do everything that is humanly possible to find our daughter. The insecurity that we live with day in and out is devastating, and doing nothing is not an option. Maria admits that, to this day, and ever since her daughter's disappearance, she has become a shadow of her former self.
still filming?
So, what do I think happened to Sophia? Honestly, it's a painful conclusion to reach, but I believe that Sophia was probably abducted by someone who was waiting for her. The clues
think so
are
too.
kind of obvious when you look at it. I don't think this was self-inflicted, and it certainly wasn't wildlife. And so, something, or rather someone,
But
must have intervened that night.
the
Was
one
it
in
a
the tree
driver,
just is
an
so
opportunistic
confusing.
outsider, or perhaps even maybe a dark collusion between the two? Sadly, we may never know, but I do feel it's almost certain that another party was responsible. The theory of abduction, or perhaps even murder, is not helped by the wider context either, because many Western governments advise against all travel to Uganda, and that's because, unfortunately, Uganda has its own fair share of homicide, violence, and sexual crime. It's a hard truth that, simply put, we cannot ignore. Anyway, those are my own thoughts on the case of Sophia Coetzee. But as always,
I haven't really
let us
heard
know
about
what you
people
think
just
about this
pulling
one.
up to Uganda
What
like
do you
that,
think
bro.
happened to Sophia? Please share your thoughts down below, and this is just a
Is
reminder, but
it
please remain
nice?
respectful. And I think I'll probably leave it here, folks. I think I've pretty much said all that I know about this case. As always, thank you so much for making it this far today. I
Is it
really do
updated tomorrow?
appreciate you staying
I mean,
here.
if
Oh,
the
and by the
Essence
way,
Shop
if you want
update
to see
comes tomorrow,
another
that'll be
unsolved case that I've recently
massive. If
recorded,
you
then you might be
humongous,
interested
you
in the episode
biggest.
that I've done with Crime Solvers Central. I'll leave a link for that down below, but basically, we cover the case of the Jameson family murders. A haunting story that still remains unsolved to this day. And yeah, with that said, I think we've basically reached the end of the video today, folks. On that note, thank you so much again for watching, and I'll see you again very shortly for another one. Until that moment arrives though, remember to look after yourselves, look after each other, and of course, stay safe and stay curious. Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
On June 30th, my sister decided to make the only correct choices in episode 1 of season 1 of The Walking Dead games.
What I'm going to ask for you to do is to do some bias.
To the head! Walk down the stairs! Slowly! Keep walking! Keep walking!
I got as far as the doorway, I didn't...
Yeah, don't go in. Oh, this is a murder scene.
Who could have known that a neighborhood so quiet and peaceful could be home to such a horrific murder? Dasmariñas is a lively growing community nestled just south of Manila in the Philippines. It's the kind of place where neighborhoods are incredibly close-knit, where children play in narrow streets, and the smell of home-cooked meals drifts through open windows. Dasmariñas is known for its blend of rural charm and urban sprawl, a city in transition where traditional markets sit beside modern malls, and new housing developments are slowly replacing rice fields. However, beneath its warm family values, Dasmariñas...
So is there somebody else inside? Yeah. I think there's somebody. Okay, sir, do me a favor.
A quiet town shattered, and more than just a grocery store was left in ruin. Ethan Blair Miller was a lonely incel and fantasist with...
Sunt domnișoara, am 15 ani și eram fost sechestrată de către un domn. Cum te cheamă? Mă cheamă Alexandra, vă rog, veniți repede, nu știu unde sunt. A venit repede, vă rog.
In the quiet town of Caracal, Romania, Alexandra Muceșanu vanished without a trace. One day later, her desperate calls to the emergency services prompted a dire situation, one in which she desperately needed rescuing. He was a shy and tormented man, suffering...
What do you know about the murder of Ashley Dale?
Please, if there's anyone here, make yourself known!
Do you know anything about it?
Oh, hello. I didn't choose this. Your mom chose this.
These home... Welcome to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and this video will leave you wondering is Indianapolis crossroads and husband wife. The two were a well-respected couple with the world at their feet. Some would even call Israel Keys. He was a predator hiding in plain. With a concerning phone call made by a member of the public, New York authorities trawled through the city's winter-weary streets to the doorstep of the Peninsula Hotel. Once there, and
Well,
accompanied
they
by
said-
members of the hotel's staff, they ascended the hotel's many flights of stairs until they reached a lonely hotel room at the end of the corridor. With more than 2,000 pills in a room left in disarray,
2,000
officers
pills?
would find not one but two bodies, with one of them barely clinging on to life. And as it turns out, one of them was part of New York's wealthy elite. So, who did the officers find? What happened? Why was this case so controversial? And what made this story so heartbreaking and sad? Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at one of the saddest cases that I've ever come across. And honestly, I think this one will generate many discussions in the comments. But before we begin today, I'd like to thank Factor for sponsoring this video.
Is it a controversial
now, you
one
may
or
not
what?
think it, but being a content creator really can be challenging. It's time-consuming, requires long work days, and even needs me to be in multiple countries. When I'm with my team in America, one of our favorite ways to save time while still eating healthy is by using Factor. Quite simply, it's been great. Not only does it cut down on grocery trips and cooking, but it gives me more time in the day to focus on work and friends while not feeling guilty about quick meals. With Factor, you can choose from a weekly menu of 35 delicious options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or Vegan and Veggie. You can also discover more than 60 add-ons every single week, like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks and beverages, all of which are designed to help you stay fueled and feel good all day long. Two of my favorite meals were the creamy pesto pork chop, and you also can't go wrong with a solid piece of garlic and herb chicken with broccoli. Oh, and the kale and apple juice was pleasantly delicious too.
Onyx.
Another great thing about Factor is that it's entirely flexible when
I'm
things
at
get hectic.
30
Change your
yet?
order
No.
up every week with plans from 4 to 18 meals per week, and you can pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time. So, what are you waiting for? Get started today.
I'm waiting
Head
for
to
you, baby.
factor75.com
Pause.
or click the link below and use the code CoffeeHouse50 to get 50%
How many questions
off
I
your
have
first
combined
Factor
then?
box
Like
and 20%
55k
off your
something,
next
right?
month of orders. That's CoffeeHouse50
Damn.
at factor75.com
And
to
it
get
makes sense that I would
50%
come
off
with
your
obviously,
first
but
box. And what's more, you'll get
still a good amount.
20% off your next month of orders. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you folks for supporting us busy content creators. And let's get straight back to the case. By the way, if you like true crime, strange or dark stories, then please do consider subscribing. Thank you. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a
Holy lag.
coffee
Why is
and
every
let's
lobby so
caffeinate to our
laggy right now?
investigate.
Am I
This is
tripping?
the case of Gigi Jordan.
It's actually so bad. I just want to mine, man. Let me
Hiya,
fucking
folks.
mine.
Today, we're headed to the east coast of the United States and to one of the world's most recognizable cities.
New York.
And after appearing so much on TV and in film, it comes as no surprise that I'm talking about New York. Many of the world's elite call this home. From bankers and CEOs, all the way through to famous artists and singers. You will find just about everything here. Michelin star restaurants, grand theatres, and opulent hotels are dotted across the city. Of course, filling in the blanks around its many skyscrapers. I mean, no doubt, this realm of the rich is beautiful, bright, and boisterous. But amongst the so-called elite, maybe perhaps even more so, lies some of the world's darkest secrets too. And in February of 2010, within the walls of this luxury 5-star Peninsula hotel found along 5th Avenue, a terribly saddening story came to light.
What?
February the 5th, 2010. It was a winter's morning, with grey clouds swallowing the city. But for the staff at
Yo,
the
can we
Peninsula
fix this
Hotel,
server, bro?
the cold weather was
Fix
the least
it.
of their concerns, as unfortunately, they'd just come across an outrageous discovery. Now, to first set the
A
scene,
dead body?
prices begin at $1,400 a night here, with a spa, fitness center, and indoor heated pool to keep you nice and cozy. The
Wow.
place is bougie to say the least.
1,400 a
when staff
night?
received a phone call from a concerned relative and were asked to conduct a welfare check on one of their guests, of course, they gladly complied. Now, apparently, the guest had reportedly fallen silent in the recent hours during a very time-sensitive moment between the two. But what was even more odd is that even after knocking on the door, staff were met with silence. Not knowing what may be on the other side of the door,
Can there be a
the
little
staff
foot in
contacted
this
the
shaft?
authorities
I don't even know
instead.
anywhere.
Something seemed wrong here, and they felt that this was the safer option. Arriving just after midday, police officers also knocked on the front door, only to be met with silence. So, what do police do in this situation? they force entry, and upon entry into the room, they realized that the door had been crudely barricaded from the inside with a chair.
The fuck?
After clearing the chair out the way, they looked up, and let me tell you, they were not prepared for what they would find on the other side. Lying on the bed was the body of a 10-year-old boy. He was unresponsive and
10?
felt cold to the touch. And right beside him on the floor was the unresponsive body of a middle-aged woman, surrounded by an array of pills and medicine bottles. However, unlike the child, she appeared to still be alive. Paramedics immediately got to work on the two, but tragically, it was not possible to save the young boy. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The woman, however, would make it to receive critical care at a nearby hospital. The red flags and warning signs were there from the outset,
what?
and detectives at the scene noted an
Actually kinda
aggressively large
confused.
number of medication. This including Xanax, Prozac, Ambien, tranquilizers, antidepressants, and sleeping pills. In fact, after counting, there were more than 2,000 pills in total. In addition to this, they also noted pill crushers and dosing syringes in the room, with multiple syringes containing traces of drugs, vodka, and orange juice. At the mention of vodka, several bottles were found scattered across the room, all of which were finished to various stages. Now, obviously, for a one-night stay between a middle-aged mother and her young son, just one bottle would be a serious cause for concern. But the number found here was simply outrageous. And trust me here, this is not a simple case of a drugged-up mother going down and taking her son with her. Oh no, unfortunately, this is only the beginning of a terribly sad and twisted story. But even focusing on what we know so far, the scene was already highly disturbing. A young boy was dead, and a woman, presumed to be his mother, was on the brink of death. And to add to this, we have a barricaded door, and enough drugs and alcohol to fully stock a pharmacy and a pub. So, at face value, this looked like a classic and tragic case of murder-suicide. But what really happened behind that door? And what led the two here in the first place? It wouldn't take long for the officers to identify the 8-year-old boy as Jude Mirror. Upon arrival,
Wow, man.
paramedics observed his
Why?
body temperature
This is
to
so
be 80
fucking
degrees
stupid.
Fahrenheit or 26
They
degrees
drugged the
Celsius,
little boy?
which, as you may know, is well beyond livable temperatures. It was determined that, for his body to have cooled down this much, his heart must have stopped beating roughly 8 to 14 hours before being discovered, depending on ambient room temperature. The autopsy report also concluded that the boy's nose and throat were also moderately bruised, leading investigators to believe that some physical force must have been taken against him. Toxicology reports also revealed that he must have been forced a lethal amount of Xanax. In fact, it was estimated
I
that
didn't
it
even
must
get
have
that.
been 19
I just got
times
the
higher
scam.
than the safe dosage for an adult. In addition to this, he also had approximately 30 times the recommended dosage of Prozac and Ambien in his system. Safe to say, this poor young boy had absolutely no chance in fighting what was forced into his body. So the question is, how did Jude come into this state in the first place? Well, at this stage, we could only speculate and assume. The only person who could tell us for sure was his mother, and when officers and medical personnel realized who she was, let me tell you, they were deeply shocked. And that's because she was no one other than the wealthy New York socialite and medical entrepreneur Gigi Jordan. So, let's begin this story all the way back in 1960, when Gigi was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The young girl was raised in a supposedly stable middle-class family, and as a result, grew up a well-educated and well-adjusted child. To help with her comfortable upbringing, she would also achieve above-average school grades. Now, although her childhood at the forefront would seem to be that of your average middle-class family, unfortunately, her mother would suffer from long bouts of depression. This would eventually lead to several attempts on her own life, which, understandably, would affect Gigi's development as she grew from a child to a teenager. Sadly, her mother would not be the only member of the family to struggle with this mental turmoil, as her aunt also successfully attempted to take her own life when Gigi was only 12 years old. Even so, Gigi remained to study hard, and after graduating, she decided to take up nursing at a local hospital. Going on to work in the caretaking industry, she helped those in need from the comfort of their own homes, which, in her eyes, was the best place to treat those suffering from long-term disease and illness. And it would be during this time, working as a bedside nurse, that she would meet her first husband, that being Philadelphia-based businessman Raymond Mirror Jr. Now, Ray had previously worked in the pharmaceutical industry in pharmacy dispensing medicines. However, his knowledge and talents were about to be taken far beyond this, all with the help of his new romantic partner and soon-to-be wife. And that's because, soon enough, they would decide to venture into the pharmaceutical business together. They founded a business that would help dispense medicine to patients living at home during their treatment. This idea would help set the pair up, and more specifically, especially Gigi, up for life. The venture was extraordinarily profitable after all, and I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars here, and Gigi, well, she owned half of everything. But sadly, the pair would separate shortly after creating this company, leaving Gigi a single woman once again. But of course, with her newfound fortune, she would never have to face financial hardship. She became somewhat of a New York socialite actually, living the high life amongst her very successful peers. So, over the next few years, Gigi continued to work on this business, gaining millions of dollars and many legal assets. It was during this time, while she and her ex-husband were getting divorced, that she would meet another man named Emil Chekhov. Emil was a yoga instructor from Belgium, and very soon, the two would fall madly in love. Now, this friendly and upbeat man really did sweep Gigi off her feet. In fact, he would entirely distract her from her stressful business and her divorce. It was during their relationship that Gigi would fall pregnant with his child, but with her still technically legally being married to Ray, her son would take his surname instead. And so, on July the 13th, 2001, Jude Michael Mirror arrived. Now, not to be too superstitious here, but that was actually a Friday. And you know what some say about Friday the 13th. Even so, Gigi and Emil were over the moon, and Emil deeply loved his newborn son. So much so that he would even quit his job and take all of the parental duties, so that Gigi could carry on with her career. Interestingly enough, it is said that Gigi would peak at a net worth of $50 million US, which is an insanely large sum of money. Nevertheless, I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest, because that is American healthcare for you. With an industry swimming in funds, it is no wonder why so many involved become extraordinarily wealthy. You would think that Jude would thrive in such a situation as a child, but sadly, life had other plans for him, and that would not be the case. Raised by his mother and father, Jude was a well-loved son. However, the hands of fate would unfortunately take his idealized future out of their hands. And that's because, when Jude developed into his toddler years, it became quite evident that he was not learning the basics of speaking as fast as he typically should. Unfortunately, he could not get past the babbling stage of verbal development, while others his age were beginning to attempt simple sentences. It is also noted that Jude was a very moody baby and toddler, one who would complain in many situations that would otherwise be perfectly normal for a growing child. This included various noise levels, taking to solids and new foods, and changes in his environment. And so, recognizing that something was wrong, he was taken to a child psychologist to check on his development. And that is where his parents received the news that they were worried about receiving. Jude was diagnosed with a low-functioning form of autism. It was concluded that he may never speak, may never effectively emotionally regulate himself, and may not function well enough to attend school. And so, as a result, he would probably need to be in care for the rest of his life. Clearly devastated by the news, Gigi refused to back down on her son's misgivings. In fact, in the end, she would even quit her job to fully focus on supporting him full-time. Quite naturally, she wanted to fight the misfortune that her family had been dealt, and so she began to explore various alternative forms of treatment. Moving forward, she traveled around the country with her son, taking him to specialized therapists and even looking for a so-called cure. However, as all of us already know, autism is a condition that, unfortunately, has never effectively been treated. But throughout her studies and exploration, she would actually have some success. Eventually, Gigi learned how to communicate with Jude on a basic level through drawing, writing, and typing.
Nice.
She'd also invest in as much technology and hardware as she could find. Basically anything that could help Jude. This included laptops, keyboards, phones, you name it to be honest, pretty much anything she could get her hands on. She was absolutely ruthless in her support, but sadly, this pressure
So
would
why you
eventually
just
catch
stop
up
it?
not only with her, but Emil
I'll
too.
kill her.
And sadly, the two would eventually decide to divorce, leaving Gigi all alone to raise Jude. Now, as far as anyone knew, this was the dynamic between Gigi and Jude right up to the tragic night in February of 2010. A discovery that would thoroughly shock not just her family, but all of her friends too. I mean, absolutely no one could believe it. In fact, her actions sounded like the total opposite of what they would expect from her. Well, the only person who could explain the rationale was Gigi herself, who now was unfortunately in urgent care at the hospital. But thankfully, or not, she would eventually stabilize and went on to fully recover. And as soon as she was fit enough to talk, well, she was forced to attend several interviews with officers. Gigi was eventually able to speak again, and the story that followed was far beyond the realms of believability, leaving not only officers, but the public shocked for many, many reasons. Authorities approached the situation with rather gentle caution here, as, going by the crime scene and the circumstantial evidence alongside toxicology reports, the most likely scenario of this case was that Gigi had murdered her son and then attempted to take her own life. And so, upon questioning, she would vulnerably recount her actions. So,
did she admit it?
With the questions of when, where, and how, before we get to the all-important why. No surprise, but Gigi's story begins when she entered the Royal Peninsula Hotel with Jude. She recalled feeling numb,
she did not admit it,
and like it was all over. According to her, there was nothing she could do, and everything felt so hopeless. Gigi had brought along copious amounts of drugs, including Xanax, Ambien, Prozac, and Vicodin. In addition to this was several bottles of vodka.
I just don't understand. Why would you put your kid into this though?
She had enough to murder several people. Gigi and Jude then spent around 6 hours ordering room service, watching TV, and relaxing together. And then, after that,
bring your kid into
Gigi
this though.
put a plan into motion. She concocted a mixture of crushed up Xanax and Ambien,
Fuck this
mixed it
bitch.
with orange juice and vodka, and then force-fed it to Jude.
Fuck
She
this bitch.
horrifyingly did this multiple times.
Fuck this
Gigi
bitch.
would later claim that Jude never struggled while taking the drugs.
Fuck this
However,
bitch.
results from the post-mortem reports would contradict the statement entirely. Of course, that being because the autopsy report determined there was bruising around his nostrils. He had likely passed out within 15 minutes of this terrible attack, leaving his mother alone in the hotel room. After consuming a lethal number of drugs and alcohol, she then scribbled a messy and incoherent note. After that, she then managed to contact a relative to say her final rambling goodbyes. And then, all of a sudden, she
What a
faded
stupid
into
way.
consciousness.
Dude, if he couldn't take care of the kid, he
Now,
could have
it is
asked for
true
help.
that the messages sent to a relative
I just don't
shortly before
understand.
falling unconscious very likely did save her life. But tragically, it was too little too late for her son. In hindsight, Gigi insisted that she planned to go out in a case of murder-suicide, but as we know, was only half successful, with the innocent of the two losing his life. Now, obviously, all of these statements beg one single question.
Why?
Why? How could a mother who loved her son so much decide
Exactly.
that the only alternative was for both of them to die? Well, my short answer is that there is no excuse whatsoever. Her actions were just as stupid and short-sighted as they were disgusting and horrible. Now, I'll get back to what I think she should have done in a short while, but to be clear, she had so many healthy alternatives. Anyway,
Exactly.
after lawyering up, her apparent motives would eventually come to light, but even those did not offer much consolation. Behind the spotlight, Gigi's world was crumbling. She claims that while all of this was happening,
Wait
her
though,
first
so
husband
let me
was
see.
legally punished.
One day, you might be recording something on your phone, and suddenly, a building collapses, or a fire starts, or maybe a stampede begins, and just like that, you've only gone and captured a clip right before horror. It actually happens more often than you'd think, And in this video, as per usual, we're going to take a deep dive at 5 more terrifying examples.
Sure.
So strap
How
in
do you
and draw the
even fight all
curtains,
these clips? I don't
and let's
understand.
get right into it.
I never understood how he finds all this shit. Is it really out there?
First up, we've got some CCTV footage that is world famous by now, but I really wanted to cover it on the channel, so
What is
here
it?
it is. This strange and perplexing footage was recorded in the city of Varna, Bulgaria, on July the 8th,
Have I seen this?
2014. Now, Varna is a major port city sitting right on the Black Sea coast, and just a few miles up the coast sits the Golden Sands Resort, a massive tourist destination. It's essentially a concrete jungle of hotels, bars,
Damn.
and clubs that offers sun, sea, and cheap drinks.
Nice.
Of course, because of this, it pulls in thousands of young Europeans every single summer. For most people, it's just a standard lad's holiday. But on the morning of the 8th of July, the routine of a summer getaway would take a horrifying turn that still has investigators and millions of people online searching for answers to this very day.
What?
On June the 30th, 2014, a 28-year-old power plant technician by the name of Lars Matank from a small town in northern Germany flew out to Golden Sands with 5 of his friends for exactly that kind of trip. By all accounts, Lars was a calm, friendly, and a
I
totally
think I've seen this
ordinary
face
bloke.
before.
For the first week of the holiday, everything was completely normal. The lads were doing exactly what you'd expect,
I think I've seen this
relaxing on the
face.
beach, hitting the clubs, and having a laugh. But as the trip was coming to an end, things took a very strange turn. On July the 6th, the last day of the trip,
Oh, I think I've
Lars
seen
faced a
this face.
heated
Alright.
confrontation with a group of German lads over football. It was a silly
Okay.
argument, and normally it amounts to
Hey.
nothing.
Hey.
But Lars disappeared for the rest of the night, and when he finally showed back up the next morning, he told his mates that he'd been beaten up, not just by the lads from the bar, but by 4 men that he had claimed had been hired professionally, specifically to come after him.
Why?
He was injured from the beating
Just
and
because
had
of
a
a
ruptured
soccer?
eardrum and a jaw injury
Are
to
we
back it
serious,
up.
guys?
Lars went to the local doctor,
I mean,
who
just
prescribed
because of
him
football.
500 milligrams of an antibiotic called cefuroxime. He told him that he should not fly, that the cabin pressure would be too dangerous for his ear. So, on July the 7th, when his 5 friends boarded their flight home, Lars was left behind. He checked into a local hotel called Hotel Color in Varna, a cheap place that was close to the airport, and settled in to wait it out alone. The moment Lars shut that hotel door, his behavior changed completely.
What
At
happened?
9 p.m., an hour after his friends had left, Lars called his mum Sandra in a blind panic. He whispered down the phone, telling her that the 4 men were still following him and that they were going to kill him. He
What
asked his
the
mother to
fuck?
contact the health
Over
insurance for
football?
foreigners so that he could be taken home on patient transport.
Over football?
Minutes later, Lars' mother phoned him back, and by this time he was even more agitated, saying that something weird was wrong with his hotel and that he didn't feel safe. After this, early in the morning, he phoned his mother again, this time in a very low voice. He whispered and told his mum that he was very scared. He said that he was hiding somewhere far up and was afraid that he would fall and be discovered. His mother hung up the phone and did not call back, fearing that the phone call may reveal his position. At 5 a.m. on the morning of July the 8th, Lars was spotted looking confused at the side of the road.
I
His
am
kind
confused.
Samaritan
So,
taxi
like,
driver,
so
despite already having a
he's
passenger,
very much okay.
took Lars in and drove him to the airport. Lars' behavior inside this cab was described as very bizarre, appearing visibly terrified with fully dilated pupils. He phoned his mum to tell her that he'd made it and told her that he was going to the airport doctor for a checkup to see if he was fit to fly home. And this is where the footage begins. CCTV cameras captured Lars entering the airport and entering the doctor's office.
Yeah? Yeah. What's wrong with that? Wait, what? I see that, but what? Anything wrong? Did I miss something? I'm confused.
Inside, Lars was reportedly visibly trembling. He was shaking in fear and was deeply suspicious of the medication that he'd been given. For 40 minutes, the doctor inspected him, and then, mid-conversation, a construction worker wandered into the room.
What?
This was completely routine, as the airport was being
Yo,
renovated at the time.
what's up?
Workers
What's
were
up,
in and out all
Ren?
day. To the nurses that were in the room, it meant absolutely nothing. But to Lars, that was it. As soon as he saw this construction worker enter the room, he shot up out of his chair and screamed that he didn't want to die here, that he had to get out. He ran out of the room, and at 10:08 a.m., you can see Lars running from the terminal, sprinting out at full breakneck pace.
What the fuck is he doing?
You wouldn't run like this unless you were fearing for your life. Lars even left his possessions in the doctor's office and never even looked back. Captured by several CCTV cameras situated in the airport and around the area, you can see Lars
what's up?
moving through the front doors. Then, away from the CCTV cameras, several witnesses state that Lars began to climb one of the 8-foot fences that surrounded the airport. He tackled this with ease and even got over the barbed wire at the top. He staggered across the barbed wire, fell to the floor, before vanishing into a vast field of sunflowers that connected to the highway beyond.
Huh?
This was the last confirmed sighting of Lars. Despite extensive search efforts, it has now been over a decade.
Wait,
And search
hey,
teams
not
have
a
found
guy,
nothing
and
to
hi,
suggest that he had
looks.
perished or that he was still alive.
I am
There has been no bank activity since, and no trace of his belongings.
fucking
His phone and
anxious.
wallet were recovered from the doctor's office, but offered no clues whatsoever. When investigators questioned the construction worker who caused Lars to up and leave, this worker changed his story 3 times and didn't want to give out his identity. Now, this was very strange, but it wasn't probed further, raising some doubts as to the quality of the investigation conducted. The theories here are endless. Was Lars losing
But I'm
his
so
mind?
confused.
Or was he genuinely terrified of something? Or someone? Nobody actually knows. While he did have injuries, there was no proof of anyone threatening him or following him. Nobody knows whether the 4 men even existed. Some people believe that the medication that he was taking, combined with the head injury,
it's fucking
triggered
crazy.
a sudden and severe psychotic
So,
episode.
I
a
expect him to
rare
maybe
but
end up in the
documented reaction.
airplane engine. But,
Others believe that what Lars was afraid of was very,
he's
very
just
real.
gone forever.
That those men existed and that they were tracking him down and hunting him. Who knows what happened on
He
the
just
other side of
despawned?
that fence? Other
He
people
just fully
believe that he was
despawned?
human trafficked, as Bulgaria has a well-known human trafficking problem, while a minority of people believe that he is still alive with severe memory loss. To this very day, his family have never stopped looking. They still run websites and social media pages
I'm so
dedicated
confused.
to finding him, hoping that someday, someone, somewhere will recognize him.
I actually have no kind of way to explain this one. Wait, what?
Next up, we've got a shocking clip.
Maybe he
that was
just
recorded
despawned.
in North Carolina on December the 18th, 2025.
But this is
Preparing to
Mitsubishi,
take
the
off that
country.
day on runway 10 of Statesville Regional Airport
Mitsubishi's country right
was
now.
a Cessna Citation 550 business jet.
Very
The
nice.
550 is a twin-engined jet that's sleek, fast, the kind of plane that only serious money flies in. It seats up to 8 passengers and cruises at around 400 miles an hour. This particular aircraft that was on the runway was registered to a company called GB Aviation Leasing Limited,
Okay.
owned by a man called Greg Biffle. Greg was a massive name in NASCAR. He was a 19 Cup Series winner, champion in both the Truck and Xfinity Series, and one of the most recognizable faces in the sport for over a decade. He'd stepped back from full-time racing in 2016, but never really disappeared from public view. In fact, just a year before this, he'd been flying a personal
What is in
helicopter
this?
into the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, pulling people out and delivering supplies to communities that had been cut off.
Wait, does he have money like that?
That Saturday morning, Greg boarded
How?
the Cessna along with his wife Christina, as well as their 14-year-old daughter Emma and their 5-year-old son Ryder. Headed to Sarasota, Florida for the holidays. Also on the plane was Craig Wadsworth, a longtime friend of the family, as well as the 2 pilots, of course, Dennis Dutton and his son Jack. So there were 7 people on board. At around 10:06 in the morning, the Cessna rolled down runway 10 and lifted off
what
into
can
the
go
sky
wrong?
with no
What can go
faults
wrong? Nothing.
whatsoever. Poor weather was reported at the time, with heavy rainfall reducing visibility to less than 2.5 miles.
They're good.
But other than that, it was a routine, mundane departure. Nobody on board had any reason to think that anything was wrong. But just minutes after takeoff, the mood in the cockpit suddenly shifted.
Why?
Instrument after instrument on the left side of the cockpit began dropping out. The altitude indicator went, then the Garmin's airspeed and heading data vanished. Then, to make it even worse, the autopilot disengaged, leaving the pilot to manually fly an aircraft that was rapidly becoming a mystery.
Why?
Chuck on the radio at 10:13 and transmitted to
It's to
Statesville
take
that they
the
were having some
electricity?
issues. Just 7 minutes after takeoff, the decision was made to turn around and get back to the airport. The plane turned around and they headed towards the runway, and this is where the footage begins. Captured by a doorbell camera that was close to the airport's approach path, you can see cars on the drive, and then, out of nowhere, total tragedy unfolded.
What the fuck?
The Cessna had accidentally struck the approach lighting structures, tall steel frames that sit around 1,400 feet short of the runway threshold. The impact with the lights caused the aircraft to violently crash into the ground and tear through a line of trees before finally coming to a rest in an overrun area. First responders from the Statesville Fire Department were on scene within minutes. The plane erupted into a massive fireball upon impact, and the temperature reached over 500 degrees Celsius. Witnesses described seeing the firefighters working desperately with foam and water, but the damage was catastrophic. The fire had essentially consumed the center of the aircraft, leaving behind a blackened skeleton of twisted metal. As the heat began to subside, it became gut-wrenchingly clear that there would be no survivors to pull from the wreckage. Tragically, all 7 people were killed in the crash. In the weeks that followed, as tributes poured in from across the NASCAR world, the NTSB launched a full investigation, and it revealed that the problems had actually started before the plane had even left the ground. There had been a failed engine start, as well as malfunctioning thrust reversal
Why did they take off?
indicators. The report showed that the aircraft's electrical system was in total chaos at the time of the crash, showing misleading and incorrect information. Even the landing gear indicator lights failed to illuminate. As of right now, the investigation is still ongoing, with the NTSB currently running a deep dive analysis on the recovered electronics.
I'm
Unfortunately, we
confused.
just won't have an answer as to why for at least another year. But this case is just yet another chilling reminder that you just never know when it's your time.
I don't know, man. Planes
I bet
is
Greg and
really
his family have made this
scary.
journey many times before, and this time it just all went wrong. What was supposed to be a flight towards a holiday ended in a wall of flames, just 1,400 feet from the runway.
That's crazy, bro.
The Red Sea coastline has always been something that tourists like to visit. The calm, placid waves, paired with the booming Egyptian sun above, makes it an ideal place to do water sport, relax, and have fun. There's jet skis, surfers, and a variety of boats docked, eager to take tourists out in the water. One of these companies along the coast was Sinbad Submarines. Now, Sinbad Submarines started operations in 1992, providing specialized tourist submarine tours that descended approximately 82 feet below the waves to view
Okay, so
the
I
coral
have
reefs.
unreplaced tungsten
Sounds like
plates
fun,
in
right?
there.
To board the vessel, you'd be
Just
driven
2
out
more
to a boarding
plates.
platform around a kilometer off Hurghada's coast.
Okay.
You'd given you money and you hop on. By looking online, it seems Sinbad Submarines actually built their own submersibles, and by all accounts, they had a very good safety record. To go on the excursion, it cost £58 per person. Children went for 30,
Okay.
but infants went for free.
A lot of
So it was
ratings and
advertised as a
reviews
family
there.
trip out, welcoming
Nice.
in adults and children of all ages.
This
On
looks
March
good.
27th, 2025, approximately 50 people entered into the submersible. On board
Okay.
were 45 tourists, mostly from Russia, as well as 5 Egyptian crew members.
Damn Russians.
Now, the plan was simple. That day, they would do a 40-minute tour, descending 85 meters down to give the passengers a panoramic view of the reef through the sub's massive glass portholes. On board that day were kids, adults,
How
and
is
even
that
infants,
2021?
and as
That's
they
so,
stepped aboard,
so old.
everything seemed okay. Captured by a passenger
Your
boarding that
picture
day,
seems so
you
old.
can see them stood on top of the submarine, stating that they were about to descend, and then it all goes wrong.
Oh.
At approximately 10 a.m., as people began sitting down, the good safety record of Sinbad submarines would be shattered in a matter of seconds. As soon as
Okay.
the sub began to descend, almost instantly, screams could be heard echoing out of the cabin.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What the fuck's happening? What the fuck is happening?
As soon as it began to descend, water began pouring into the cabin. Now, this wasn't described as a slow leak. This was a flood. The Red Sea was rushing in with force. The panic inside was instantaneous. Staff tried their best to handle the situation.
They don't
tried
need
to push back the
lifeguard
tourists that were
vests?
still on the boarding platform, but it was already too late for those who boarded first.
They don't use
As the
lifeguard
vessel began to
vests?
fill with water, it tilted and slipped beneath the surface, disappearing beneath the waves.
What? What?
Emergency services were alerted almost instantly. Staff from the Sinbad resort platforms and divers situated on nearby vessels were the first to jump in the water to help. Within minutes, the Egyptian Navy, Coast Guard, and a fleet of local civilian boats scrambled to the site to find a scene of pure desperation.
I'm
Because the sub
confused.
sank in relatively shallow water, most of the passengers managed to swim out of the hatches just as it sank, but others weren't so lucky. Several were unable to escape and became trapped as the sub sank to the bottom of the depths.
The coast of Egypt, several people are dead after a tourist submarine sank in the Red Sea.
Russian news agencies suggest that several may still be trapped in the sunken sub.
Within the first hour,
Wow.
29 survivors were pulled to safety and rushed to the docks where a fleet of ambulances were waiting. Navy divers were sent down to inspect the hull, but by the time they reached it, it was already entirely flooded. There were no air pockets inside whatsoever. Everyone that was trapped inside was now dead. By the end of the day, teams had rescued a total of 39 people, with 4 in critical condition. But after this, the rescue then turned into a grim recovery. Inside the flooded vessel, divers found the bodies of 6 Russian nationals, including 2 children. On the pier, surviving parents were seen frantically pacing, searching for their children, initially unaware that they had perished in the submarine. The disaster was particularly cruel for one family. Ravil, a 40-year-old doctor, and his wife Christina were found in the submarine, while the couple's 2 daughters, aged 10 and 15, managed to scramble through the open hatches and survive. In a heartbeat, 2 sisters were orphaned, left to recover in an Egyptian hospital, while their parents remained trapped in their steel tomb on the seabed. According to several news sources, many vessels in the area operate daily with varying levels of adhering to safety. For example, in November of 2024, 30 individuals were rescued from a boat that was sinking near Daedalus Reef, leaving 11 dead and 7 still missing. Later in that exact same month, the tourist boat The Sea Story sank, leaving 4 more people dead.
What?
The sad truth is that most of the tragedies in the area are caused by a severe lack of care for health and safety. The Egyptian authorities launched an immediate investigation, and the results were damning. A technical report from the Maritime Safety Authority revealed that the Sinbad submarine hadn't hit a reef or suffered a mysterious hull failure. Instead, this whole tragedy was caused because of a catastrophic level of negligence. Turns out that the captain that day just simply forgot to close 2 hatches before descending.
What the fuck?
And once the water began flooding in, there was no stopping it.
What?
Absolutely.
You forgot to close the hatch?
I just couldn't believe that a submarine company that's been running for almost 25 years would make such a basic mistake. This incident eventually led to criminal charges that exposed a systemic disregard for passenger life on the Red Sea coast. In January 2026, the captain of the Sinbad was sentenced to 2 years in prison for involuntary manslaughter and gross negligence.
2 years?
The maintenance engineer also faced the bench,
2
receiving a
years?
6-month sentence after it was revealed that critical safety sensors and alarm systems that might have alerted the captain of the ports being open had been poorly maintained or just disabled. Basically, they got complacent and took shortcuts to make as much profit as possible. Regardless, for the survivors, as well as the families of the 6 victims, this legal conclusion provided little comfort. Many
Yeah,
were
2
scarred for
years,
life,
really, bro?
suffering PTSD and nightmares of
That
the
is
event.
absolutely
Many
the
now
dumbest
suffer a
way to
deadly fear of
kill
water
people, bro.
that no court sentence could wash
You
away.
didn't even close the hatchet. What? What? How is that even humanly possible? What? This is your job. Alright, it's usually the first thing you do.
Next up, we've got a
Why are you
terrifying
gonna go
clip
down?
that takes us all the way back to March the 22nd, 1978, in San Juan, Puerto Rico. In San Juan is the Condado district. This district has a high density of Gold Coast luxury high-rises and concrete plazas pushed right up to the ocean. It's a place built for spectacle, but on the fateful afternoon of March the 22nd, people gathered on the pavement looking up to the skyline. They weren't looking for planes. Instead, they were watching an old man step onto a tightrope 121 feet above the street.
The fuck is he
Now,
doing?
that man was 73-year-old Carl Wallender. By this point, Carl was a living legend. He was what you'd call a definition of a daredevil, famous for doing the unthinkable, all without a safety harness or a single safety net beneath him.
Why
He was the
the
founder
fuck?
of the Flying Wallenders, a legendary family of circus daredevils, and he had been an acrobat
Why?
since he was a young child. Now, the Flying Wallenders were known for things that nobody else would even attempt, such as their unequaled 7-man pyramid, where 3 tiers of people balanced on top of each other while moving across a tightrope. In 1962, that very pyramid collapsed during a show in Detroit, killing 2 of Carl's family members and leaving another paralyzed from the waist down. Now, after this incident, most people would have walked away, but Carl just kept on going. At 69, he set a world distance record at Kings Island that wasn't broken for over 30 years. To him, the tightrope was the only place that made sense. So he was an expert. As he lined up, ready to cross the line, the crowd packed below behind barriers, watching in awe. As he stepped out, it looked like it was going to be another success story.
Wait, let me see
For the
this.
first
What
few
the?
minutes,
This is so
it was
crazy.
a classic performance.
Doing?
He was steady, he kept his pace. He looked completely in control as he moved away from the first tower.
What the fuck is?
For Carl,
This
it
is
was
so
just another
stupid.
day at the
This is
office.
so stupid. This is so stupid.
But as he reached the halfway point, the most vulnerable spot on any high wire walk, everything went completely
Like, how do you
wrong.
even get help if something
The
goes
tropical
wrong?
wind, which had been a light breeze, suddenly started to kick up into heavy gusts. To make things even worse,
So
as
there's
the wind
nothing
blew,
below him
it
to
became
save him?
clear that the wire hadn't been secured properly. All of a sudden, it began to whip left and right, throwing Carl off balance.
Oh, he's gonna fall off. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my
You
god.
can
Oh
see in the footage the cable started
Oh,
to
oh,
sway
oh, oh.
violently, and for several agonizing seconds, he struggled and tried his best to stay on the rope, trying to find his balance as the wind gusted up to 30 miles an hour. The wire was just too loose. As he bent his knees, the cable buckled. Then, in a moment that's still hard to watch decades later, he slipped, and in the blink of an eye, Carl fell from the rope, tumbling 10 stories down below. There was nothing anyone
Oh,
could
it's
do
bound to happen
as he
eventually, I
struck a
guess. I
taxi
don't know.
parked on the street.
He was gonna keep
The
going.
crowd who were there to see a legend in action instead watched a nightmare unfold right in front of their eyes.
He was
Ambulances
just
rushed
gonna
to the
keep
legend's
going
aid,
until this happened
but his
anyways.
injuries
It's
were
like,
devastating.
people like this are never
By
gonna
the time
stop.
he'd reached the
Right?
hospital, Carl was
Either they
pronounced dead.
retire at a big, very old
Carl
age,
had a good
or
life doing these stunts,
end up
and he
dying.
knew the risks. He'd seen firsthand what could happen if these tricks go wrong, and yet he still continued to climb onto the rope time and time again. He died just 38 days after his movie had premiered, showing him recovering from certain death. It looked like he was about to start a brand new chapter of his career, but instead it ended in a brutal, sudden fashion. Today, his great-grandson Nick Wallender still carries on the family tradition. He still performs crazy stunts without a
Oh
harness,
my god,
risking
bro.
his life doing high-wire walks and
Your
daring
dad
tricks,
died doing this and
just
then
like
you're
his
doing it?
grandfather.
Really, bro? I don't know how to feel about that. I guess you're carrying his legacy. I don't know.
And last, but certainly not least, we have a piece of grainy CCTV footage recorded
La
in LaGuardia
Guardia.
Airport in New York on the night of March
LaGuardia is in
22nd,
New York?
2026. That
Wait,
night it was
whoa,
rainy,
I did not know
dark
that.
and gloomy, but LaGuardia Airport was still in use. Thousands whizzed about, waiting for their flights or arriving in. One particular flight that was due to arrive at LaGuardia Airport that night was Air Canada Express 8646.
Okay.
Air Canada Express 8646 was a regularly scheduled international passenger flight from Montreal bound for LaGuardia Airport in New York. This flight was operated by Jazz Aviation, and on board were 76 people, including 72 passengers and 4 crew members. The plane took off earlier that evening, and the
Then
journey
it's
was
6
as
passengers.
mundane as
That's
they
not
could.
that many, is it?
While it was
For
raining,
that big of a
the plane
plane?
had taken
That's
off with
very
no
few,
faults
no?
or issues in sight, and the majority of the journey went down without a hitch. But as the lights of New York City finally came into view, the weather conditions suddenly worsened. Heavy rain was reported across the area, visibility was reduced to just 3 miles, making any landing significantly more stressful than usual. As the plane got closer,
Please,
it
for the
radioed
love
into
of
the
God,
control
let me
tower,
just...
requesting permission to land on runway 4. This was granted. But at that exact moment, an emergency erupted on the other side of the airfield. Another plane that was leaving that night, United Airlines Flight 2384, was forced to abort its takeoff after the crew smelled smoke and burning in the cabin.
What?
Fearing an electrical fire,
Yo,
they
leave that
declared an
shit.
emergency and called fire teams for help.
Dip.
The controller, now juggling the landing jet and a potential fire disaster on the ground, scrambled the airport's firefighting team to their location. Trying to manage both the landing and the fire emergency, the controller gave Truck 1, a massive fire truck, clearance to cross runway 4 to reach the United jet, believing there to be enough time to slip by.
Yeah, I feel stupid with not that's money to be honest, but I wish I had the 340, you know, eh? Like, if I actually had the 340, I would have done it right now.
But as the Air Canada jet touched down through the fog, the controller realized that there would be an overlap. Realizing this, he screamed on the radio, demanding the fire truck to stop. He repeated this request multiple times, each request getting more and more frantic and more serious.
And he did not listen.
Frontier 4195 to stop there, please. Stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop.
There was no response from the fire truck. In the chaos and the rain, it seems that they just didn't hear and continued on their path. With visibility seriously hampered, both pilots on the jet failed to see the massive fire engine in their path until it was almost right in front of them. In a catastrophic instant, the plane collided with the firefighting truck like a wrecking ball. The jet, traveling at nearly 100 miles an hour, slammed into the wall of steel, the sheer momentum flipping the 30-ton truck onto its side like a toy.
Tower, Carnes, to reiterate, LaGuardia Airport is closed at this time. No aircraft in or out. Okay. Frontier 4195, you copy that?
What a fucking idiot. Who is that guy in that fire truck?
Just stand by. Yeah, we got stuff in process for that, man. That wasn't good to watch. Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff. We were dealing with an emergency earlier. No, man, you did the best you could.
That emergency vehicle was responding, we're told by authorities, to another aircraft, to a United plane. The pilot calling in some type of odor that he was smelling, so he was calling for a response.
There's no way he's arrived.
Inside that emergency vehicle, a sergeant and a Port Authority police officer, both taken to the hospital. They are in stable condition.
The nose of the aircraft didn't just buckle. In the impacts, it was entirely pulverized. The majority of the cockpit and forward galley was shredded. Miraculously, despite the massive impact, nothing ignited, and the plane slowly skidded to a stop. It took several minutes for rescue teams to cut through the wreckage. It was only then that they realized that the two pilots, Antoine Forrest and Mackenzie Gunther, had been killed instantly. The black box was uncovered, and it showed that the control of the plane had been handed over in the seconds before the crash in a desperate attempt to divert away from a head-on collision. But traveling at 130 miles an hour, there was simply no time to save themselves. In total, 41 people, including passengers, crew, and both occupants of the fire truck, were injured following the crash. Honestly, it's a miracle that more didn't die. This was the first fatal accident at LaGuardia Airport in 34 years, weirdly occurring on the exact same date as the US Air Flight 405 crash in 1992. But this seems like an accident caused by cost-cutting and oversight. For context, there were two controllers working that night. One controller that managed active runways, and a controller that was in charge of overseeing operations.
He spoke to them.
According to research, there should be at least 4 at night and around 10 in the day. So they were short-staffed and overwhelmed. Not only will the controller that gave the incorrect instructions have to live with the guilt of what happened, It's likely that he will face prosecution because of this, since he was the person who cleared both the plane and the truck to cross the same runway. The primary cause of the accident will almost certainly be listed as controller error. Honestly, I really feel for him. It's just horrible, and obviously he never meant for this to happen. Of course, this is a fresh case, and the direct cause of the crash is still yet to be determined. But as the investigation continues, it's slowly becoming clear that this
everyone
wasn't
knows.
just one man's mistake. This seems like it was an entire systemic failure. A breakdown of the very safeguards meant to prevent exactly this kind of disaster.
They were communicating on the radar. I don't understand. What the fuck? He said, the way stop there. Like, why did he drive forward?
That is the end of the video. May everyone featured rest in peace. But holy moly, smackaroos, this video was crazy. Again, some clips in this, I was absolutely shocked at how horrifying and avoidable some of them were. But starting from the top, we had Lars, who disappeared at the airport.
I still don't understand that one.
Really infamous, and it's one that I've wanted to cover on the channel for ages. I was going to do a missing persons video, but I don't know, it didn't really work out, so here it is in this video. Honestly, I'm interested in what you guys think happened below. Personally, I don't know. To me, it looks like this could have been a human trafficking thing, or it could have been a mental condition that went undiagnosed. As he's still missing to this very day, we just don't have the answers. His mother is still searching for him, which makes it all the more tragic. Then we've got the plane crash doorbell camera footage. Wow. Considering they'd taken this flight loads of times before and it had all been fine, and then suddenly, for almost no reason whatsoever, it crashes. It's horrifying. Just imagine getting a notification on your phone and checking the notification to see this. I think your heart might fall out of your chest. Then we had the Red Sea submarine horror.
That's so stupid.
Crazy.
So stupid. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, absolutely retarded.
Is crazy to me. It makes it even worse that
only
the
2
captain
years
may have been alerted that they were open, but safeguards and safety systems were disabled, so he had no idea. One mistake, and it cost 6 people their lives. While of course I'm glad that people were held accountable, these kind of accidents are still ongoing in Hurghada today.
They're held accountable in my opinion, bro.
Maybe think twice before getting on any boat, because this could easily be you or me. Then we've got Carl falling off a tightrope in 1978. This one was also kind of shocking as well. The fact that he continued doing this despite seeing family members be seriously injured and killed doing the stunts is a testament to how much he loved showing off to a crowd. Carl was an absolute legend, but
and then
everyone
his
who witnessed his
grandson
death that day scarred for life. Then we've got the LaGuardia incident in New York. Oh my god, that was insane. To have one guy try and oversee the entire airport above and on the ground is just crazy to me. It was only a matter of time before he made a mistake like this. There should have been 2, 3, 4 people overseeing that airport, but instead he was just on his own, overwhelmed. 2 pilots lost their life just due to confusion. It's honestly a miracle that nobody else died in this incident, because usually when a plane hits a hard object, it explodes in a ball of flames. Obviously this plane was empty on fuel because it was landing, but still, it's an absolute miracle that nobody else was killed, and I really hope that the controller isn't held fully accountable, because it wasn't entirely his fault. Yes, he got confused, but he was trying to do a million things at once, and it was impossible. But most importantly, what did you guys think of this one? As you guys know,
so the other guy not get it?
Below, so chat away and let me know.
The fire truck guy, did he not get told?
If you're into this kind of content and you want to see it ad-free, uncut, and uncensored, why not go and check out my Patreon, linked in the description below. Over there, I upload an entirely
woman
video,
repellent, really, bro?
uncensored, uncut, and ad-free. Now, this doesn't mean overly gory, just without YouTube's restrictions. And while you're down there, if you made it this far through the video and you're not subscribed, go ahead and destroy that sub button now and tickle that notification bell to be alerted at when I release content such as this. But I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. W tragedy tales, man. Tragedy tales. I mean, I have to watch it because Stack the Bean is gone, bro. Stack the Bean is gone. Rest in peace, Stack the Bean, bro. Rest in peace, Stack the Bean. Gone, but never forgotten.
Cameras are everywhere. On every street corner, in every pocket, Almost everyone has access to one, so it's no surprise that all the time,
Mm-hmm.
clips are captured moments before horror.
Yeah.
I'm Ryan from Tragedy Tales, and welcome back to the channel.
Thank
Over
you.
here we cover anything tragic.
Place
but in
Chunk.
this 28th
What
episode
is
in the
his name,
series,
bro? We gotta get
once
rid of
again,
this.
I've dredged through the most horrible ends of the internet to find you 5 more shocking examples. From a tragic river mishap to a shocking building fire in Hong Kong, this week, as usual, we've got entries from across the globe reminding you that life is unpredictable and deadly. So, grab a hot drink, strap in and draw the curtains,
I
and
forgot
let's get
I need the David's
right
stuff,
into
don't I?
it.
David's cloak with black hole. Yeah.
First up, we've got a shocking case that brings us to Auburn, California, on May the 11th, 2017. Now, Auburn is a small city in Placer County, sitting around 35 miles northeast of Sacramento.
Never heard of this.
It's one of those places that's got a bit of everything, a historic gold rush town center, miles and miles of hiking trails, and some genuinely stunning scenery. People travel from all over
Stunning
Northern California
scenery in
to spend some
America,
time
really?
there. But one of the biggest draws has to be the American River. The North Fork of the American River stretches 88 miles, cutting through deep canyon walls and pine forests. The Auburn State Recreation Area sits right on top of it, featuring around 35,000 acres of wilderness. It's one of the most popular outdoor spots in the entire state, and because of this, hikers and campers and kayakers travel from far and wide to visit, pulling in nearly 1 million visitors each year. On the warm spring afternoon of May the 11th, 2017, 19-year-old Raymond Cabalfin, as well as 3 other friends, decided that they were going to hike out into the wilderness to explore the Auburn State Recreation Area. Raymond was a college student from Sacramento, and by all accounts, he was a happy and sociable dude, eager to start his life. That day, the group had been hiking out near the Lake Trail, a popular route that runs right alongside the American River. By
How
noon,
is
the group
Griffin
had been
feathers so
walking for a while.
expensive, guys?
The sun was
I
beating
just
down
don't
on them,
understand.
and it was sweltering. And so, eventually, they decided that they were going to take a plunge into the American River. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Wanting to cool down, this is where the infamous footage begins. It shows the friends standing by as the turquoise water rushed past them at great speed. Raymond could be seen in the background.
What's wrong?
It looks
There's
like he's
something
wearing
wrong with
swimming
this?
shorts, so the idea of the river must have been planned.
So this is gonna happen, guys. We're over here, hiking trip with Jose, Carmen, Ray.
I'm gonna record you on mine.
And me, bro. Hey, what's up? Say what's up, bro.
What's good?
Alright, this is what
Uh-huh.
2017,
2017, the 11th, May 11th.
It's a vibe.
Wait, I'm gonna record this.
This is
Alright.
memories right here.
Hey, so we got my cousin, we got my boy Ray. Alright, Ray, go for it. Do it, Ray, go.
With the group stood at the bank, laughing and joking, one of the girls leapt into the water, landing a small distance into the river. At the same time, Raymond jumped further upstream, but he jumped way, way further than his friend. He jumped right into the jaws of death.
Jaws of death?
I'm
Whoa.
gonna record this.
This is
Alright.
memories right here.
Hey, so we got my cousin, we got my boy Ray. Alright, Ray, go for it. Do it, Ray, go. 2, 1.
What can go wrong here? I'm confused.
As the girl in the clip quickly makes her way out of the water, you can see Raymond trying as well, but then he realizes that he's being carried by a vicious current. He tried to swim to the bank, but it was futile. The river was running far too fast. He was now completely at its mercy.
Carmen's gone.
What the group couldn't tell just by looking at it was that beneath the surface, the American River that day was an entirely different beast. Weeks of heavy snowfall poured down from the Sierra Nevada, and it had been quietly building for miles. The river was actually running at twice its normal speed and was sitting around 54 degrees Fahrenheit, so it was very cold. The current underneath, invisible from the bank, was powerful enough to drag down anything or anyone that tried to cross it. But of course, standing by the bank on that warm spring afternoon, you're having fun, the sun's out,
Yeah, nobody
you'd
would think
simply
that.
never know. At
Yeah.
first, nobody was taking it seriously. His friends on the bank were laughing, joking that Raymond was off. In the short clip, you can see him struggling to try and swim to the other side of the river, but he found that this was also impossible. The current was pulling him sideways and downstream. This is where the laughing stopped. Raymond called out for help, and his friends immediately stopped recording as panic set in.
Guys, we don't have any backup plans? No plan? What's your plan? What's your plan? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck are you doing?
His friends started frantically sprinting downstream along the bank and tried their very best to keep up with him, but the current was just too strong. None of them could catch up before he disappeared into the distance. 911 was immediately called, and park rangers at the Auburn State Recreation Area responded immediately. When they got to the area, Raymond was nowhere to be seen, and so they launched a full search that very day. Several teams scoured the
Did he
water,
die of
walking along the riverbanks,
the
and
cold
covering
or
everything that they could think to access.
what?
At the same
What's
time,
wrong with hanging out
California
in the
Highway
water? I don't
Patrol
understand.
helicopters swept the area from above, and Raymond's own family organized multiple volunteer search parties, getting as many eyeballs out there as possible. Air patrols, rescue teams, and volunteers continued searching for 7 hours straight, but they found absolutely nothing. Raymond had completely vanished. Days passed, and teams were still scouring the area, but again, there was no sign of Raymond anywhere.
What?
At this point, everyone was expecting the worst.
Divers catch their breath after an extensive underwater search turns up empty. A teenager went underwater in the frigid and churning rapids around 10 Saturday morning and never surfaced. The teen's family and park visitors watched from the rocks as crews scoured about 4 miles of rocky rapids.
It gives me chills to think about that. Actually, it's crazy that people would just want to go get in right there.
I feel sorry for the family because that's shocking news to hear.
Officials say they were sitting right along those rocks over there, which
So they never found the body?
Close to white water.
Soon after this, his parents released the footage of him jumping in, hoping that it may aid in his rescue. The story quickly made national news, but sadly by this point, rescue teams stated that the search had moved from a rescue to a recovery.
The search continues for another missing Filipino, and this time in the northern region of Sacramento, California. 19-year-old college student Ray Cabalfin was last seen being swept away after jumping into the American River's currents in Auburn last Thursday.
Days continued to pass, and rescue teams continued scouring the water, but they continued to come up empty-handed.
What the fuck?
Until
How?
4 days later, on the evening of March the 29th, 18 days after Raymond's disappearance, a California Highway Patrol helicopter was flying by the area and spotted something floating in the river. Teams were sent to the location, approximately 3 miles downstream from where he had disappeared. And upon further investigation,
3 miles.
it turned out that the thing floating in the water was indeed Raymond. Sadly, he had died shortly after being swept away. He must have got overwhelmed by the current and was unable to tread water for any longer. His body must have been caught by something at the bottom of the river, because he only appeared when decomposition caused him to float to the surface. While his family were distraught that he had passed, they were thankful that the river had finally given him back so that they could lay him to rest. Speaking
They knew
of
he had
tragedy,
passed, right?
officers reiterated that the Sacramento rivers are very dangerous. The undercurrents are often way stronger than they look. What appears calm on the surface may be moving at a terrifying force underneath. They advise people to not enter unless they're trained or were wearing a life jacket. Now, this was, of course, a shocking and tragic outcome for everyone involved.
Obviously.
When you're a teenager, you're liable to do silly things like this. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to fail to weigh up the risks, but this case just goes to show that a single bad decision can easily take your life. Next up, we've got a case that takes us to Agra, India, On October the 19th, 2024, Agra is a city in the northern state
chill
of
out on me a
Uttar
little
Pradesh,
bit.
sitting about 200 kilometers south of Delhi. It's probably best known worldwide for being home to the Taj Mahal, one of the most recognizable buildings on the planet. But beyond that, it's a major working city, and right in the heart of it sits the Sarafa Bazaar, a bustling
Wait,
silver
how
and
the
jewelry
fuck do you
market that's been
black
trading
hole
for
this?
generations. This bazaar is a multi-story building packed with traders,
Because doesn't
workshops,
this do
and
too
market
much
stalls.
damage?
It's busy, loud, and full of
I
life.
see.
And that's exactly where 20-year-old Asif
Yeah, it does.
was on that fateful October afternoon. Now, Asif was a local lad born and raised in Abbas Nagar, a neighborhood in Agra. He worked at the Johari complex right there in the silver market. Like most young people, he was obsessed with his phone and obsessed with filming TikToks and Reels to post online. That day of October the 19th was
let
no
me check these through.
exception. Asif wanted to record a TikTok where he worked to show his friends what he was up to. The video idea was simple.
So what the fuck am I
Asif
gonna
was going
do?
to walk in slow motion towards his friend, who was seated a small distance away filming the whole thing. But this is where the footage begins. Filmed from a CCTV camera in the area, it shows Asif up on one of the upper floors of the Johari Plaza building, inside the bazaar. Asif began recording his TikTok and starts walking in slow motion towards the camera, playing it up for the clip. Everything's mundane. Then, for no reason whatsoever,
What's wrong with this?
Asif bends down and reaches for a metal safety railing fixed into the floor.
Why?
For some reason, he lifts it, and the second he does, he slips right through it.
What the fuck? Why? Why? Just why? Are you guys just bored?
None of his friends could do anything before he
Why?
rushed through the floor, falling 3 stories down.
Why?
The medics rushed to the scene, but he had suffered
Why?
fatal injuries to his head and neck
What the
and
fuck
was
is he
declared
doing?
dead right there.
Is
This
he doing?
short case has me scratching my head. First of all, why is there a hole in the floor? Secondly, why is it open and unlocked? And thirdly, why does it lead 3 stories to the ground below? There's more questions than answers. Maybe this was something that he did before to add spice to the TikToks, to mess about with the railing, but honestly, who knows? The footage showing him falling quickly went viral across India, but unfortunately this wasn't some isolated freak accident.
What?
Did you know that India accounts for around 47% of all selfie and reel-related deaths recorded worldwide?
Really?
The problem became so widespread that back in 2015, India declared selfie deaths a national issue. Cities like Mumbai and Goa were even designated official no-selfie zones at dangerous locations. And yet, over a decade later, young people are still dying, recording reels for fun, chasing content, and pushing it too far.
And they do be like that though, huh?
Next up, we've got a couple of crazy clips that were recorded on Monday, the 6th of October, 2025, in Sacramento, California. That day, as the sun settled beneath the horizon, it was the typical Monday evening rush hour. Thousands of commuters were making their way home on Highway 50. All of them were completely unaware that this commute would turn into something that nobody
Yeah, let me
could have
think though,
ever
because
predicted.
okay, so I
As the
should
car sat bumper to
definitely
bumper
do some better stuff
near
on the
Highway
next
50,
one.
a
I should
Reach
swap
Air
to
Medical Services
G-Drag. I
helicopter
should swap
had
David
just
Clough.
dropped off a patient at UC Davis Medical Center. They landed on the helipad, dropped off their patient before taking off again into the sky, heading back to base in Reading.
What can
On
go
board were
wrong?
3 crew members: pilot Chad Millward, a decorated retired California highway patrol pilot
Jesus
with
Smith is
decades of flying under his belt.
fine.
There was also flight paramedic Margaret D.D. Davis, as well as 67-year-old flight nurse Susan Smith. Susan had over 50 years experience in nursing, with the last 21 of them with Reach. She was someone who was dedicated to helping others in her spare time.
Oh, she's so
She
beautiful.
and her husband regularly traveled to Nicaragua to provide free medical care to an orphanage there. But that day, The helicopter took off as it did thousands of times before, and as they gained elevation, all of a sudden, everything went wrong. Shortly after takeoff, at around 7 p.m, as the helicopter rose into the air, the power cut out completely.
What?
The instruments went dark, and the helicopter began to fall to the ground like
How?
a lead balloon. Attempts were made to restart the engine, but it was no use. There had been a serious electrical fault, causing a complete loss of power and control.
It doesn't even make any sense
The
though, because
helicopter had only reached 500 feet in elevation.
aren't there like
So, as they
emergency
tumbled through the
stuff
air,
that should
there
keep
were mere
it?
seconds to think about
That
what
should
to
save
do
it?
next. One of the passengers, Dee Davis, got on the radio and called for a mayday, while Millward, the pilot, focused on one thing: where to put it down. Below them were densely packed neighborhoods, but right next to it was Highway 50. However, this was also packed with rush hour traffic. Neither was a great option, but making a split-second decision, the pilot decided to aim towards the highway, just hoping and praying that they wouldn't collide with any vehicles or explode on impact. And this is where the crazy clips begin. In shocking video captured by several dash cams, as well as mobile phone footage, you can see the helicopter plummeting towards the ground, heading right towards the highway. Before anyone had time to think about what was happening, it struck the highway hard, landing on its left side in the eastbound lanes. Its blade shattered, and it scattered debris across multiple lanes. One part of the rotor blade had struck a fence on the residential side of the highway.
This doesn't look like real life
Another
even,
piece
bro.
had
This is
sheared off
insane.
completely and embedded itself in the roof of a nearby garage. But astonishingly, not a single car was hit. The pilot's quick thinking meant that he was able to maneuver it and crash into space between traffic. With white smoke billowing from the wreckage, given the amount of fuel on board, many, including the pilot, expected it to explode shortly after crashing. But the stars aligned and the fuel failed to ignite. A miracle. The race was now on to save the passengers inside. People who were on the highway got out of their vehicles to a scene of devastation. The aircraft was completely wrecked, and as first responders rushed to the scene, chaos erupted on the
Did any of
motorway.
them survive?
What was a normal, ordinary Monday had suddenly
I don't know.
become something right out of a horror movie. As the aircraft continued to smoke and first responders were on their way, drivers of vehicles were able to get out of their car and help 2 out of the 3 passengers to escape, all except nurse Susie Smith, who remained trapped under the wreckage. The Sacramento fire team
No, not
arrived
the
at the scene
body,
shortly
bro.
after, but when they tried to lift the helicopter, they were unable to. So they turned to the drivers who had stopped on the highway, total strangers who moments earlier had just been sitting in traffic, and asked them to help. About 15 people stepped forward and surrounded the helicopter and heroically lifted it from the ground, allowing a firefighter
What,
to slide
isn't she
underneath
smushed
and
then?
cut Susie's seatbelt to pull her free. The whole thing took less than a minute. All 3 crew members were rushed to UC Davis Medical Center in critical condition, and the highway was shut for hours while cleanup was done. Unfortunately, while the pilot and Dee Dee made it, Susie succumbed to her injuries in the hospital days later. Officials were amazed that the helicopter had come down in the middle of rush hour traffic without hitting a single vehicle. The fact that it didn't explode as well was a miracle. It's a testament to the skill and quick thinking of the pilot. Shortly after, the NTSB opened an investigation into the crash, and their preliminary report only confirmed the total power loss, but couldn't explain what caused it. The final report is expected to take another 18 to 24 months, so at the time of saying this, sadly we just don't have all the answers.
Just a waiting game,
What
huh?
happened on Highway 50 that evening was nothing short of a miracle.
Hey
The
man, at least
helicopter
it
fell
didn't
out of
hit
the
anyone.
sky onto one of the
Really
busiest
lucky.
roads in the state, and astonishingly, not a single person on the
So
ground was
lucky.
hurt. Strangers
So
put
lucky.
their lives on the line, dropped everything to help those in need. While they were able to save 2, despite everything, Susie just didn't make it. As you know from watching this channel, sometimes even miracles aren't enough.
Well said. Really well said, actually. He's not wrong.
Next up, we've got some footage that looks like something straight out of a disaster movie, recorded on January the 13th,
In China?
2020, in Jining, China. Now, Jining is the capital of Qinghai province in northwestern China. It's a major city of around 2 million people sitting high on the Tibetan Plateau. Like much of China, it's been developing rapidly for decades, with new roads, buildings, and infrastructure constantly being laid beneath the streets. That day, it was completely ordinary, as people rushed about the city, returning from work or just chilling at home. At around 5:30 p.m, this is where the clip begins. Recorded on a CCTV camera outside Changcheng Hospital, it shows a perfectly ordinary Monday evening.
I'm still so confused.
People were gathering at the bus
Isn't
stop.
China and
Men, women, and children were stood there waiting for it to arrive.
China and
On camera,
India
you can see the
pretty
bus
like
pulling up
small,
and the passengers begin to board.
considering
Some
how
of these
many
passengers
people
had likely
live
just
there?
visited relatives
Am I
inside the
crazy?
hospital,
Compared
while
to
some were
Russia, like
perhaps
how many
workers,
people live in
while
Russia, bro?
others were
And
patients
how big is the
themselves,
country?
finally heading home. You can see the street looks pretty busy, and as I always say, everything was normal until it wasn't. As several people clambered onto the bus, completely out of the blue, the ground beneath their feet suddenly gave way.
What?
A huge sinkhole appeared.
Huh?
All captured on CCTV,
Wow.
you can see the road cave in directly beneath the
Why
bus.
do you build a
Before anyone had
road
any
where
time to
there's a
react,
sinkhole?
the front end of the vehicle
Are you guys fucking
immediately
stupid?
nosedived into the earth, the back end lurching up into the air.
Who the
Within a
fuck
wink
did
of an eye,
this?
the sinkhole grew in size, and sadly, multiple people tumbled inside, including a baby.
What the fuck
Most
is
of these
this?
people were just getting on the bus, and now they were in a
Who
life
did
or death
this?
situation.
Someone is
One
behind
that
this.
nobody could have
This
predicted.
negligence,
People who avoided
negligence,
it
whatever.
rushed over to help, throwing their hands into the sinking earth, grabbing anyone they could before they could be swallowed. In the footage, you can then see something remarkable. A 13-year-old boy who had barely escaped the collapse returned to the sinkhole to try and grab his mother and his baby brother. He reached down and pulled the baby to safety, and as if this wasn't enough, he then went back a second time with a group of others to help his mother, who was still stuck in the pit.
Damn.
As the group reached down to grab her, all of a sudden, the sinkhole widened once again. The ground crumbled, and the entire group that was attempting to help plunged into the pit. Then, just when you think
What
it
the
couldn't
fuck
get
is
any
happening?
worse, a water pipe that had burst inside the sinkhole
What?
hit a live electrical cable.
Bro,
This caused
what?
a small explosion to occur
Nah,
within the sinkhole,
this is some movie
causing
shit. What
yet
the fuck is
more
happening?
devastation.
The entire
In the
shit
footage, you can
is
see
collapsing.
a fireball erupt from the hole, followed by thick plumes of smoke. At the bottom, the police officer's son found himself wading through sludge in complete darkness.
There's a bus.
Amazingly, despite all odds, Son made it out, but not without breaking multiple bones. The sinkhole at this point had opened up to 80 square meters, roughly 32 feet across, and continued
Yeah,
to grow
China,
deeper
you
and
guys really
deeper
just
with
tried
every
to save
second.
some dollars there, huh?
Over 1,000 emergency workers and 30 vehicles descended on the scene overnight. Soon, a crane was brought to lift the bus out. The front windows were blasted and caked in mud, and underneath they found multiple people dead. Firefighters physically rappelled down into the hole, and diggers and dump trucks were set at the scene to excavate the earth around the collapse. In the rescue, they were able to save some trapped, but some were buried deep in the mud. The 13-year-old boy who reached into the sinkhole to save his family amazingly survived, but sadly he was unable to save his mother, who perished in the incident. The CCTV showing him helping others went viral across China overnight, with millions across the country praising his heroic actions. By Tuesday morning, recovery efforts were still ongoing. Some individuals were swallowed and buried so deep that excavating them was not an easy task. Eventually, the official death toll was announced, listing the lives lost at 9, leaving 16 seriously injured.
I did not see that many people go down there.
1,000
What the
rescue
fuck?
workers
Oh
sifting
no.
through the mud with a fine-tooth comb, one person was never found, lost forever to the endless depths of the earth.
Wait, what?
Now, I don't know if you know, but sinkholes are not uncommon in China. Sinkholes in the region are often blamed on construction works and the rapid pace of development in the country. Officials often cut corners, disturb ground, and cause sinkholes to appear without warning. They can also be caused by erosion of underpinning rocks, causing voids to form over time. However, in this case, to have this many people swallowed so quickly in broad daylight, and then for an explosion to occur on top of it all, is
that's
totally
crazy.
It just goes to show that the ground beneath your feet sometimes isn't as solid as you might think.
But shouldn't have been taking this into account when they're building, constructing stuff? I don't really understand. Are they stupid?
And last, but certainly not least,
Is this
we've got a
negligence?
handful of heartbreaking clips recorded on the 26th of November 2025 in Taipo District, Hong Kong. Taipo District is known as the back garden of Hong Kong. With bicycle tracks, riverside promenades, and leafy parks, it's more of a relaxed part of the city, home to over 300,000 people. Much like the rest of Hong Kong, land is scarce and space is tight. So, scattered across Taipo District are dozens of high-rise housing estates, their towers rising 30 stories or more into the sky. One of those estates overlooking Tolo Harbour was Wang Fuk Court. This court consisted of 8 towers.
Excuse me, sir, what did you just say? Wang Fuk Court?
These 8 buildings had nearly 2,000 apartments in them and were home to approximately 4,643 people.
Damn!
Built in 1983, many of the residents had lived there for decades. Nearly 40% of them were aged 65 and over, and for a lot of these people, these towers weren't just where they lived, it was the only home that they had ever known. They'd brought up their kids there and had no intention of moving anytime soon. In 2025, the complex was midway through a major renovation, one that residents hadn't even asked for. Every household had been billed around 160,000 Hong Kong dollars for renovation works that they had no say in. These renovations were specifically to repair and completely rebuild the exterior walls of all 8 towers. To renovate them, all 8 towers had been wrapped from top to bottom in bamboo scaffolding, draped in green protective netting, with polystyrene foam panels covering every window on every floor. To make it easier for workers to move in and out of the buildings, the glass panels in the stairwell windows had even been replaced with wooden boards. Residents had been living inside these wrap towers for almost a year, cooking dinner, watching television, and living their lives in near darkness.
What the
While
fuck?
of course this was rather annoying, it was temporary, and it was meant to improve their home. After all, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
Well, on Wednesday the
A lot.
26th of November 2025,
Is it gonna start a
it
big
was a
fire?
dry, windy afternoon.
Oh, yep,
Local
it's a
officials
big fire.
had given a red fire danger warning that Monday, with a northeastern monsoon driving humidity down to around 40%. That afternoon, at around 2:51 p.m., over half the residents of Wang Fuk
I still
Court
wonder
were
what the
home.
top buildings are
Many were
multiple.
elderly, retired, or some were just chilling, having a day off work. This is when all of a sudden, the unmistakable smell of burning began to drift through the apartments. Unknown to those inside, a small fire had begun on the netting between the first and second floors of Block F, Wang Cheong House. A resident in the neighboring Block G spotted it burning out of their window. This individual frantically called the property management office, but when the phone rang, there was no answer. She rushed down the stairs and told a security guard what she'd seen, but by the time the alarm was raised, it was already far, far too late. The fire had spread exponentially.
Yeah, because doesn't that burn in like a
This is where the
millisecond?
clips begin. Filmed
Fire
by a
nets.
bystander on the street, you can see small flames at the base of one of the towers, catching the green netting alight. Then, within just mere seconds, it started climbing, racing up the building faster than anyone could have ever imagined.
That's how it goes with nets and stuff. This takes fire so easy.
The gap between the building's exterior wall and the scaffolding netting was acting like a chimney, funneling heat and flame vertically upward at an extraordinary rate. In the footage, you can see the fire travel from the ground to the top of a 31-story building in what appears to be just minutes. Then, the flames reached the polystyrene foam panels that were sealed over the windows, and they turned out to be extremely flammable. The sheer heat of the fire
Great job, you
shattered the
fucking
glass,
idiots.
causing flames to suddenly burst inside apartments. What had
So much
started
for
on the
this free
outside of the
repair,
building
dude.
was now burning through people's homes, floor by floor. The construction workers on site realized what was happening and tried to fight the fire themselves, using fire extinguishers and anything they had on hand.
Fire extinguishers.
But of course, it was futile.
Are we dead ass, bro?
Completely out of control. They were forced to retreat back inside the buildings and escape. Sadly, 5 of them found themselves trapped and never made it out.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh my god, it is absolutely popping off in there. Holy shit. Can someone go help them, please? Can someone help them? This is so fucked, bro. So they didn't think this one through, did they?
Things then went from bad to very, very bad, in a deadly domino effect. As Block F became engulfed in flames, burning embers began trickling down from the roof and carried on the wind. These burning embers landed on the netting of the building next to it, causing them to set on fire too. Again, the whole chimney effect repeated itself, engulfing the next one within minutes as well.
Huh?
The fire then spread to the next tower, and the next. At one point, the fire appeared to skip a building entirely, landing 2 towers along before igniting there too. In another clip, filmed from further back, you can see multiple towers simultaneously engulfed. Thick black smoke was pouring from every floor, and flaming debris were crashing down to the streets below.
How much money did you see? Alright, not money.
Had no idea.
How many lives are they gonna lose here?
Across all 8 buildings never
went
off. Neighbors were sprinting from door to door, banging on every flat they could reach, alerting them of the blaze. Those who managed to make it to the stairwells found them filling with smoke too.
I mean, you're talking hundreds of deaths, no?
The stairwell windows were on fire.
Or people at work.
Escape route into a death trap.
Or people
One
at work.
managed to call his wife and tell her to get out.
But
when she
aren't they all retired?
The corridor was already pitch black, full of smoke, and was extremely hot.
Aren't they retired?
Others,
65 average years of
go back
age.
Inside and wait for rescue. One resident named William Lee had no idea there was a fire until his wife called him screaming. He and 2 neighbors spent more than 2 hours trapped inside, battling smoke and falling debris before firefighters reached them. He said it was a miracle that he'd survived. For many of his neighbors, there was no such miracle. Many others found themselves completely trapped, some with kids, babies, pets, unable to do anything to escape their fate. Over 250 firefighters and 60 fire engines responded within 10 minutes, but they'd never seen anything like it. By the time they arrived, 7 out of the 8 buildings were on fire. Hundreds remained trapped. It was declared a 5-alarm fire, the highest possible emergency level, and the first one in Hong Kong since 2008. The temperatures inside the buildings reached over 500 degrees Celsius, so hot that firefighters couldn't even attempt to enter. Ladders were deployed along the exteriors, allowing firefighters to douse the flame from outside, while teams accessed the one unaffected tower to activate its rooftop fire suppression system to try and fight the blaze from above. Drones were deployed to reach the upper floors where the ladders couldn't, but they were fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, there's no way. You guys are not going to do anything to this. You need to just let it burn out.
Fight the flames and rescue those trapped inside. Explosions were heard coming from inside individual apartments as the heat consumed everything inside them.
This doesn't look like real life even, bro. What the fuck am I seeing right now?
走啦，嗰時都有撳我門鐘啦，我都叫人走㗎啦。心情都唔知啦，見步行步啦。依家諗下今晚喺邊度瞓覺啦，因為應該都翻唔到屋企㗎啦。我哋屋企啊，全部係屋企啊，全部係屋企啊！
叫咗你留翻啲力氣去揾屋企人，更有用，明唔明？
覺得好難受咯，完全冇人幫到咯，唔知政府做緊咩咯。
梗係心情梗係冇啦，即係冇晒啊，唔燒到。
At approximately 1:50 a.m. on November the 27th, officials declared the fire finally under control, with open flames on 3 buildings extinguished and only embers remaining in the other towers.
Firefighters in Hong Kong are continuing their search for survivors as at least 55 people are confirmed dead and almost 300 people are still missing after a major fire that tore through several high-rise apartment blocks.
Yeah, I was confused with like 55. Yeah, I expected way more, yeah. 300 missing, yeah.
I thought it was nearly over, but it really wasn't. When the last flame was finally extinguished, it had been 43 hours and 27 minutes after it set alight. When the flames were gone, 600 disaster victim identification officers moved through the blackened towers floor by floor, and what they found inside was devastating. Victims were discovered in their apartments, in corridors, in stairwells, and on rooftops where they had climbed, desperately trying to escape. Some were huddled together with their families and kids and pets. Most of the bodies were burnt beyond recognition, and some were even reduced to ash by the temperatures that had reached over 500 degrees. 7 of the 8 towers were completely burnt out and unusable. While thousands of its residents were successfully evacuated, in total over the days of them fighting the fire, 56 people were pulled out alive from burning apartments. But tragically and horrifyingly, 168 people were not so lucky. 110 women and 58 men lost their lives.
Wow.
They either burnt to death or succumbed to smoke inhalation, unable to escape their cramped apartments. The victims ranged from just 6 months old to 98 years old.
Wow.
79 more people were badly injured, some with severe life-changing burns. Children lost parents, parents lost children. Elderly residents who had lived in those towers for 40 years died trapped inside the only home they had ever known. This turned out to be the deadliest fire in Hong Kong since 1948 and the deadliest residential building fire anywhere in the world since 1980. Soon came the questions. People were furious, feeling that this was an avoidable and predictable fire.
Absolutely.
One that should have never occurred.
Absolutely.
Why did none of the fire alarms go off in any of the buildings?
Absolutely.
To put this many lives at risk shocked locals as well as people across the world. After an investigation, it turns out that the fire alarm systems had been deliberately switched off.
What?
Deliberately disabled so that construction workers could smoke nearby and enter in and out without triggering them. To make things worse, the green netting that wrapped around all 8 towers had previously failed fire safety
smoke.
tests. 7 out of the 20 samples taken from the site were non-compliant. The polystyrene foam panels covering every window were also extremely flammable and should have never been used. The wooden boards replacing the stairwell windows had turned the vital escape routes into furnaces. Government inspectors had even visited the site 16 separate times and issued warnings each time. The last visit was 6 days before the fire, and yet nothing was done.
Of course. Cut anything to cut costs, huh?
For over a year, red flags had been raised by the residents. They complained on social media about the materials being used, the workers smoking on site, and the non-working fire alarms. These fire alarms were flagged on each visit by inspectors.
That's insane.
But again, nobody listened, and it led to the deaths of 168 innocent people. This was, of course, a deadly accident just waiting to happen, and the worst kind.
How is this even possible, bro?
Many wondered why officials ignored the complaints about the fire alarms, and locals demanded those responsible be held accountable.
Absolutely.
In the weeks that followed, the government seemed to try and save face and tried their very best to sweep anyone who was vocal enough under the carpet. Foreign journalists, including those from New York Times, were summoned by national security authorities and warned to not report negatively on the government's response. By December the 3rd, law enforcement finally arrested 16 people, including 6 suspected of deliberately deactivating the fire alarms. Hong Kong's chief of secretary put it plainly. He said that these contractors just wanted to make money and they just didn't care about people's lives.
Absolutely.
This incident drew instant comparisons to Grenfell Tower in London,
Yep.
which I've already covered on the channel.
Remember that? I watched
72
that.
people died because flammable cladding was fitted on their building to save money. The lesson from this event that occurred nearly a decade previously, it seems, were not learned.
Of course not.
The netting that was used here cost
I didn't
around
save $1, man.
$1,500 less per sheet than the fire retardant version. The money saved was equivalent to roughly £12,000, and if they'd spent those £12,000 extra, 168 people may well still be with us today.
Oh, that's insane.
In the immediate aftermath, the government scrambled to find emergency housing for the thousands of residents left with nothing. They organised hotels, youth hostels, and transitional flats, but still there wasn't enough homes for everyone. Currently, in March of 2026, the towers are still sat there, completely burnt out. Donations around the world eventually topped 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, equal to 153 million US dollars. Of course, no amount of money could wipe away the horror that survivors witnessed that afternoon. No amount of money could replace the lost beloved family pets, and no amount of money can bring back the 168 people lost in a blaze that never should have happened. But that is the end of the video.
163 million though. How did you do the fundraiser?
But wow, this one was crazy. After all I've seen, it's
some rich guy actually doing it.
An entry, but that last one really got to me.
Thank God that someone actually did donate to that.
We covered the river tragedy in Auburn. Now I've seen that clip many times, but I never really knew the backstory of it. They should have never approached the swollen river that day.
That was so stupid.
But of course, hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
Most teenagers do stupid things, but for it to take your life in such a horrible and brutal way is just tragic. I'm glad his body was recovered and that his family were able to lay him to rest, but that doesn't make it any less horrible. If you're ever out and about and you see a river moving at this speed, do not enter it.
Yeah, nah, really, thank you.
This could easily be me or you.
No, it's not going to be me. It's not going to be me, bro. I'm sure.
Honestly, I'm a bit stumped on this one. Why did he grab it in the first place? Some news articles even stated that he was decapitated when his head got stuck. But I can't agree with this because you would have seen fountains of blood if that was the case. It just makes me wonder why these grates would even be installed on the floor. My only thought is that maybe they're in place to help reduce temperatures inside the building, but honestly, who knows? If you know, please tell me in the comments below because I'm honestly interested. Of course, we can't forget the Sacramento helicopter crash. That footage left me in shock. These clips were absolutely crazy. To see a helicopter tumble from the sky.
Oh man, 2 of 3 of those people survived is insane to me.
Nobody on the ground was injured is an absolute miracle. It made me really happy to see random bystanders work together to save lives to lift the helicopter. But after all that, sadly, Susie still didn't make it. Then we covered the sudden sinkhole in China. That one was wild as well. To have that many people fall into a sinkhole is very rare.
What's happening in China, bro? Everything popping off in China, huh?
As well is even rarer. The 13-year-old boy who risked his life to save his mother and sibling is astonishing. If he hadn't have done what he did, his baby brother would almost certainly have lost his life. Then we've got the final case that shocked me to my core, the fire in Hong Kong. How could officials
it's absolutely insane.
To ignore all the cries for help,
I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
People that spoke out afterwards is crazy.
China do be like that. Always gonna silence people.
I will never ever forget. I just hope that for the residents inside, they can eventually find peace and try and move on with their lives, because this was one of the most shocking, horrifying, and avoidable tragedies that I've ever covered. But most importantly, what did you all think of this one? As you guys know, I can try and read each and every comment below, so...
Are people de-ironing or something? Why am I climbing leaderboard on iron?
If you like this kind of content and you want to see it ad-free, uncut and uncensored, go ahead and check out my Patreon, linked in the
OC
description below.
Fortune.
Over there, I post a completely uncensored video, and that doesn't mean overly gory, just without the YouTube restrictions. While you're down there, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and destroy that sub button and tickle that notification bell to be alerted at when I release content such as this.
Tickle the bell.
But I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Aquarium.
From disease to accidents, danger and death are around every corner.
True.
Life's got a million ways to take you out, but
What the
what's some of the
fuck
more
is
bizarre
that?
ways to pass? Well, in this video, backed by popular request, we're going to take a look at not 5, not 6, but 7 bizarre deaths, reminding you
That's
that
6
death
but
can
7?
truly strike at any time. So, strap in, draw the curtains, and let's get right into it.
He really has 7 VIPs. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Sometimes the most bizarre tragedies are the ones that happen during the most ordinary of things. With that in mind, this case
True.
takes us to July 2023 in, and excuse my pronunciation, Langridod, Wales, a small town in Powys, Wales. Living alone in Powys
Wales.
in a modest assisted living flat
Has to be something
was
with drinking, huh?
57-year-old Barry Griffiths.
Something
Barry
with
is what
drinking,
you'd
huh?
call a very private man. In recent years, Barry had suffered a bad stroke that left him with limited mobility in one of his arms. Barry lived on a ground floor flat, and he could be seen coming in and out frequently, until in July of 2023, he suddenly stopped. A week
Okay,
passed, and his
why?
neighbors began to become worried. They knocked on his door, and it fell silent. This was unusual, even for someone as private as him, so they reported their concerns to the police. Something just didn't feel right, and the police
No
arrived to
response
conduct
though.
a
Yeah, that's
welfare
kind of
check.
weird.
When officers arrived at Barry's flat and entered the property, what they found immediately set off alarm bells. Upon entering the flat, a pungent
Homicide?
smell hit them in the face. The
Homicide
unmistakable
or
stench of death. When they turned on
Wait.
the lights, they could see blood spray everywhere, all over the
Damn.
flat, on the walls, on the floor, even on the ceiling. In the kitchen, there was a large pool with a heavy blood trail leading down the hall
5
and
bizarre
into the bedroom.
deaths. So this is
Sadly,
a
at the
bizarre
end of this
death. It's
trail
not a murder.
was Barry. He died days ago, and nobody had noticed. He was fully clothed with old dried blood all over his stomach.
How
Upon
did he die
inspection,
then?
they found a single wound to his abdomen. His phone was still there, his wallet was untouched, and his computer was exactly where he'd left it. There was no sign of a robbery or any sign of disturbance anywhere else in the flat.
How did he
And
die?
so an investigation was launched.
I'm so confused.
When detectives checked the kitchen, left open was the bottom drawer of his freezer. On the work surface in the kitchen, right next to the fridge freezer, were 2 uncooked rotten burgers, as well as a sharp knife and a bloody tea towel. In a bizarre kitchen accident, Barry, with his hindered movement, fatally wounded himself trying to separate the frozen burgers with a sharp kitchen knife. The blade plunged deep, rupturing vital organs and blood vessels. The blood loss would have been instantaneous and heavy. Another contributing factor in his death was atherosclerosis, hardening of the arteries, likely affecting how much he bled from the wound. Unfortunately,
I don't know what
the
that
local
is.
police didn't discover Barry's body until over a week after he died. He'd been there decomposing the entire time. Barry was living alone, he was hungry,
He was
trying to make a
stacking up the
meal,
gav.
and all because of just one simple mistake, a routine task became fatal.
So that wasn't that bizarre then. Like what? I'm sorry, but that wasn't that bizarre. I expected some crazy reason the way he died.
Next up, we've got a bizarre case that I'm sure we've all had nightmares about, but sadly in this case, it wasn't a nightmare. It was very real and very horrifying. This entry takes us to the city of Bakersfield, California, on Wednesday night of August the 25th, 2010.
Bakersfield. I heard
As
of that
darkness settled
place.
on the area, at approximately 10:15 p.m., a car pulled up outside a house on
I want to move to
Alvarado
California.
Drive
It looks so
in
great,
Bakersfield.
especially
Driving the
LA.
vehicle was 49-year-old Dr. Jacqueline Kotarak. That night, Jacqueline had had a few drinks at a restaurant, and she was upset with her estranged boyfriend, 58-year-old William Moody. She decided after a few drinks that she was going to sort things out in person. She got a taxi over to William's house on La Miranda Drive, determined to have it out with him face to face. Now Jacqueline, or Dr. Kotarak, had an IQ of 170. She was at a certified genius level and had graduated top of her class at UCLA Medical School. She ran
What a
a
waste
busy
of
medical
IQ.
practice where she saw as many as 200 patients a week. She was known as a kind doctor who even
She's
provided medication
beautiful
to
though,
patients
bro.
free of charge when they couldn't
Mommy.
afford it. But that night, none of that intelligence seemed to help her avoid a horrific,
Mommy.
bizarre fate. In the darkness, she got out of her car and walked up to the front door and knocked. She waited, but there was no answer. So, she tried the door and it was locked. She peered inside the windows, and inside the house, the lights were on, so someone must have been in. William, her boyfriend, had seen her pull up in the car, and while she was outside trying to get in, he'd slipped out the back door and left quietly, hoping to avoid a confrontation, especially after alcohol's involved. Most people would call, text, knock, and then maybe give up and go home. However, Jacqueline chose to not do any of that. After nobody answered the door, she saw red and grabbed a shovel that was sitting outside the home and tried to break in. But this
What?
proved unsuccessful.
Is she crazy?
When that didn't work,
170
she spotted
IQ my
a ladder
ass.
leaning against the side of the house and devised an ingenious plot to get inside. Jacqueline climbed up onto the roof. Then she removed the chimney cap, and without
What
much
the
thought,
fuck is wrong
she
with her?
slid into the chimney feet first.
Huh?
Now here's the problem. Chimneys aren't like they are in the movies. Santa can't fit down the chimney. This chimney in particular was only 15 by 7 inches at its largest point, and narrowed down to just 4 inches at its base. It was physically impossible for a human to squeeze in. Jacqueline didn't consider any of this. As she wiggled down
fuck
the
is
dirty
wrong with
brickwork,
her?
she then got stuck about 2 feet above the fireplace opening. She tried to move, but she was wedged in tight. She couldn't move up. She couldn't move down. She was totally stuck.
Fucking idiot. I'm not gonna lie. 170
She would have been
IQ my
screaming
ass.
down the
You're a
chimney,
fucking retard. I'm
screaming
sorry.
for her boyfriend to help,
I'm sorry. Rest in
but she had
peace, though.
no
But
idea that he'd already left for the evening. She was totally alone and trapped in an enclosed space. She would have been slowly suffocating and praying to God that someone came to help her. But unfortunately, that just didn't happen. On Thursday, August the 26th, Jacqueline failed to show up to work. Her office staff reported her missing to the police, as it was very unusual for her to miss any days at work, as she was one of the leading doctors in her practice.
Police say Dr. Jacqueline Kotarak was last seen Wednesday with her boyfriend. Colleagues became alarmed when she didn't show up to work the next day.
Her purse was there with her phone, all her money, all her credit cards, all that stuff.
Her assistants and her boyfriend both began a vigorous search, starting at his house where he'd last seen her. They combed through the house, but unfortunately they failed to find her. She was right under their nose. Then came Saturday, August the 28th, 3 days after she'd climbed onto the roof. A house sitter came by to feed Moody's fish, and that's when they noticed a strong smell, as well as dark, disgusting fluid oozing from the fireplace. Firefighters were called, and Jacqueline was dead. She died from mechanical asphyxiation days ago, a horrible and tragic way to go. Where she'd been stuck, it was physically impossible to retrieve her by dragging her out. It took 5 grueling hours late Saturday night to extract her decomposing body.
Police in Bakersfield, California are investigating what's being called a freak accident, one that left an area doctor dead inside the chimney of a home.
absolutely insane.
They could start to smell something, but they didn't
170 IQ. I'm sorry, but I have to re-mention that. I guess I'm sorry. You don't have 170 IQ if you're like that. You're not this stupid. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Rest in peace to you, but I'm sorry. No,
Everyone thought she was missing.
that's not 170 IQ, bro.
Everyone was looking for her.
It took firefighters 5 hours to get Kotarak
You're
spotted.
claiming this person is the enemy level of
She
Einstein.
climbed onto the roof, removed the chimney cap, and then slid down the flue feet first.
Einstein would not do that.
Remains under investigation.
Given how smart she was, her family suspected foul play. They just couldn't believe that someone that smart could make such a silly decision. But police found nothing to support it, and eventually the coroner ruled her death an accident, stating that she made an unbelievable error in judgment and nobody will ever understand why. Tragically, one mistake, a single misjudgment, especially while under the influence of alcohol, can take your life. It's tragic.
I guess that makes more sense. She was
and
drunk.
I wish it on my worst enemy. Next up, we've got a shocking and heartbreaking case that unfolded in Lupton, near Camforth in Cumbria, on the 27th of October,
Where's
2023. That day, 29-year-old John Oates,
He looks
known as
British.
Harry to his friends and family, was visiting his parents near Kendal. Harry was an aerospace engineer living in Bristol, and he'd just had some exciting news.
I've seen this picture
He
before.
had an offer accepted on his very first flat. He was about to turn 30 and had set himself a personal goal to visit 30 countries before his birthday.
I've
For
seen his face
birthday,
before, so
Harry was training for a charity half marathon. So, that Friday morning, at around 11:50 AM, he left his parents' house to go on a training run. His mother told him to take care as he headed out, unaware that those would be her final words that she'd ever get to say to him. Harry's route that day took him along a public footpath through the fields at Badgergate in Lupton, surrounded by rural Cumbrian countryside with scenic views. This was the kind of run that he'd probably done many times before while visiting home, and that day, nothing was out of the ordinary. Back at their house, Harry's parents waited for him to come back, expecting him to return within an hour, but 2 hours passed, and he was nowhere to be seen. They thought that maybe he'd bumped into friends along his route, and maybe stopped for a chat or a drink, but as the afternoon wore on and his phone kept ringing with no answer, concern began to grow. Fearing something had happened, his father, Malcolm, decided to use the Find My iPhone app to track Harry's location. Harry's phone signal was coming from a field about a 10-minute walk from their home. So
does he want to
Malcolm and
walk?
Harry's
Is he
brother
crazy?
set out to find him. At 4:34 PM, Malcolm was walking along with his son along the same footpath that Harry had, and in the distance, he could see something white on the ground. At first, he thought it might be farm debris, but as he got closer, the horrifying reality set in. Turns out, hours ago, at
This will be
approximately
way
7
too
minutes
many
past
ways. I
2,
wanted.
as Harry was running along the footpath, something went catastrophically wrong. As
What?
he ran,
How?
earphones in, he came into contact with a low-hanging 11 kilovolt electricity wire. Because he was running, the wire wrapped around his neck and pumped his body with 11,000 volts, killing him on the spot. When his family members found him, Harry was lying on the ground with his head and neck elevated about a foot to 18 inches off the ground. His neck was suspended by the 11,000 volt cable that had burnt halfway through his throat. The wire was black and singed, and apparently they could even see bone. Emergency services were called to the scene, but there was nothing they could do to help him but officially declare him dead at 6:35 PM. But what the heck was a live electrical cable dangling low enough for someone to run into it? The investigation revealed some shocking truths. The wire had been released from its usual position over 8 meters high 2 days earlier, on October the 25th at around 4 PM. It turns out that the low-hanging line had been caused by a simultaneous failure of both porcelain tension disc insulators.
What the fuck
These
does that mean?
insulators are components that hold the power lines in place while preventing the electricity from traveling down the pole. When the insulators failed, the fault was detected as a phase-to-phase transient fault by the electrical network monitoring
This
system.
is some crazy language.
This system automatically reconnected the power in accordance with standard procedure for Electricity Northwest Limited, the company that was responsible for the network. There was no reason for anyone to suspect a cable was dangling at head height across a public footpath, so they didn't cut off the electricity to the wire. For 2 full days, the cable remained live, fully energized, undetected and unreported, hanging low across a public footpath, a death trap just waiting for someone to walk into it. Tragically, Harry was just the unlucky one. At the time, there was no automatic system
Is
in
it
place
any
to detect
Lilyfoots up
low-hanging
in this
power lines.
bitch?
The electricity industry relied
Doesn't look
entirely
like it.
on members of the public spotting it and reporting it. But this cable was in a rural field. Nobody had noticed it. So therefore, nobody had reported it.
It was his father who first found Harry, a memory he says will stay with him forever.
Every minute of every day, it's in your mind. It's in your mind, the injustice of it. We have a very, very good support network of close family and friends. However, I feel lonely. There's one thing missing, and it just makes me feel lonely.
When investigators checked this particular
I
pole
can see
and
that,
checked
though.
the failed
Makes sense.
insulators, they found that they had voids in their cement fill and allowed internal discharge to occur. This caused damage over time, and this is what caused the insulators to fail electrically. While a single insulator failure will recognized as something that could
I've
happen
never seen
and
it
has
cable
happened,
just
the
fall
failure
down
of
to the
two
floor.
porcelain insulators at the same time had never ever been witnessed before. Multiple people at his inquest described it as the first incident to our knowledge. It was very unique, unprecedented, and extremely rare. Senior coroner for Cumbria, Kirsty Gomersal, she said while the failure mode was very rare and complex, there was a risk of future deaths. As part of the electricity grid's investigation after Harry's death, they examined and tested approximately 270 porcelain insulators from across their specific network and showed that 73% of their insulators contained voids in the cement. In response to her findings, ENWL brought in a number of measures. They stopped using porcelain insulators entirely, and they also deployed line-sight AI detection technology across 77% of their network, which can identify low-hanging lines and detect signs of internal insulator stress before the failure occurs.
Nice.
And Electricity Northwest say our heartfelt sympathies remain with Harry Oates' family at this time. This was a tragic incident, which both the coroner and health and safety executive noted involved a rare and complex sequence of events that were unforeseeable. Safety is our #1 value, and we will continue to work with other distribution network operators and the industry trade body ENA on learnings from this immensely sad accident.
Despite these changes in the right direction, Harry's family are still campaigning for greater awareness and mandatory replacement of all porcelain disc insulators nationwide.
But it's what it's about. Makes sense.
The inquest fell short of finding ENWL responsible for Harry's death, but the family still holds the power company personally responsible.
Well, it could happen tomorrow. It could happen tomorrow. Porcelain disc insulators are known to fail both electrically and mechanically. And these insulators are over 60 years old in some cases.
The image of Harry lying in that field continues to haunt the family, and I'm sure it
makes sense, man.
Forever.
The family, they plan on replacing the stone marking the spot of the incident with a monolith of a runner to act as a permanent memorial to the son they lost. Gabriel Morris, ITV News, Nick Kendall.
Rest in peace, bro. That's really unfortunate, dude. What's the chance of that shit, bro? Fuck.
Next up, we've got a case that shows just how quickly your life can be taken from you through
You're
absolutely
just out
no
there
fault of
running
your
and
own.
you just get
This entry
insta-killed.
takes us to Townsville,
crazy.
Australia, on the morning of March the 3rd, 2010. It was a normal Wednesday morning, and at around 8 a.m., a 42-year-old woman by the name of Murica Jenny was walking to work along Eyre Street in North Ward. Murica was a Papua New Guinean-born mother of 3, just doing her normal morning routine, her normal commute on the footpath. As she walked on a vacant block at 67 Eyre Street,
Papua
a man
New
named
Guinea?
Michael
Is
Rowley
that?
was starting
Oh,
his
that's a
workday.
beautiful build.
Michael was operating a tractor with a 7-foot slasher attachment,
Nice.
which is basically a large industrial lawnmower used for cutting overgrown vegetation.
Yeah.
The block that Michael was working on that day was seriously overgrown, as it hadn't been cut since September 2009.
Is there something in the grass?
Earlier. Michael drove the tractor towards the front of the lot and began to turn it parallel to the road, facing southeast. As he made this turn, completely out of the blue, the spinning slasher blade made contact with a length of metal pipe that was hidden deep in the overgrown grass. It was an accident waiting to happen.
I knew there was something in
The
there.
blade, spinning at high speed, launched the pipe out of the rear opening of the slasher like a speeding bullet.
Straight to him?
Murica was standing just 50 feet away, stood at the wrong place at the wrong time. The metal pipe flew through the air, traveling at a speed of an
That is
estimated
so
100
unlucky,
to
dude.
150 miles an hour. It traveled towards Murica and struck her directly in the head, causing devastating head injuries. Michael had no idea she was even there. The pipe was thrown with such force, it kept going, landing around 65 meters beyond where Murica had fallen. The sheer force behind it was insane.
I saw
Upon hearing what happened,
incredibly unlucky too.
Michael got off the mower and rushed to Murica's aid, but it was clear she had died.
What the fuck is the odds of that?
The local police sergeant attended the scene, speaking to reporters later, saying that it was a total tragedy, that Murica was in the exact trajectory of the pipe.
Of
2
course
years
it
later,
was
in
tragedy.
2013, a coroner investigated Murica's death, discovering that this could have been entirely preventable. The coroner's investigation revealed that multiple people had failed to read the instruction manual for the equipment. It specifically warned about the dangers of projectiles and recommended a 328-foot exclusion zone when working near public spaces like footpaths or roads. Of course, Murica was far, far closer than this. She should have never been anywhere near it. The instructions also recommended that the user did an initial higher cut first to identify and remove any debris. But sadly, none of this was done, and it led to a tragic, bizarre death. Now, this is an entry that you may or may not be aware of, as it's been told many, many times, but it's one that's strange and certainly bizarre. This entry begins on April the 10th, 2018, in Cincinnati, Ohio. That day, 16-year-old Carl Plush, sophomore at Seven Hills School in Cincinnati,
Is this the car
was heading
incident?
to a school tennis match. That afternoon was set to be his first ever match. He'd spent ages on the practice squad and had finally made it.
You heard of this?
He was
He's in the
described as
car, right?
incredibly popular, a class clown, but he had spinal development problems and other medical issues that affected his mobility. Despite this, he loved sports and pushed through all of it. That day, after finishing a math exam, it was time for his tennis match. But before he could do this, he needed to grab his equipment from his family's 2004 Honda Odyssey minivan parked in a parking
It is
lot
this
across
case,
from the
yeah.
school. He walked across the road, unlocked the van, slid open the side
And
door,
it's when
and climbed
he
into
called the police and they thought it was a
tennis
troll
racket
or
and
something.
gear
I
was
don't even
stored
know.
in the rear cargo
So
area
stupid.
behind the third row
It
bench
was so
seat.
infuriating.
This
That's
bench
not
could
heard
be
about
folded
this.
and stored in the trunk. He clambered over to get it and put one knee on the third row seat and reached over into the rear cargo well to grab his equipment, and as he did, the seat's latch, which hadn't been properly fastened, suddenly gave way beneath him. The heavy metal frame seat flipped violently backwards, sandwiching him upside down. His head was trapped in the
I
rear
remember
cargo
this,
well,
bro. It's so
with his
fucking
legs pinned in
upsetting.
the air against the van's rear
Fucking
door.
dispatcher was pissing me
Suddenly,
off so
a
much.
simple job to retrieve his gear had placed him in a situation that he never
Actually,
thought
this
possible.
dispatcher could have
He
saved
simply couldn't move. His
their
arms were
life, but
pinned.
no,
The bench seat was
of
pressing
course not.
approximately 80 pounds
And the
of
police didn't
pressure
take it
directly
serious
onto his
either.
chest. Every
It's
breath
just
would have been a
fucking
painful struggle.
disaster from the
And
police.
unfortunately, his phone was in his pocket, completely out of reach. Trapped under the seat, Kyle suddenly had an amazing idea. Using his voice, he activated Siri
Sup,
on his
Ank?
phone and called 911 at approximately
Aquamarine
3:14
Stream.
p.m. Audibly gasping between words, he repeatedly said, "Help, help, I need help." He told the call handler that this was not a joke and that he was going to die. Unfortunately, as the phone was
I
in his
finished
pocket,
no name
he
earlier.
could not hear
What
the
the fuck does
dispatcher,
that mean?
who continued to ask questions. The call taker labeled the call as unknown trouble and dispatched 2 officers to the car
Fuck
park.
is no name?
However, the call handler never conveyed the urgency of what she'd
What's
heard.
that?
2 officers arrived at 3:26 p.m. and spent 11 minutes patrolling the parking lots, looking
I
for
remember this. I
anyone in
saw the
distress.
footage of this. They didn't even give a
They drove
fuck.
around in the patrol car, but failed to actually get out and leave the vehicle to search for him.
So infuriating. Fucking. They didn't bother to properly check either. I remember this. It's fucking trash, bro. Fire squad all done, please. Just fire squad on.
They marked the incident closed and went back into service, believing the call to be a
Fucking
prank call.
idiots.
At this time,
But
Kyle was
aren't
still
you
alive.
required
At 3:35
to
p.m.,
absolutely check
while the
out the
officers were
situation,
still
even
nearby,
if you think it's
he
a
used
prank
his
call?
voice
Like,
again to ask Siri to
because
call
isn't it illegal
911
to
a
prank
second
call?
time.
You will just
On this
get
call, his voice was
a
faint,
super
but
big
his
fine
words were
anyway.
clear.
So of
He
course you're gonna have
repeatedly
to check
begged
it out.
officers to
Like,
be sent. He listed his exact location, the make of the car,
you did
the
everything
colour,
right.
and that he probably didn't have much time left.
Hello? Where are you? I probably don't have much time left to tell my mom that I love her if I die.
It's disgusting.
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I'm trapped inside my gold Honda Odyssey van in the Southwood parking lot of Seven Hills Beth. Send officers immediately. I'm almost dead.
On the second call, the call taker accidentally activated the TTY function, a system designed for deaf callers. This drastically lowered the volume of the call, and therefore she couldn't hear Carl's voice anymore. She ended the call and didn't enter in any information on the computer-aided dispatch system, which froze while she was on the phone. The officers still at the scene were never told that a second call had come in, and they weren't even told that the caller said that he was almost dead. They just weren't aware of the urgency. Hours went by, and Kyle was not found. At around 8 p.m. that day, a classmate contacted Kyle's family, saying that he never showed up to his tennis match. His family immediately called the police and used Kyle's phone to track his location, which led them straight to the parking lot.
Exactly there.
To
Or
his
is it?
absolute horror, there he found his son under the collapsed seat. Kyle had died from positional asphyxiation hours ago.
Fucking disgusting. How does the parents feel about the police of this? I mean, this is absolutely disgusting.
The 16-year-old gave the dispatcher details of his location and a description of the minivan, but police weren't able to find him and thought the call might be a prank.
When news broke of this,
Disgusting.
people were furious, and
Yeah.
Kyle's family were devastated. How could law enforcement let this happen? He phoned twice, begging for his life, and he wasn't taken seriously. The investigation that followed revealed a catastrophic series of failures at Cincinnati's Emergency Communications Center.
This young man was crying out for help. We weren't able to get that information to the officers on the scene, and we need to find out why.
Because of this, Kyle's family sued the city of Cincinnati for wrongful death.
Rightfully so.
On the third anniversary of Kyle's death, the city eventually settled, paying the Plush family $6 million.
That's
the
it?
second largest settlement in the city's history. To avoid this ever happening again, things changed in Cincinnati for the better. Officers are now required to get out of their cars and search on foot when responding to 911 calls, especially when they go silent or are dropped. The city also committed $250,000 to an independent review of their 911 system. No criminal charges were ever filed against the call takers or the officers involved.
Been hacked there, mate.
But here's the bizarre detail that will stay with you.
I can't be
2
hacked.
months
What do
before
you
his
mean?
death, Kyle had taken part in a school hackathon competition. His idea, a modification to the Apple Watch that would send a person's pinpoint location as well as their vital signs directly to first responders if they were trapped and unable to call 911. Hauntingly, this exact technology could have saved his own life.
What do you mean hacked? Like, bro, you haven't been hacked. You just downloaded a mod like a dumbass. Or you verified
Next
your
up,
shit like a
a
dumbass.
truly
I'm sorry,
horrifying
bro, but
case, one that even shocked me.
like,
Really.
what are you talking about?
It begins on the 15th of September
You gotta stop with
2018
this hack.
in Wolverhampton.
Like,
England.
you just gave up your
That
account
day, for
willingly.
workers at Timmins Waste Services, it was just another Saturday shift. They donned their high-vis jackets and their hard
Gmail
hats,
hacked.
ready for
How?
another monotonous day.
Do you
at
not have
work.
2FA?
For a bit of background, Timmins Waste Services, located on Manda Street, was a family-run waste
You don't have a
management and
2FA, bro?
recycling business that processed commercial waste, wood, metal, and any general rubbish. Staff on site would shred and dispose of tons and tons of local waste. A tedious and hard job, but a job that had to be done nonetheless. One of those workers was 29-year-old David Willis. David was a laborer at the yard. He would be asked to do various tasks around the site. His jobs consisted of moving waste, operating machinery, clearing blockages, as well as general manual labor. whatever needed doing on the site throughout the day. David lived locally with his mother in Tipton, and by all accounts, he was a loving son and a brother who would do anything for anyone. The yard manager was 53-year-old Brian Timmins. He ran the day-to-day operations. The company was run by the Timmins brothers as a family business, and he was in charge of making sure everything on site ran safely and smoothly. That Saturday morning, David
okay,
showed
so
up to his
what
shift
did you
like
do then?
always. The yard was busy.
You don't have a 2FA,
Slips came in and out.
two-factor
The waste was
authentication,
being
anything?
sorted. Everything was routine until a problem
I'm
developed
so
with one of the
confused.
main pieces of equipment. The industrial shredder had jammed. This shredder was a massive machine designed to shred wood and other commercial waste. The kind of heavy-duty equipment that could tear through timber, metal, basically whatever you threw at it with ease. But that day, something had blocked it, and it needed to be cleared before work could continue. Brian Timmins made a decision about how to deal with the blockage. Instead of shutting the machine down completely and following proper safety procedures, he decided that he was going to use a digger to lift David Willis up onto the shredder so that he could clear the blockage from above while the machine was still running.
What?
CCTV cameras around the yard.
But he's just gonna fall in and he's
everything
gonna
that
get
happened
absolutely
next.
demolished.
The footage shows David being lifted up on a JCB grapple arm, a type of excavator attachment used for grabbing and moving waste material. All on camera, he's positioned on top of the shredder, and you can see him kneeling on the machine, trying to clear whatever was jamming it. He's leaning over, working above the shredder, all while it's still on. David cleared the blockage, and at that same second, with the force of it clearing, the momentum caused David to fall forward into the machine. The industrial shredder minced him. The meshing blades tore him apart and killed him instantly. This machine was designed to destroy wood, metal, and any commercial waste. It barely struggled as it tore through his skin, muscle, and bone. David was gone in an instant. But what happened in the minutes and hours after his death, this is where the case becomes bizarre and shocking. The CCTV footage shows Brian Timmins' response. As soon as David fell in, he got out of the digger and then could be seen looking around the yard, clearly aware that something had gone catastrophically wrong. He walks over and peers into the shredder's hopper, where David had just disappeared, and then he pulled out his phone and called David's mobile number. Obviously, there was no answer. He can be seen looking out the yard gates before running around the site, checking different areas, pretending like David had gone missing. Then he goes back to the digger and then just continues operating the shredder as if nothing had happened.
What?
As if he hadn't just lifted a colleague inside the jaws of death minutes ago. As the machine kept running, he stood by as David's remains, what was left of him at least, continued to be shredded along with the waste. He didn't phone any emergency services, and no alarm was raised.
What the fuck?
The next day, on Sunday, September the 16th, Brian Timmins and other employees loaded up 80 tons of recycled waste from the previous day and drove it to Poplar's landfill site in Cannock, Staffordshire. Here, they just dumped it. That Sunday evening, David's mother, Caroline, realized something was wrong. Her son hadn't phoned her as he usually did every night. He hadn't checked in at all. Nothing. Just before 11 p.m., she phoned Brian Timmins directly. She asked if he'd seen her son, and Timmins told her that he had not seen David since the morning, when he had up and left on the job and walked up the road. He also told this to another colleague who wondered about his whereabouts.
Yeah, you better get
But
the
of
rest of this
course,
fucker.
this
This
was
is
all
so
a complete
disgusting.
lie. By that night, David was still nowhere to be seen, so his mother Caroline reported him missing to the police. It wasn't until Monday, September the 17th, 2 full days after David's death, that Timmins reported anything to the police. He only did so after David's coat was found by co-workers at the yard, making it obvious that he'd been there on Saturday. When police attended Timmins' waste services, one of the first things they reviewed was the CCTV footage from around the yard on the day of his disappearance. And of course, they discovered the footage. The video showing David falling and his boss continuing about his day like nothing had occurred. The whole
Absolutely
disgusting
disgusting.
event had been captured on camera. After discovering the CCTV, police immediately arrested Timmins and charged him with gross negligent manslaughter, as well as perverting the course of justice. The police immediately launched a major search operation at Poplar's landfill site where they dumped the waste. Somewhere in that landfill, mixed in with all the shredded wood and rubbish, was David's remains. The police knew that 80 tons of waste had been delivered there on September the 16th, so all they had to do was find a part of him. Officers sifted through the mountains of shredded waste with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any trace of him whatsoever. But there was nothing. They didn't find his phone, or a single shred of bone or skin. Nothing. Nada. The search went on for over 2 months, and all they ever found was part of his high-vis vest, and that was it. Even to this very day, not a single piece of David's body was ever recovered. His family never got any parts of his body back to lay him to rest. They couldn't mourn properly. A shocking and horrible outcome for a family searching for answers and closure.
Fuck that fucking
The
idiot.
prosecution's case was very straightforward. They argued that Timmins knew that David had died in the shredder. He knew that some sort of criminal investigation or judicial proceedings were inevitable, and he took active steps to interfere with evidence and conceal the facts of his death. The industrial shredder came with a detailed operator's manual that explained exactly how to operate the machine safely. It made absolutely crystal clear that the machine must be completely shut off before any kind of maintenance or blockage clearing. The machine was still operational when David was lifted onto it, a catastrophic breach of basic safety procedures. In December of 2023, over 5 years after David's death, Brian Tibbins was convicted of gross negligent manslaughter and was sentenced to only 7.5 years in prison. He'll only serve 2/3 of that sentence before being released on bail. The jury could not reach a verdict on the charge of perverting the course of justice. Despite having it all on CCTV, the allegations about the cover-up could not be proved, despite even lying to his mother and colleagues about him walking up the road. Sadly, in this case,
You're the witch.
never got
Oh,
to say goodbye to her son.
I need to
She
do
never
that,
even got
huh?
to bury him. His body was scattered into a million pieces, dumped in landfill like he was
And
nothing.
Rainbow needs to do
All
that,
because
but
his manager
he
wasn't
can't
bothered
do it
about
because
safety.
he's banned.
He was more concerned about profits, keeping the shredder going, and he was more concerned about covering his own arse than doing the right thing.
Disgusting.
And last, but certainly not least, this tragic and horrifying and bizarre incident unfolded on the night of August the 10th, 2023, near Austin, Texas. That night, 3 hunters from Florida, 37-year-old Douglas
This is a year
Garcia,
to age again, though.
26-year-old Denise Martinez, and 45-year-old
Dangerously
Noel
beautiful.
Benitez, were out for what they thought to be a typical hunting trip.
Sure.
They traveled from Miami to meet up with a local friend, a man from Red Rock, Texas, who knew the area well. He knew of all the hunting locations, and so he was their guide. The 4 of them were accompanied by their dog, a loyal bloodhound who was key to their hunting routine. But that night, the evening was quiet. Stars shined over the cornfields as they worked through the area.
I wish
And
I had
throughout the
tracking, I'm
evening,
not
they
gonna lie,
hunted
on
in
my
the
beacon,
fields,
but
but
I
around
just
1
don't have
a.m.
a
on
beacon for
Wednesday
you.
morning, something terrible would occur. As they were hunting, their bloodhound escaped from the truck and bolted into a dense cornfield. One of the hunters, Delvis, chased after him, and they both disappeared into the corn before any others could follow. As the bloodhound sprinted through the field, Delvis was following, and suddenly he heard a loud yelp and the splashing of water. In the dark, Delvis rushed to the noise to discover the bloodhound stuck and struggling in a pit of water deep into the ground. Upon shining his torch into the hole, he realized that he was looking at a cistern in the middle of the cornfield with 0 safety barriers, completely unprotected. The cistern was buried deep in the ground with a tight, roughly 4-foot wide entrance and contained 8 feet of water at the bottom. The water level was
still
nowhere
no.
near the top, meaning once you entered, the walls
Damn,
were
I
too
need a
high
little food,
and too
bro.
slick to climb back out. Delvis, of course, didn't know this, so he lowered himself into the cistern to save their dog from drowning. But once inside, he realized he had no way to actually get out. It dawned on him that he'd put himself in the exact same situation. He was stuck. To make things even worse, the water was chock-a-block full of other dead animals that had fallen into the exact same death trap. They were also unable to escape before perishing. The other hunters waited at the truck for Delvis to return, but the night was silent. So they used apps on their phone to track down where the dog had gone, using a GPS locator on its collar. When they got close, they could hear the splashing and the shouting, and so they came running. Arriving quickly, his friends Denise Martinez and Noel discovered that their friend was trapped in the cistern. Now usually you just have to tread water until you could be rescued.
Yeah.
But because of the amount of decomposing animals that were also inside the cistern,
Oh.
they were releasing deadly hydrogen sulfide gas, exactly like a septic tank would. The gas was invisible and way past lethal concentrations. Delvis was in the water for just mere minutes, inhaling these fumes, and he was already on the verge of passing out and drowning. Seeing the urgency, his friends Denise and Noel removed their clothing and boots to prepare to go in after him. As they began undressing, Delvis suddenly passed out in the water below. It was now life or death. Quickly, one friend jumped in to help save him.
Why?
The other remained above ground to try and help them out. In the struggle, another fell in, leaving the fourth member of the hunting party standing there, panicking and not knowing what to do to help. Watching a true nightmare unfold in front of his eyes, he made the right call. He decided to not jump in and instead reached into his pocket to call 911. But when he reached in, he discovered that he'd left it in the truck. He ran back to the vehicle and called 911 for help before returning to the pit to find it completely still. All three friends, including their dog, were gone. Emergency services rushed to the scene, arriving at the location in the 300 block of New Trails in northern Bastrop County at around 1:45 a.m. But tragically, they were too late. All three had now passed out from the fumes and drowned in the cistern. The dog had also perished as well. Rescue crews tried their best to retrieve the bodies, but their efforts were severely hampered by the hazardous conditions. The fumes were just so overpowering, the stagnant water was toxic, and there were serious concerns about the structural integrity of the cistern's walls.
People were found dead and multiple dogs in this field directly behind me. It is believed that those victims were chasing the dogs before falling into the septic well. First responders from several agencies working for several hours to extract victims from a well filled with water at New Trail and County Road 461.
3 people and a dog died in an underground tank near Austin in what police say was a freak accident. The Bastrop County Sheriff says
Okay, so
3
recipe
hog hunters were visiting from Florida,
right.
when their
So
dog
I need
fell into a
there's so
hole
many
in a
of those, right?
cornfield. 2 men and 1 woman went in after it, but the hole was an old, uncovered cistern. It was filled with this dangerous gas, so it's believed those hunters were overcome by hydrogen sulfate gas.
It's 21, why?
They're man-made. They're no, you know, it's going to be a tour getting down there. I know. Even they're going to have the right
Recipe
A neighbor that wants to remain anonymous is shocked by the police presence in a quiet community.
What they were doing there at midnight in the middle of a cornfield, I don't know.
The water level was 6 to 8 feet down below that. So you can imagine that once they got in there, they cannot reach the top. And then with the gas added to that, I don't know how long.
I need 20 of that.
Pathologist will have to tell us
That is
that.
impossible.
The cornfield is off limits, and there are not any known septic wells in the field.
The recovery operation
That's
became
literally
extremely
impossible.
complex. First, they had to pump out the water. Then they ventilated the cistern to remove the hydrogen sulfide gas and stabilize the air. And even then, they weren't even sure if the walls would hold. Finally, at around 7:30 p.m. that evening, nearly 19 hours after the initial call, Bastrop County Sheriff's Office investigator David Newman volunteered to be lowered into the cistern to recover the bodies. Newman was successfully lowered into the hole and recovered all 3 victims as well as the dog. Now this one was bloody shocking. I've actually covered a similar death on this channel before, where a whole family fell into a manure pit in China and drowned, leaving one family member alive. But in this case, this was a cistern, just sitting open in a cornfield, just waiting for someone to fall in. It's insane and bizarre that 3 people and a dog were gone in minutes, all trying to save each other. When authorities investigated the property, they found that the landowner had recently died, and the cistern had been left uncovered and unmaintained. There was simply no way that they could have known that there was an open, dangerous pit in the middle of a field, filled with toxic gas and water, until it was too late. Overall, nobody was held responsible for this. No one was ever charged in connection to the deaths. The landowner was dead, and so there was no one to be held accountable. To avoid a similar tragedy, Sheriff Cook urged landowners to check their cisterns and septic tanks often to ensure they're properly maintained and covered. The Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation warned that there could be thousands of these abandoned or deteriorating systems all across the state. Many may well be just like this, full of animals, full of toxic gas, just waiting for someone to fall inside.
True.
But that is the end of the video. May everyone featured rest in peace. Now, loads of you said that you want me to
Function
keep
do I
a
have,
recap,
bro?
so here we are. Starting from the top, we've got Barry Griffiths, who suffered a fatal knife wound while trying to separate burgers. This is why they always say to face knives and sharp blades away from you, no matter what you're doing. In the movies, people can be stabbed and they're fine. But in real life, a single stab wound can and has been lethal many times. It's sad that nobody found
That
him for
one
7
still
days.
is kind of
He just
confusing to
lay
me,
there
though, bro.
rotting, just
He
feet away
stabbed
from other
himself by
residents.
accident.
Just tragic all round.
What?
Then we've got Jackie, who died in the chimney. What on earth was she thinking? Now, she
Yeah,
must have
that
been drunk
was
to think that this was
retarded.
a good idea,
Absolutely
because she
retarded, I'm not gonna lie.
basically nutty pottied herself. The fact that neighbors smelt something disgusting and that they heard a faint call for help is just haunting. Why didn't they go check? They could have maybe saved her, but they just didn't. Of course, we can't forget Harry, who died on a simple run. That one shocked me. I've lived in villages before, and I've never considered that this could happen. It's not like I'm doing loads of running, but just the thought of it catching around my neck just makes me shudder. Personally, I do believe that the electrical company should be held partially responsible for this death. They created the poles. They should be on top of the maintenance, not using insulators with voids that are over 60 years old. The energy company didn't even fully replace them when they were confronted with the Future of Prevention Death report. A shocking reminder of how these big companies care about your well-being over profits. Then we've got Murica, who was smacked in the head with a pipe just walking down the street in the morning. That one was shocking. What are the chances that she was in the trajectory of the pipe? And the fact that she lost her life instantly on an ordinary day is just horrifying. It's tragic that she left 3 kids behind, all because of a pipe. Next up, we covered the Carl Plush tragedy. Now that's one I've wanted to cover for a long time. It's just horrifying the way he got stuck. It's one that many people are aware of because it went viral, because it truly was a nightmare-inducing situation that could have been avoided if officials took the call seriously. I'm glad the family got their compensation, but I'm more glad that reforms were made on the 911 system to avoid this ever reoccurring again. Then, talking about a nightmare situation, then we have the metal shredder death in Wolverhampton. Bloody hell. The boss just didn't give a monkey's about
Yo,
safety
LeBron James,
and
I
sent
love
his
you.
innocent worker up to unblock the shredder without even a second thought about his life.
LeBron,
The fact that he just fell in and then his boss tried to sweep it under the carpet and continued about his day like nothing had happened just makes me feel a bit sick. David's family never got the chance to say goodbye. They never even got a piece of his body, all because his boss had shredded it and dumped him. 7 years just doesn't seem long enough. And then finally, we've got the triple cistern death in Texas. Now that is some nightmare fuel. Being submerged in a pit of water full of decomposing animals is my worst nightmare. I'm really
Yeah,
not
that is
sure what I would
absolutely
have done in that
disgusting, bro.
situation.
Imagine that.
Like, seeing my dog stuck and needing help, I would have likely climbed into my death as well. It truly is a horrible one. But most importantly, what did you think? As always, you guys know I try
Sad
to read
always,
all the
man.
comments
There's
below,
always
so
sad
do let
cases.
me know what you thought.
I'm still so
But
confused about
just
how
before
you
I
can
go,
just stab
if you're
yourself
into
by
this kind of
accident. That
content
doesn't
and
really
you want
make
to see
any
it
sense to me.
ad-free, uncut,
How can you
and uncensored,
accidentally
go ahead
stab
and click
yourself
that
in the
link
chest?
pinned in the description
I don't know.
below. And while you're down there,
Like,
if you're not
you need some
subscribed,
force
go
at
ahead and click
least.
that subscribe button to be alerted when I release content such as this. But I will see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Sometimes, cameras capture moments that they just never should have. Someone presses that record button and boom, it captures real people in their final moments, most of the time completely unaware of what's coming. I'm Ryan from Tragedy Tales, and welcome back to the channel.
Hi Ryan.
This week, for the 27th time, I've scoured the darkest corners of the internet to bring you 5 more clips captured right before horror. So strap in and draw the curtains, and let's get right into it.
You're not tough with that flashlight.
Diving straight in, we've got a shocking and frankly perplexing clip that was recorded in Dagestan, a Republic of Russia, on November the 7th, 2025. That day, a Russian Ka-226 helicopter left the Kislar electromechanical plant, a Russian weapon manufacturer, bound for Izhbash airport, carrying 7 people aboard, including the pilot. The passengers inside
so I still
of several
need
staff
to.
members from the electromechanical
I was
plant.
trying to think.
This trip to the airport was one that they did frequently. But this is where the clip begins.
It's a year to which I need to do that, but how long does that take?
The weather was overcast and windy, and all on video, a helicopter came into view, looking to land on the pier jutting out of the beach. Now, because the clip you're about to see is so strange, some people online accuse it to be AI generated, but I've done my research and I can guarantee you that this video is 100% real, as reported on aviationsafety.net, as well as several reputable news sources. On video, the helicopter was looking to land on the pier because this was an emergency landing. According to several witnesses, the aircraft had caught fire mid-flight and had rushed to land on the beach. You can just see it's coming way too fast, and as it hits the landing zone,
They don't know what year the bitch is?
First, snapping on impact.
With
warning signals blaring and a large bang, it would have been obvious to all aboard that something had been hit or was damaged.
What the fuck is that?
Conventional helicopters, losing your tail like this would have meant an instant loss of directional control and an immediate deadly spin. But luckily, this was a Ka-226, a Russian helicopter with a unique coaxial rotor system. This basically means that it has 2 main rotors above, instead of the one, spinning in opposite directions, eliminating the need for the traditional rotor to fly. The Ka-226's design meant that the pilot in this case would have had some ability to control the aircraft despite basically losing the tail. As he still had control, most pilots in this situation would rush to land as soon as possible. But in this case, the pilot chose, or was seemingly unable to do so. Instead of landing instantly, the pilot continued hovering erratically.
Did he die? There's no way he died. What are you doing? What are you doing, mate? Where is he flying away?
The helicopter can then be seen gaining elevation and losing it repeatedly. 12 seconds into the clip, the chopper dipped into the water, where here they could have ditched or landed. But still, for an unknown reason, the pilot continued on the throttle. You can see the pilot navigating through the air, still with a broken tail. Regardless, on camera you can see the helicopter continue to rise up into the air, getting further and further away from the ground and to safety. Things then went from bad to worse, as the helicopter seemed to enter an uncontrolled climb in elevation.
Is it ego or what?
A terrifying spin out.
Is it ego or what, bro? What is he doing? What a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, bro, but he's a fucking idiot. Bro chose to die. What the fuck was he doing?
So terrifying inside. Alarms would have been blaring, the ground would have been getting closer and closer, the helicopter would have become a metal box full of screams, everyone inside just hoping and praying they survive what is to come. Within seconds, the chopper fell like a lead balloon near the village of Archisu in Dagestan, crash landing in a building before exploding into a huge fireball. The Russia's Ministry of Emergency Situations reported that an 80 square meter fire broke out at the crash site with a magnesium fire from the helicopter unable to be extinguished for hours. From miles away, the smoke that billowed from the
He's a
wreckage could be
fucking
seen.
retard. Whoever this pilot
Several
is a
witnesses
fucking
rushed to
retard.
help and reported that 2 people died on the spot. They helped other people from the wreckage, but they suffered severe burns. The helicopter had been totally destroyed. It was up in a ball of flames.
Fucking
The
idiots.
pilot and 1 employee were injured, but amazingly, they survived. Sadly, for the rest of the
Fucking idiots.
passengers, they just weren't so lucky.
Could literally
4
just
of the
dipped.
employees died, as well as the helicopter mechanic. The operational services involved in the investigation admitted that the cause of the crash could be a technical malfunction, but they currently couldn't confirm 100%. If the pilot still had the majority of the control, why on earth did he choose not to land when he had the chance? There were so many times tragedy could have been avoided, but it just wasn't. My only thoughts is that maybe he didn't know how badly the helicopter was damaged, but who knows. As always, I'm interested in all of your opinions below.
He's a fucking retard. He's a murderer. With ego.
Next up, we've got another clip that serves as a stark reminder of just how quickly things can go wrong. This clip takes us to Friday the 30th of July 2021 in the forest near the village of Tepikov in the northeastern Artvin province of Turkey. Now, Artvin province is full of steep, winding valleys. It's known for its mountainous terrain and stunning natural beauty. It's got dense forests, dramatic cliff faces, and breathtaking views that attract hikers from all across the world. It's the kind of place that families go together to escape the city and enjoy the outdoors together. And that's exactly what a 71-year-old woman thought by the name of Pompul Karademir. Pompul had gone on a family walk through the mountainous forests with her husband, her daughter Ayla, her granddaughter Seren, and her son-in-law Kadir. Standing around 200 feet up one of the valleys, this is where the clip begins. Captured by Kadir, the son-in-law, at around noon, you can see the beautiful landscape of the mountains and the family having a great time. The camera pans across the picturesque mountain scenery, showing off the awesome dramatic views.
Nice.
For a few minutes, he stands there in awe, taking in the natural beauty of the area and recording video to keep as a memory of the nice day out. All on video, Kadir paced around the mountain before all of them decided to stop for a minute to admire the particularly impressive view. The group came to a cliff edge, coming closer and closer to a
Okay, but what can go wrong here? I'm kind of confused.
Despite the risks, they wanted to get a closer look, they wanted to admire it even more, and that's when everything went wrong. While Kadir's still recording, panning across the scenery, just in the background, you can see his 71-year-old stepmother, Pompul, starting to move closer to the edge of the cliff. She was obviously curious about the view, wanting to look down and see the drop below. On video, her daughter Ayla immediately noticed and started warning her. She said, "Don't go, Mum, don't go," she called out, her voice getting more urgent with each word.
And she still went, you fucking madam.
Bu harbiden başım döndü ha. Anne. Hayır.
Anne. But her stepmother continued towards the edge. Maybe she didn't hear it clearly, or maybe she just thought that she was being careful enough. Regardless, you can see her getting closer and closer, and then she appears to trip on a rock or boulder near the edge, and in the footage, you can see her legs go up as she tumbles over the edge, and just like that, her fate was sealed.
Anne! Gitme anne. Ya gitme. Tut şunu baba. Baba tut. Baba tut. Tut. Baba tut.
She tumbled 230 feet to her death below. The family's screams of horror are captured in the recording, All you can hear is their screams of despair as they watched their mother fall. Police and paramedics were called to the scene.
Oh, and she's dead.
But with a 230-foot drop, they knew what they were likely to find. She died instantly on impact.
Oh, yeah.
1 minute she was here, and the next she wasn't. Her son-in-law had just
she's
been trying
kinda
to
stupid.
film the beautiful scenery
She
to
can
capture the
die,
beautiful
got that.
moment, and instead he'd filmed the moment his mother-in-law fell to her death. As you can see, there were no safety barriers or warning
You
signs.
gotta stop playing with life, man. Life is a blessing, man. You
You
cannot be out here playing dangerous shit with our lives.
Sometimes we all
Stuff
get
like
caught
this
up
is just
enjoying
retarded,
ourselves,
I'll be honest.
unaware that we
Like,
are
why would you
steered
do
in a
something
very
like that?
dangerous position. It's just a shame that one trip, one mistake, cost her her life.
So at least she lived a long life. Good takeaway, at least.
Now this next clip,
Could have been
you
longer,
may or
though.
may not be aware of it already, but it's so bizarre and unusual, and it was caught on camera, that I just had to include it on one of these lists. This entry unfolded on the 25th of November 2014 in the beautiful city of Sydney, Australia.
That's Sydney, right? Yeah.
That day,
Makes sense.
a Sheffield Shield cricket game between South Australia and New South
Cricket?
Wales was scheduled at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Okay, what
It
the
was the
fuck
first
can go
of
wrong
4
at cricket?
days of
I'm
the
sorry,
Sheffield
bro, but I
Shield,
don't believe
the domestic
anything can go wrong.
first-class cricket competition of Australia, where top players test their technique and form. It's used by selectors to identify candidates for the Australian national test team. One player on South Australia's side that morning was Philip Hughes, a 25-year-old cricketer who had played domestic cricket for South Australia and Worcestershire. That day, he was playing opening batsman, and the game started with him. At 11
Okay.
a.m., the
What
game
the fuck
kicked
can
off.
go wrong?
The crowd chanted, and the game played as you'd expect. All captured on video, the two teams played it out, had a good time, and went for lunch, before returning in the afternoon.
Okay, what the fuck can go wrong
It was
here?
around
I'm
2
so
hours into
confused.
the afternoon session when tragedy struck with brutal force.
Is there a ball
Quite
in his
literally.
nuts?
He was already at 63 runs, just 1 run short of his career average. Sean Abbott, a 22-year-old fast bowler, began his run-up. The bouncer he delivered was travelling at around 85 kilometres an hour.
Okay.
Not exceptionally fast by cricket standards, so Hughes
Better
attempted
hit.
a hook shot but misjudged the pace. He went through with the shot too quickly, his upper body swinging round. The ball missed the bat. Travelling like a leather bullet, it instead struck him on the side of the neck, just below his left ear, an unprotected area beneath his helmet. Dazed and swaying, he fell flat on his face in front of all the shocked spectators.
Huh?
Players converged on him, but it was clear that he had been seriously injured. The Medicad came out, and the medical staff began administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation right there on the ground. Horribly, his mum and sister were there watching the game when it happened. Hughes was
The
rushed to
fuck?
St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, where he underwent emergency surgery. Doctors had to remove part of his skull to relieve the pressure building up in his brain, but after being hit, Hughes never regained consciousness and tragically passed away 2 days later
Wow.
on November the 27th,
What the
2014.
fuck?
The post-mortem revealed the cause of death. A very rare and unusual injury had been caused by the ball. His autopsy showed a traumatic subarachnoid hemorrhage due to a vertebral artery dissection. The cricket ball had compressed his vertebral artery on
What the
impact,
fuck?
causing it to tear and split in his neck. This, of course, triggered massive bleeding on his brain and eventually killed him. The fact that this
That's so
occurred was
random.
1,000,000 to 1. The fact it was also caught on camera is even rarer. Australian team doctor Peter Bruckner explained just how rare this injury was. Only 100 other cases have ever been documented in medical history, and only 1 other case had been
Wow.
caused by a cricket ball. At his funeral, held in Hughes' hometown
Wow.
of Knoxville, Michael Clarke, the Australian cricket captain, made a speech, closing it off by saying, "Rest in peace, little brother. I'll see you in the middle."
Mm.
Dig in and get through to tea. And we must play on. So rest in peace, my little brother. I'll see you out in the middle.
His father Gregory was in tears as he helped carry his coffin at the end of the service. Thousands followed the hearse as it travelled through the heart of Hughes' hometown, a death that has resonated throughout the cricketing world and beyond. A young sportsman
What?
down just as his life and career was starting to flourish.
Soon after, an inquest was opened. Hugh's family questioned whether the bowling had been too aggressive and whether more could have been done to prevent this. Umpires and players testified that the bowling was
Bro, you this is my friend Aiden, please.
The coroner found no malicious intent from Abbott.
This is my friend
no
Aiden, please. Why?
The laws of the game.
Stop.
The coroner ruled it an accidental death resulting from a freak on-the-field accident.
What's happening there?
This incident changed cricket forever. Helmets were completely redesigned with better protection added to the neck and the lower skull area. Neck guards became standard equipment at professional levels. Medical protocols on cricket grounds were strengthened. Paramedics,
why don't you visit them? I'm so confused.
Response procedures became mandatory at all Sheffield Shield matches. Hughes' test cap number 408 was retired. His final score of 63 not out will forever be remembered. The sport that he loved stole his life away, all because a ball struck in exactly the wrong spot at exactly the wrong angle. In this case, there was no villain, just a young bowler doing his job and a batsman playing the sport that he loved.
This is some random case, man. Like, what the fuck?
Next up, we've got a strange and perplexing clip that was recorded on Sunday, March the 11th, 2018, in the Southern Highlands of Peru, in Huancarani.
I really need
March
to.
in Peru is right at the tail end of the rainy season. Locals expect days of continuous
What's this
rainfall,
IGN? I don't know
sometimes
what you want
weeks
me
of
to
rain
see it.
in
Like,
a single
is
day.
it that interesting?
This, of course, often causes chaos all across Peru. Flooding is very common, rivers burst their banks, and this causes landslides, especially in the mountainous regions.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Locals that live up in these mountainous regions expect problems when it comes to the rainy season. And in 2018, it was no different. From December 2017 through to March, Peru had been getting absolutely hammered by rainstorms. That year, at least 75 people died from flooding and landslides. Over 159 bridges were destroyed, and nearly 4,000 kilometers
no
of
joke.
roads were either damaged or completely blocked. And the area of Huancarani had been hit particularly hard by these heavy rains in the days leading up to this entry, causing multiple
what's his
landslides
name?
all over, making it dangerous to travel anywhere, if not impossible. Now this is where the clip begins. It shows hundreds of people gathering on a mountainous road, waiting, watching, trying to figure out if it was safe to cross. Attention's then drawn to a 36-year-old woman by the name of Santusa. She could be seen standing on the rubble of a landslide that had just occurred. There were crowds of people on either side, both shouting at her to move out of the way, fearing that another landslide could strike at any moment. Despite everyone shouting at her to move, Santusa could be seen standing in front of the ravine with her arms raised, shouting at the earth ahead
He's
of her.
level 0.
A new video angle was taken by an eyewitness standing several yards away,
So
and it
I don't
shows
know.
her beckoning the oncoming landslide. She knew it was coming, yet she refused to move. She even moved her legs slightly so that she was directly under the landslide's path. Onlookers called her several times, shouting, "Be careful, lady, it's gonna fall," but she pays no attention. She's standing right there in front of a landslide, but it falls short. It doesn't hit her.
Señora. Señora, caramba.
Despite having a close call, she still continued standing right there. It was like she was in some sort of glaze, like she was being possessed or something. She continued standing there, all while a terrible roar of earth could be heard from the distance. Yet another landslide was on the way.
What a
And then
fucking
boom.
idiot.
Just like that, she's hit. She just didn't stand a chance as the ravenous moving earth mass swallowed her completely. She vanished beneath the surface.
Is she
in a
stupid? Yeah, fuck that bitch. Hey, fuck that bitch. I don't care, bro. Nope. Well deserved. You just traumatized these other people for no reason, you fucking idiot. You could have just not being a retard, and then you could have just moved out. Why is this? Alright. Are you gonna? Yes, bro.
Believe what they had just
I am, but I'm not getting any
vanguards
vanguards right now.
right in front of them. National police swept the rubble and found her remains later that day, miles down the mountain. Now, I guess you're wondering, why did she do this? Well, local media suggested that she was drunk at the time. While some do not believe this, some believe that she was sound of mind and knew exactly what she was doing. But honestly, I've no idea.
Yeah.
And
So,
last,
and
but
it's,
certainly not least, we have a case that's still baffling investigators.
I
to
don't
this
really
day.
care about the locket,
This
to be
entry
honest.
takes us to Ahmedabad in Western India
I did
on
that.
June the 12th, 2025.
But I have
That
dropped
morning,
like 4
Air
of
India
them.
Flight
But I don't
171,
care about
a
lockets.
Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, was preparing for departure at Sardar Patel International Airport in India. This plane was bound for London, and that day it was a routine international flight, the kind that happened all
Do I
day
care about
long,
looking? Maybe I do a little
365
bit,
days a year.
just for net worth.
It had 230 passengers and 12 crew members aboard. For a bit of background, the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is one of the most advanced commercial aircraft in the world. Known for being fuel efficient, quiet, and incredibly reliable, since entering service in 2011, at the time, the 787-8 had a spotless safety record.
I
That
just
day,
need
this would change forever.
this.
The specific aircraft that day was 12 years old, not new, but well maintained and thoroughly inspected. It was being commanded by 56-year-old Captain Sumit Sabwal, an experienced pilot who had logged approximately 15,600 flight hours over his career. Of those, nearly 8,600 were specifically on the Boeing
A
787.
lot
His first officer
of
was
vanguards to go
32-year-old
though.
Clive Kunder.
Yes.
Clive had around 3,400 flight hours under his belt, with around 1,100 of those being on the Boeing 787. Kunder was the pilot flying that day, meaning he would hand over the controls to the more experienced captain during takeoff and landing.
Nice.
So, as usual, that morning, passengers boarded, luggage was loaded, pre-flight checks were completed.
You
and it
want to
all
see
looked
some
good.
stuff I have
The weather conditions that
on
morning
this
were
Iron Man
perfect.
profile?
There were
This is
clear
my Iron
skies,
Man.
good visibility,
You want to see some stupid
no
stuff?
concerns whatsoever. Everything was about as routine as it gets in commercial aviation. Not a single red flag was raised. At around 11 a.m., Flight 171 was cleared for takeoff. The engines sped up,
Like this.
and soon the aircraft began rolling down the runway, picking up speed. The pilots went through their standard procedures as the plane accelerated faster and faster down the tarmac, and just like that, the nose lifted and the Boeing 787 left the ground. It climbed into the sky, 100 feet, 200 feet,
And this is my dice,
400
which I
feet.
care the most about.
Everything was going exactly as planned. The plane was climbing as you'd expect, reaching 625 feet before something went catastrophically wrong. At around 50 seconds into the flight, according to Flight Radar 24, location data was suddenly lost. The Boeing 787 suddenly lost
What's
all
happening?
its power. Both engines went silent. The aircraft was now a massive metal glider with no thrust. As quickly as it had climbed, 32 seconds after taking off, it barreled towards the earth like a wrecking ball.
I'm donating all money to Hyperion. What do you mean?
On video, you can see the plane getting lower and lower before
You know, I don't really
buildings
care about
and erupting
Hyperion's.
into a
Hyperion's
massive,
is kind of
deadly
ass, I'm not gonna lie.
fireball.
Hyperion's is kind of mid. What? I don't know, why did you like Hyperion so much? I don't see the point. What the fuck? Oh, hell no. That's what I'm doing right left.
The plane eventually came to rest in the hostel block of
The fuck does that mean?
in Ahmedabad, just 1.7 kilometers away from the runway it had left just seconds ago. The impact was devastating. The sound and the vibrations of the plane hitting the ground and the subsequent explosion echoed across the entire city, witnessed by hundreds who watched it fall from the sky on the ground. A huge plume of
Is there a
black
reason
smoke
to why you
drifted
like it
across
so
the
much?
Indian skyline. First responders rushed to the scene, fearing the worst, but even their worst fears couldn't have possibly prepared them for what they were about to witness. The aircraft was completely destroyed and burning like Hail Mary. Several college buildings were severely damaged by the impact and the subsequent fire that engulfed the wreckage. Before first responders even arrived, astonishing footage shows a lone man limping from the wreckage. His face was in shock, his clothes were charred, and he was covered in cuts and
What do you
bruises.
like so much about
Somehow,
Hyperion? Because
someway, he had
personally,
survived.
the amount of uses it has is pretty limited compared to back in the days. Back in the day, it was really useful. I was like, yeah, but why? Why did you spend all your money on that? Why?
Tragically, the same couldn't be said for everyone else aboard. Out of 242 people on that plane, he was the only survivor to walk away.
नजरों के सब सामने हुआ था। मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लिए कि तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल के मैं देखा ना तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ। तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे
Why?
ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से।
I don't really understand this Hyperion thing, man.
मेरे नजरों के सामने एयर होस्टल और दूसरे
As an endgame player 3 times, I don't understand
5-10 सेकंड कैसे लगा जैसे
the
स्टक हो गया
hype
वो।
for like
बाद में मेरे को
Hyperions
लगा कि
because
कुछ हुआ, बाद में
personally,
लाइट ऑन हो गई, ग्रीन और वाइट। बाद में वो पता नहीं वो प्लेन टेक ऑफ ज्यादा करने के लिए वो रेस तो बोलते हैं क्या, रेस दिया होगा ऐसा कुछ, और सीधा स्पीड में ही घुस गया। मैं जो साइड पे था ना, वो साइड हॉस्टल पे नहीं लैंड हुई थी, हॉस्टल के जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है ना,
like Hyperion is just not useful early on. I don't know, man.
लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड
I'll never understand.
थोड़ा इधर पेस है, मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर, क्योंकि अपोजिट साइड पे था ना, वो बिल्डिंग का वो था ना दीवार, तो उधर से कोई शायद नहीं निकल सका होगा।
On the ground, 19 people were also killed, and 67 others were also seriously injured. This was the first fatal accident and hull loss involving a 787 since the type entered service in 2011.
Damn.
Now this is where it gets really weird. The man who survived was 40-year-old British national Vish Kumar Ramesh. Ramesh was sitting in C-11A. Now why is this weird, you might ask? Well, months before the crash, C-11A became a sort of meme online because it was right next to the window, yet it had no window seat. Several other airlines tweeted and made jokes about this particular seat. There were so many posts about 11A that it actually is kind of scary, and the fact that out of the entire plane, he was the only one to survive sat in 11A, well, that's one hell of a weird coincidence. One that gives me goosebumps.
Ever had made Cuda a giant sword?
Ramesh has since done several viral interviews detailing his insane survival, which I highly recommend you go watch.
What do you mean?
What can I say? Like, still I'm not believe. I'm only one survivor in all boarding, like 242 something in NA. I'm lucky as man, but also I lost everything. My brother for me. I lost my brother in it.
If I had made Cuda a giant sword, I don't understand what that sentence made no sense.
Somehow isn't even the strangest part of this case. Investigators immediately began probing the wreckage and cockpit recorders to understand what went wrong. and what they found was deeply disturbing. Just seconds after takeoff, both of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner's fuel control switches abruptly moved to the cutoff position. Both of them, not just one, both, at the exact same time. This starved the engines of fuel and triggered a total power loss. Now, switching to cutoff is a move that's typically only done after landing. You do it when you're shutting down the aircraft, never ever during takeoff. So it's very bizarre. These lever-lock fuel switches are designed specifically to prevent accidental activation. Obviously, they must be pulled up to unlock before flipping, a safety feature that's been standard since the 1950s. So basically, you can't literally physically accidentally turn them off or on. A Canada-based air accidents investigator told the BBC that it would be almost impossible to pull both switches with a single movement of one hand. This makes accidental deployment very unlikely. So it makes you wonder, what on earth happened in that cockpit? The cockpit recording captures only one pilot asking the other, why did he cut the off? The other person replies that he didn't do it. Current recording doesn't clarify who said what. The investigation shows that the switches were returned to their normal
Why are you making 100 million on that?
seconds later, triggering the automatic engine relight, but by then, it was far too late. At the time of the crash, one engine was regaining thrust, while the other had barely been relit. If they were higher up in the air, it might have been fine, but
finished the
because they were
third
so
level.
low, they just simply ran out of time and altitude. In many cockpit emergencies, pilots may press the wrong buttons or make incorrect
I
selections,
finished the third
but
level
there
and
was no
couldn't have the
indication of
bypass
such a
before because
situation
when
here,
damage was
nor
over.
any discussion in the cockpit suggesting that the
There's
fuel
4
switches
zero
were
for
selected
Kudo, you
by
don't need
mistake.
Hyperion, you just need
So that leaves us
Terminator
with
now.
one massive question. Why would one of the pilots turn off both fuel levers? Levers that are intentionally designed to not be accidentally activated. An interim report was released in July 2025, but critics argue it unfairly focused on the actions of the pilots, diverting attention away from a possible fault with the aircraft itself.
True.
In this report, no cause for the switch movement was given. At the time of saying this crash remains under investigation. Some speculate that there are voice recordings that have yet to be made public that hold the key to solving this perplexing puzzle. Was it intentional? Was it a result of confusion in the cockpit? Was it an error with the plane?
I need
Sadly,
to
we
go
just don't have
by.
the answers right now.
I'm sorry, but your English is so confusing. Yeah, man.
Death is a lot closer than most people ever realize. You've seen it yourself on this channel. It's usually an ordinary day, and then suddenly a ship will slam into a bridge, or maybe a hot air balloon will drop from the sky in flames. All the time, everyday normal moments turn into scenes that no one could have possibly imagined. And in the age of smartphones, it's all too often captured and uploaded to the internet for the world to watch. I'm Ryan from Tragedy Tales, and this week, once again, we're going to take a look at 5 more clips captured before horror. From a terrifying skydiving incident in Colombia to a shocking bee attack in Brazil that nobody could quite believe. This week, as usual, we've got clips that are so crazy, you might just think they're AI. But I can assure you that each case is 100% real and 100% tragic. So strap in, draw the curtains, and let's get right into it.
I need like one of those, what's it called?
First up, we've got some footage
Little
that was
foots,
captured just
man.
days before writing this. It's quite fresh, so details are scarce, but I'm certain the footage captured will leave you scratching your head. This entry begins in João Pessoa, a port city located in northeastern Brazil. Famous for its variety of beautiful beaches, the city is also known for its calm coastal lifestyle, historic charm, and lush green spaces that stretch through its busy city centre. However, one thing that attracts people to João Pessoa is the Parque Aruda Camara, known locally as Bica. Now this park is a zoobotanical park and urban green reserve situated in central João Pessoa. It basically combines a vast botanical garden with
Like,
remnants of the
okay,
native
let me
rainforest
see here.
flora
I
with a
need
zoo. This zoo sits
little
inside a
foods,
preserved
bro. There's
forest
no little
environment
foods.
and is home to a wide range of exotic animal species. They've got things like snakes, monkeys, owls, but what attracted one visitor on the 30th of November 2025 was the lion section. This visitor was a 19-year-old man by the name of Gerson Di Melo Machado.
Oh
Gerson
shit.
was obsessed with lions and wanted to become a lion tamer. Apparently, he told people
Lion
that day
tamer.
that he'd gone to the zoo to pay his respects to the lion and appreciate their beauty.
Alright,
What he would
this
actually do that day,
it's recipe for
nobody could
disaster
predict,
already. I can already hear
and
it.
it left countless scarred forever. As family and children were taking in all the area had to offer, looking at the monkeys, the owls, and the lions, when several people saw Gerson begin to climb one of the huge walls outside the lion enclosure. Inside this enclosure was an adult lioness named Leona, one of the highlights of the zoo. All captured on camera, he'd scaled all the way up to the top of the 26-foot fence,
Why?
with only a barbed wire between
Why?
him and the
What the
lion
fuck is
enclosure
wrong?
below.
Yeah, you deserve
By
to
now,
die.
park officials and
I
security were
hope.
made aware of
I'm
what was
not,
happening.
okay, I'm
and
not
they
gonna
rushed
say I
to the
hope you die,
enclosure.
but yeah.
But by then,
I hope you get
Gerson
injured
had
bad.
already begun climbing down a large tree that just peeked above the top of the enclosure, leading right into the lion's den. They could do absolutely nothing but watch as he slid down the tree. Captured on camera by various angles, watched by staff, security, and children, he slowly edged down the tree and edged ever closer to the ground. The lioness had already caught onto what was happening and rushed over to wait at the base of the tree, ready to strike. Gerson obviously saw the lion, and at this moment, he slipped out of the tree right into her paws.
The fuck? I would probably each. Oh, what's wrong?
You can guess what happened next. Leona violently attacked Gerson, as she would do in the wild. Lionesses have large, half-an-inch long, razor-sharp claws. Gerson didn't stand a chance as they ripped through his skin, with the lioness's teeth pinning his limbs like a vice, crunching through his bones like nothing. Zoo staff and security tried their best to stop the attack, even using a fire extinguisher to try and scare Leona away, but it was futile. He'd already been brutally attacked.
Okay, so you need. You mean from XP or what? Oh, I have.
Eventually, Leona was sedated and Gerson was dragged out of the enclosure, but of course, by then, he was long gone. He'd been ripped to shreds by the lioness and was pronounced dead. While some people mourned the young man's death, many others defended the animal, condemning Gerson's selfish and crazy
And
actions,
then I have
pointing
this.
out that the lioness was only reacting on instinct, which is totally correct. Apparently, Gerson had severe learning disabilities and schizophrenia. He lived in the local slums and had been arrested several times. Even in the days leading up to this, he'd been arrested for throwing rocks at police cars. It was reported that his brain capacity was no more than that of a 5-year-old, leaving many to wonder where his carers was and how he managed to get to where he did in the first place. His child protection counselor said that he had recently hid in the landing gear of a plane in the hopes of flying to Africa. So he clearly needed help. He clearly shouldn't have been there. Was it that he just wanted to see the lions, or was it a suicide attempt? Honestly, we'll never know. While he had mental issues, to me, it didn't really look like a suicide.
This
More
profile
like a dangerous fixation that
was
nobody
in
could stop at the time.
2025.
Following this incident, the zoo released a statement. They reassured the public that there was no possibility that she would be put down because of this, reinforcing that it wasn't her fault that someone climbed in her enclosure. As this literally happened 5 days ago, investigations are still ongoing. While of course Leona wasn't to blame, why on earth was there a tree leading all the way out of her enclosure? Why was a visitor able to scale a 25-foot fence without anyone stopping him? And surely, if Leona wanted to, she could have just climbed out herself. Surely this was a disaster just waiting to happen.
Yeah, I started 1 year ago on this one. I think in February or something last year.
While researching these
Not too
videos,
sure.
I often stumble across incidents that I would have never
Not
seen
too
on
sure.
the news. Despite being a
I'm
relatively
gonna
big
to
tragedy
say,
in the area and for the country, it never gets shown on the media in the UK. And this is another example of that. These crazy clips were recorded on the 10th of September 2025 in, and excuse my pronunciation, Iztapalapa.
What?
Iztapalapa is one of the 16 boroughs of Mexico City, and it's the most populous of them all. Located in the eastern part, it's known for its dense urban neighborhoods, huge cultural events, as well as its mix of working class districts, markets, and its busy streets. This area is full of people working, students heading to college and school, all traveling to where they need to get via the various highways that cut through the borough.
Yeah.
These highways crisscross over
Makes
each other
sense.
like a maze. On most days, it's just routine, traffic and noise, the usual people going about their lives, and that Wednesday was no different. As the sun loomed above, countless cars, buses and lorries sped across the asphalt, and then
I need
something
water, bro. Why am I just
absolutely
sitting here? I need to drink
catastrophic
water.
occurred. At approximately 20 minutes past 2, a gas tanker from the energy company Silza was traveling across the borough's high-rise highways. This tanker was carrying around
I've actually been
13,000
eating water
gallons
for
of
like ages
liquefied
now.
petroleum gas, or LPG, a massive load of highly volatile fuel. This gas tanker was making its way out of the capital just like any other delivery run. Somewhere along that route, just beneath one of the overpasses, everything went totally wrong. As the driver approached a curve, he took it too fast, the tanker swayed, tipped, and then fully overturned, slamming hard into a concrete wall. The impact split the tank open and released an enormous cloud of LPG that instantly flooded the entire stretch of road. In an absolutely crazy video captured by one driver,
Holy
you can see a
shit.
cloud of gas
Oh my
enveloping
God.
the bottom area of the highway within seconds. It almost doesn't even look real, as the entire area was swallowed and blanketed by it. Videoed at the same time by a group of students on a bus heading back from school, you can also see the cloud of LPG rise into the air like it was a living creature. Terror spread across the bus. Everyone was panicking, as you would be, just trying to get away from the gas, and that's when it ignited. In a blink of an eye, the gas turned into a firestorm. Again, it doesn't even look real. The whole thing exploded with a huge blast, sending a shockwave out like a bomb.
Holy shit. That's some demon hour shit, dude. Down that bullshit. Do we have a little foot in here? Hi, buddies. Hi, buddy boy. Little foot, little foot, little foot, little foot. Little foot, little foot. No. No. What does this stuff mean? What are you even typing in the chat? Like, you type in store,
Firefighters and
roast?
ambulances rushed to the scene to fight the blaze and help anyone that they could. But when they got there, some of the injuries that people had sustained were just horrifying. Lists of those injured showed that some had up to 100% of their skin burned off. They were literally walking corpses, just waiting in agony to die. In some horrific footage posted online, victims could be seen walking out of the flames with their clothes charred, totally melted into their skin. Some were still on fire, some stumbling and screaming as people nearby tried desperately to help. Others had their face completely burned away, but they were screaming in horror, walking blind until their voice boxes melted, and they collapsed. When I say it became hell on earth, it really did.
This doesn't even sound real.
Tanker
What the fuck?
completely obliterated, barely recognizable. This incident occurred on one of the most important roadways of the city, halting traffic and causing huge issues within the local area. Cars, lorries, and vehicles were halted while officials snuffed out the flames
What the
with
fuck does that mean?
Hours
What
later,
did you just
officials
do?
announced that the flames were completely under control, but by then, the consequences of this blast were truly shocking. The first officially released death toll listed the dead at 3.
Yeah, don't yellow card me,
This
bro.
quickly rose to 9, then
Do
15,
not yellow card me, gang.
and by the end of the cleanup, the death toll stood at a whopping 29 people, leaving 90 with various burn injuries, some minor.
Doesn't that equal
but
a red
many
card?
serious
The
and
yellows?
life-changing.
Mexico City, the death toll has risen to 29 from the gas truck explosion. According to officials, 16 people remain hospitalized, while 39 others have been discharged. Rescue and recovery work continues as authorities investigate the cause of the accident.
The driver of the gas tanker survived the initial explosion somehow, but passed away later that week due to his burns. Initial investigations by city authorities suggested that his excessive speed, as well as his lack of skill, directly caused the accident, blaming him directly for the deaths of 28 innocent bystanders.
Can you play Gel Guesser? You want me to do some rounds?
Now this next blood-curdling clip has little background, but from what I can find, it traces back to Flans,
Yeah,
a small town located in Colombia, all the way back to 1992. Back then, life moved differently. I think at least I wasn't even alive. Blockbuster was still booming, you could still order a supersize, and Bill Clinton was on his way to the White House. Around that time, skydiving was in a strange spot. It wasn't unsafe by definition, the sport...
You actually want me to play this? I'll not play that much, but I'll do that. Do you want me to actually play a duel against someone else? Should I play against someone else? I've never done this before. Oh, okay. Never mind. Should I do guess the country or should I do guess the country or should I do world map? USA. Wait, what do you mean USA? Should this? This is Canada, I think. This looks like Canada. I don't have water, bro. I need water. Huh? Yeah. Go. Huh? Huh? Det där man egentligen skulle, men jag undrar hur det funkar. What's going on? I'm good. Okay, this is just not gonna work. But okay, yo, what's up? I'm back. Streamer, I saw you. What? Oh, I know where this is. For the first cookie, what? Arachne, bro, what the fuck? Okay, but if you had to actually guess where this is, where would you guess? You really think so? I don't think so at all. What, is that even here? This District of Columbia. There's Columbia in the US? How is that possible? Yo, is this where they pick up cotton and stuff? And is this oil on the ground? What the fuck happened? Yo, this is the cotton fields right now. Wait, is it really that again? Item progression guide. So what does that mean? But this isn't even America, bro. This is not America. I don't believe it. You don't know how to progress on Iron Man? You can just search up guides. I think 30 Bears does videos. What? Is that a Minecraft skin? Hold on. Is that a Minecraft skin on the poster? Okay. I actually don't know. If I had to guess, I would probably guess over there. Oklahoma Trust. Popeyes. Yeah, that's okay. This is way too difficult, bro. I can try country. Valverde? Oh, Espanol. Wait, Valverde, isn't that the... Oh. This has to be Greece, right? Hellas? That's Spain? I thought Spain kinda, yeah, but... Ireland, fuck yeah. Wait, is this Niger? Oh. UAE? Oh hell no. I don't know what country that is. What the fuck is happening here? Look. I have gone electric. How about you? Dragon Institute money sexy. Oh, we need. Where do you think this is? 7? How, bro, why is there so many cars? And why is this guy crashing? Just has to be India. This is some Indian traffic, I'm not gonna lie. What? Bro, this is basically just Greenland, right? So does that mean this is Greenland? Or am I wrong then? You feel me though, right? You feel what I'm saying? Ooh, let me have a look. How do they look? He looks really British. Okay, so I remember Kum HD is German, so let's take Germany. Or is this really the same place? Oh, it's not, it's the UK. Well, fuck, I'm gay. I'm fucking gay, dude. Like, what the fuck? I'm so gay. I'm so gay. I'm actually so gay. What B Street? I don't need no B Street, bitch. Where are we gonna left? This has to be Japan. No, but it's not Japan. It's, I think it's Singapore. I never posted to guess. Oh, look at this. I should have picked it. You fucking. I am fucking. What do you need Arachne? Like, why the fuck would you kill Arachne? One gigabyte per second. Gigafiber. That looks very Vietnamese. I don't think it's Vietnam. I think it's yeah. Is this South Africa? Is this South Africa, guys? No, this means okay. What's was wooden current rhyme design Malarai. That is the most ugly building I've ever seen in my life, but what the fuck is that? Oh, that I remember that being something. That means check, yeah. That means it's sure. On Tulu. It has to be Singapore again, right? They have too much money for it to be elsewhere. That's China, really? They have money there? They have money in China? Oh, it's Hong Kong. Okay, last one. Never mind, I guess.
Sport had already been around for decades, but the early 90s was still before the era of strict checks, automatic activation devices being standard, and the tighter regulations that you see today. Back then, some places ran things properly, others just didn't. And as you know on
Actually,
this
need to check
channel,
something
when you
here.
mix carelessness with inexperience, as well as doing a high-risk, high-activity sport like skydiving, the consequences can be deadly. With that in mind, that day of August the 8th, 1992, the parents of a 13-year-old boy by the name of Christian Eduardo had booked him in for a training skydive at Aguala's skydiving school, situated in Flanders. Back then, skydiving was gaining attention as a daring hobby, and this attracted Christian. He asked his parents if he could learn, and before long, they'd booked for his first dive. Now in the UK at least, I don't know about the rest of the world, but a 13-year-old can't skydive. You need to be at least 16 to try it, and even then you've got to do it in a tandem and have parental consent forms signed. In the USA, you actually need to be over 18 to skydive. However, in Colombia, the Maldives, and Germany, for example, the minimum age is just 12.
What?
They strapped Christian in, he smiled and waved goodbye to his parents.
12
That
is
day,
way too
he
young.
wasn't even doing a tandem jump, he was doing it solo. Before long, there he stood, doors open on the plane, ready to leap 10,000 feet to the ground below.
PogChamp is in my lobby.
With his family
Take
watching on
care
the
of
ground,
yourself, it's
the
here.
clip starts showing the plane
Dude, I
soaring
really want to take care of
rapidly
you.
overhead. Then a small black dot
I want to
could be
take
seen
care of you
jumping
right
from the
now.
fuselage. This was Christian now making the leap of faith. His family could be heard screaming and shouting at the air, telling him to activate his parachute as he neared the ground. But as he got closer and closer, nothing appeared. Christian continued his trajectory towards the ground and did not falter. By now, everyone had realized something had gone terribly wrong. They shouted at him to pull the reserve chute, but it was now already too late. He just didn't know what to do, and just like that, he impacted the ground, traveling at over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. This guy, yeah.
The skydive goes horribly wrong when the primary chute fails to deploy.
Oh my, he's just falling straight to the ground. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh hell no.
Spectators scream for the diver to open
Oh
his
no.
reserve chute, but it's too late. They walk away in shock from what they have just witnessed.
That is actually
Parachutes
disgusting.
never deployed. First responders and his family rushed to his aid, hoping and praying that he was somehow alive. And astonishingly, he was. They got him in an ambulance and rushed him to the hospital. However, his injuries were catastrophic. His body had been totally pulverized from the fall, and he passed away on the way to the hospital. The investigation into Christian's death revealed that the skydiving school was actually the one to blame. According to the official investigation documents, the center lacked authorization, so they had no permission to operate any skydives whatsoever. But what was the real reason this occurred? Well, it was found that the parachute packer lacked a valid license. Upon inspecting his parachute, it was found that it was not set up correctly from the start. It was non-functional, meaning it could have never been deployed. This skydive was doomed from the start. As a result of the accident, the school was fined heavily, and the instructor had his license suspended for 5 years. This case prompted hundreds of people to write to voice their concerns about the safety of jumps at the school, eventually leading to its closure in the following years. Christian was just 13 years old. He wanted to realize the dream of his life, to skydive. Sadly, however, his dream ended up leading to his death. It's absolutely tragic, and to die so young because of someone else's mistake, it's even worse.
Oh my god.
This entry begins on the morning of September the 19th, 2025, in Itapetininga, a municipality located in the state of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Now, Itapetininga is located in the interior of Sao Paulo state. It's known for its agricultural industry and quiet working-class neighborhoods. It's home to just over 160,000 people, and it's a relatively small area where nothing crazy usually occurs. But on the morning of September the 19th, this would all change. That morning, it was the usual Friday routine for the workers of Confessa Supermarket. This supermarket offers a wide range of good priced food, so it's a hotspot for locals that flock to the area all day, 7 days a week. That Friday morning was no different. Workers had opened the supermarket as they always did, cars began pulling up in the car park, and the customers began heading into the supermarket. Absolutely nobody expected anything to go wrong, until at 11 AM, it suddenly did. Completely out of the blue, one shopper yelped out in pain. Then another, and another. Attention was soon drawn to the front of the store where a large swarm of bees had been angered. It's unknown where exactly they came from, but before long, they were flooding into the store, attacking and stinging customers just going about their day. A total nightmare unfolded within the aisles as many rushed to the back of the store to escape the insects.
Jesus amado, nunca vi negócio desse. A abelha atacando Confessa. Olha pra isso, lá de fora, vem. O senhorzinho tá que tá. Jesus amado.
Hello? As many were being stung, some battered them with their hands, while others cowered in corners just trying to protect their face and their eyes. One person who had gone down to the supermarket that day to do his weekly shopping was an unnamed 74-year-old man. This man was walking into the store when he had been brutally attacked by the bees. In all the panic, he fled the store, but this is when the supermarket closed the shutters. The man then found himself trapped, still being attacked by the bees. Video recordings from outside the store captured members of the public attempting to help by throwing water at him, one even trying to use a fire extinguisher to get the bugs away.
Why they're hating AI? AI is kind of awesome.
The bees kept stinging and
just
stinging
not
him
TikToks.
hundreds, if not thousands
TikTok
of times.
AI sucks.
By now, emergency teams from the mobile emergency care services were rushed to help those stung. But when they arrived, it was a scene of pure chaos. Many were still under attack by the insects inside the store, with the 74-year-old man now lying on his back, unconscious. When rescue teams tried to approach him to help, they were also attacked by the angry swarm of bees, with 6 rescuers being stung profusely and later treated. All they could do was get into the ambulance and drive away. The man was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but tragically, he passed away later that day. He wasn't even allergic to bee stings. He'd just been stung so many times that it literally killed him. A total of 11 other people were injured and stung in the attack. This is almost something straight out of a Final Destination movie. I seem to be saying that a lot recently, but it's true. What are the chances that you go to the supermarket and you get bombarded with a swarm of insects? It's
pretty low. Thanks to clear sight.
And last, but certainly not least, this clip was recorded on the cold morning of December the 29th, 2024, at around 8 AM. But before we can get into that clip, we need to roll the clocks back a few hours to 2:28 AM that very morning. Around this time, Jeju Air Flight 2216 took off from near Bangkok, Thailand, bound for Muan International Airport in Muan County, South Korea. Jeju Air Flight 2216 was a 15-year-old Boeing 737-8AS. The captain had been an employee of Jeju Air since 2019 and had accumulated
something is wrong, by the way.
6,820 hours of flight experience, with 696 of those hours being on the very plane that they were piloting that night. The first officer was far less experienced, but still had over 1,650 hours, with 1,339 of them being on the Boeing 737. So both pilots were very experienced, they know what they were doing, and this was a routine, ordinary, and boring flight. In total, there were 181 souls on board, along with 4 flight attendants. That morning, the passengers boarded the aircraft, the lights dimmed, and the majority slept all throughout the journey. The aircraft climbed to cruising altitude and made its way northward across the South China Sea and over the Korean Peninsula. Hours passed, and the flight neared its destination. At 8:54 a.m. Korean Standard Time, Air Traffic Control cleared Flight 2216 to land on runway 1 at Muan International Airport. The crew began the descent, configuring the aircraft for landing.
Can you just
Then,
please?
at 8:57 a.m., the tower issued an ominous warning. Something that all pilots dread, especially at landing and takeoff, the warning of a bird strike. Despite this warning, less than 2 minutes later, at 8:59 a.m., the pilots transmitted a mayday call. Sadly, they were unable to maneuver around the birds. Witnesses on the ground reported seeing a flock of them being sucked into the right engine.
Midair. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Is that birds all around them?
And as they did, flames and sparks erupted from the aircraft's right wing, causing immediate loss of power. They told air traffic control this, and the crew announced that they were executing a go-around and abandoning the landing attempt. But just 1 minute later, by 9 a.m., the situation had deteriorated catastrophically. As they maneuvered around, trying to attempt another landing, more birds had been sucked into the left engine, and by now, the right engine was totally inoperable. They were struggling to stay in the air, so the pilots requested permission to land on the opposite runway, runway 19. This was a total emergency, and just when things were looking bad, they got even worse. Coming into land on runway 19, the aircraft refused to deploy its landing gear. 2 minutes later, at 9:03 a.m., the aircraft was making its way towards the runway.
But this is
time without any landing gears, both pilots just hoping and praying things were okay. All captured on camera, without the landing gear, the Boeing 737 barely landed, hitting the bottom of the engines. Unfortunately, the aircraft touched down roughly 1,200 meters along the runway, far, far beyond where it should have landed. With no landing gear, the nose of the plane remained pitched upward as the jet slid forward on its engines, unable to slow down. Still traveling at an estimated 150 miles an hour, the end of the runway approached rapidly. The aircraft overran the threshold by 250 meters, hurtling towards a concrete berm that supported the instrument landing system antenna.
Oh no, please no, please no,
positioned
please
at
no,
the
please no,
end
stop,
of
stop,
the
stop,
runway. The
stop,
aircraft
stop,
just
stop,
could
stop,
not
stop.
stop in time. It impacted with the concrete berm. The collision was totally catastrophic. The impact tore the aircraft apart, exploding into a vast fireball of death. Both engines embedded themselves deep into the wall. The tail section separated and rolled forward, coming to a rest upside down.
Oh hell no.
The forward fuselage completely disintegrated, scattering wreckage up to 300 meters beyond the berm, and even damaging the airport's perimeter wall, hundreds of meters away. All that was left was a pile of metal and fire. The people inside just didn't stand a chance. Local residents described hearing loud explosions and the terrible sound of the metal scraping against the runway, a sound that they'll never, ever forget. Within minutes, 1,562 emergency personnel were mobilized, but when they arrived, they just couldn't believe their eyes. There was almost nothing they could do. The flames were so strong they could barely get close to it. It was a total inferno. Firefighters worked desperately to put out the blaze, and at 9:23 a.m.,
Why didn't they
20
let go
minutes
of
after
you?
the impact, rescuers pulled the first survivor from the wreckage.
And why
At
didn't they?
9:50 a.m., they extracted the second. Both were flight attendants who had been seated in the rear jump seats in the tail section, the only part of the aircraft that remained somewhat intact. Both were conscious but were unable to recall what happened. Both sustained serious injuries, including fractures, brain injuries, but amazingly, they had survived. Firefighters extinguished the blaze within 43 minutes of the impact, and it was here that they transitioned from a rescue to a recovery operation.
How many? How many? How many? Isn't that a lot of people in planes?
The human cost of this was staggering.
100
All
plus?
175 passengers perished, as well as 4 crew members. Bodies and body parts were found scattered across the crash site, some found over 100 to 200 meters from the main wreckage. Many were burned or mutilated beyond recognition by the violence of the impact. A temporary morgue was established in an aircraft hangar as family members began arriving to identify the dead.
Most of the people on board a plane that crash landed this morning are feared dead.
Start with the developing news from South Korea. A plane has crashed on landing at an airport in the country, and at least 176 people have been killed.
One of the worst plane crashes in aviation history. 179 people killed after a Boeing 737 made a belly landing, skidded off the runway, and slammed into a wall.
This turned out to be the deadliest aviation disaster involving a South Korean airliner since the 1997 crash of Korean Air Flight 801 in Guam. And it's also the deadliest crash in South Korea, surpassing the 2002 crash of Air China Flight 129 that weirdly killed 129 people.
Families of the victims have been here at Muan International Airport since Sunday, waiting for any bit of information they can get. Some vented their frustration and anger at officials, like this man. But soon, he was in tears, as others tried to console him. Family members together or on their own, all trying to come to grips with reality in their own ways. This 63-year-old man who didn't want to be identified says he was at home watching news of the plane crash when it hit him that his daughter and son-in-law could be on the flight.
방송을 봤는데 신원은 이제 안 올라오고 그 탑승자에 들었다고 해가지고 딸하고 사위하고 둘이 탔지. 사람이 다 폭발해서 다 죽었는데 누가 남아있까 죽음으로 또 완전 처참해.
Investigators recovered both flight recorders the same day, but weirdly, both had stopped recording seconds before the Mayday call was transmitted. A critical and strange gap in the evidence. They discovered what eyewitnesses saw on the ground, signs of bird strikes from a species of migratory duck.
Holy shit.
Engine, while it had taken some birds in, seemed to be okay. Because both black boxes had stopped recording, they could only estimate what had happened, until in July 2025, preliminary findings discovered something totally shocking. Investigators concluded that the crew had accidentally shut down the one remaining working engine,
Why?
the left engine, instead of the damaged right, after misinterpreting the captain's shutdown command. This report said that because of this, both engines lost power, and this is why the landing gears failed to deploy.
Bruh.
Victims' families, as well as the pilots' families, strongly contested this, arguing that it blamed the dead while ignoring unanswered questions about the bird strike and the black box failures. The investigation concluded that the main cause of this accident was the birds, as well as the Korean government's failure to implement anti-bird measures at this airport that was well known to have extremely high bird activity. It was literally built on a bird migrating hotspot. The report also highlighted another big contributing factor to the crash.
That's so many.
It turns out that the thing at the end of the runway was non-compliant. It was supposed to be built out of breakable materials in order to prevent exactly this kind of impact, but it was instead built out of solid concrete. This infuriated the public, as well as the families of those deceased. Why on earth was the structure at the end of the runway built to be totally solid? It turned what might have been a survivable accident into a total catastrophe. In response to this tragedy, authorities ordered the concrete at the end of the runway to be demolished and replaced with breakable materials. Similar structures at airports all across the world came under review to hopefully avoid this horrific tragedy in the future.
Man, that's so many disease. What the
Is
fuck?
the end of the video. May everyone featured rest in peace. Holy moly. Every single video I make now, I'm shocked and flabbergasted at the stuff I can find. It's
Same kind of like.
As always,
How
I'm
do you
interested in what
find
you
this
guys
shit?
thought below. And while you're down there, if you're into this kind of content and you want to see it ad-free, uncut, and uncensored, just how my videos were meant to be, go ahead and check out my Patreon, linked in the description below. Also, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and tap that sub button now and destroy that notification bell to be alerted when I release content such as this. But I will see you all in the next one. I hope you all have a fabulous Christmas and
Thank
an
you.
amazing new year, and I hope
You
you stay
too.
tuned for the content coming in 2026. Here's to another one. Take care. I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Real life is often stranger than fiction. Sometimes people die in the most crazy, unbelievable, and bizarre ways that it makes you question reality itself. From an MRI horror that's sure to leave an impact, to a 1 in a million injury, I'm Ryan from Tragedy Tales, and in this video, backed by popular request, we're going to take a look at not 5, not 6, but 7 bizarre deaths that you just will not believe.
Damn.
So strap in and draw the curtains, and let's get right into it.
Not really intrigued by that. Okay, isn't showing your face. What?
MRI, or magnetic resonance imaging machines, are massive pieces of equipment found in hospitals, obviously. These machines are capable of generating detailed images of inside the body without the use of X-rays. Hundreds of thousands of MRI scans are conducted all over the world each year, and they usually go down without issue. However, you're watching a bizarre death video, so sometimes, as you know, they go terribly wrong. This first case unfolded on July the 16th, 2025 in Nassau, Westbury, on New York's Long Island. That day, a steady flow of people entered the open MRI hospital in Westbury, and 2 of these people were 61-year-old Keith McAllister and his wife, Adrienne McAllister. Adrienne had an MRI scan booked for her knee, and that day it was a routine, boring appointment, and nothing was out of the ordinary. The pair entered the MRI suite, and Adrienne laid down inside the machine. Before long, the scan began. This all went well, and at the end of her scan, she called out to Keith to help her get off the bed. The technician inside the room went out of the room to get Keith and allowed him to enter in, all while the MRI machine was still running. As Keith entered, he was laughing and joking as he walked up to the machine. And as he leaned over to help his wife, with the technician by his side, he was suddenly and violently yanked off his feet and sucked into the MRI machine head first, right in front of his horrified wife and the technician.
How was it showing
It
shit?
turns out that underneath his top, around his neck, Keith was wearing a 9-kilogram or 20-pound bike lock. This chain was something that Keith put on his neck to weight train to keep him in shape, but today it would be the end of him.
How?
The 9-kilogram chain tightened instantly around his neck, pinning him into the machine with immense force. His wife and the technician tried desperately to pull him free, but it was literally impossible. The chain was now being pulled with 9,000 pounds of force. You'd need around 150 men to even budge it. So you can imagine the damage that it did to his neck as it clamped him down in the machine like a vice. Total horror unfolded as his wife was forced to watch the chain slowly strangle him. Keith waved goodbye to his wife as his body went limp. There he remained pinned to the machine for an entire hour before first responders could even move him. I can only imagine the agony of this entire ordeal for his wife to slowly watch your loved one fade away right in front of you. Keith's heart was still beating when paramedics arrived, but he was unresponsive. Sadly, he never regained consciousness, and he suffered several heart attacks overnight, and the following day he was pronounced dead in one of the most bizarre MRI-related deaths in history.
MRI death. It doesn't even make any sense.
Open MRI today. No comment about the Wednesday incident that saw a 61-year-old suffer critical injuries after walking in on an MRI in progress.
The technician was unaware that Keith was even wearing the chain, as it was concealed under his shirt. If he had known, he almost certainly wouldn't have allowed him to enter. MRI technicians are constantly reminded that the magnets in these machines are always running. The magnetic field they produce is massive and cannot be shut down easily, not without quenching the magnets, which would permanently damage the system, and that even still takes time.
When that door is closed, everyone knows not to enter. That's surprising.
Gentlemen, how are you? Put in place here to keep unauthorized visitors out of the MRI examination rooms.
The technologists are responsible. Anybody that tries to come in here, they're the gatekeepers to stopping anyone from coming in.
It's well known, or at least it should be, that taking metal near an active MRI can kill you. Even something as small as a penny in your pocket can become a deadly projectile.
Really?
Regardless, the technician should have never allowed anyone in the room other than the patient.
Penny?
So there definitely seems like a level of negligence here, one that may lead to lawsuits.
The man pulled into an MRI by his necklace has died, we've learned, and tonight his wife is grieving his loss after she says she watched him get sucked into that machine.
At that instant, the machine switched him around, pulled him in, and he hit the MRI. Snatched him around and pulled him into the machine. He died. He went limp in my arms. I'm not able to sleep. I'm barely eating. I just can't believe. I still trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. He waved goodbye to me.
Wow.
His whole body went limp. They were standing there laughing and joking before he even came to the table. Do something. Turn this damn thing off.
Adrian said that this was not the first time she and Keith had been to Nassau Open MRI, and she said he'd worn the big chain here before.
It's not the first time that guy has seen that chain. They had a conversation about it before. Oh, that's a big chain.
Now, I've covered a couple of MRI deaths before, like the one where a fire extinguisher was pulled across the room and it crushed a person, or when a gun was sucked from someone's pocket and went off, killing its owner. But this one has to be the most absurd of them all. Why on earth was Keith wearing a massive chain to a hospital appointment, and why was he let into the room anyway?
Yeah, I don't know.
had to read this case multiple times to make sense of it, because apparently Keith had been to the MRI suite multiple times before and would have been well aware of the danger. It seems that he just forgot that day, and it cost him his life. But at least in his final moments, he had his wife by his side, which is far more than most get.
On this profile or combined?
This next case unfolded on October the 15th, 2025 in Laos, a landlocked country located in Southeast Asia. Laos, known for its untouched natural beauty, thick forests and lush landscapes, is a paradise, one that attracts over 4 million tourists each year. Two of those visitors in 2025 were 47-year-old Daniel Owen and his 15-year-old son, Cooper.
30.2K.
The pair travelled from Idaho for a holiday and were both eager to explore what Laos had to offer. Daniel used to be a director at QSI International School in Hao Pong in the neighbouring country of Vietnam and had dedicated 18 years to QSI, serving in 5 different schools. Now,
I just need skeleton keys as well.
While he was known as a kind but strict educator in the classroom, outside of work he was an adventure enthusiast who often brought his son along for the ride. So, he and Cooper were having the time of their lives
for
in Laos.
frostbitten die.
They were staying at the Green Jungle Park, an eco-resort where families can camp in luxury and take part in a range of outdoor activities in the surrounding jungle. There's zip lining, a rope course, and a vast botanical garden.
2.92 millimeter.
It seems like the perfect place for a father and son to go on an adventure. Before long, both father and son were exploring waterfalls, wading through rivers, making memories to last a lifetime. Soon, Daniel decided that it would be a great idea to try the ziplining excursion.
I don't think it's that much, to be
Green
honest.
Jungle Park charges around
Isn't mining.
450,000 kip, or around
It's
£16
not a lot of people who
per
damage
person
mining.
for a session. Its website promises 14 stations
There's not a lot of people who
situated
damage mining
high up the
XP.
forest floor and 1,300 meters of zip line down the valley. They say you can fly between the trees and cross the Green Jungle canopy, challenge your friends with 180 meters of twin line before abseiling down a tree and back to the coffee shop. It does sound like an epic adventure, to be fair. So, on October the 15th, Daniel and his son geared up and went down the zip line together. Soon, they were speeding through the dense forest, having the time of their lives. This is when an absolute nightmare unfolded. While traveling on one of the zip lines, one of them suddenly
What?
yelped in pain. Then another.
How? Why?
Another. They soon realized that they were being attacked by a massive swarm of wasps.
Oh
Absolute
no! Oh
panic
hell no!
ensued.
Oh
The pair
hell
could
no!
do nothing to escape their fury as they were barraged by stings mid-zip line. Daniel and Cooper managed to get out of the area, but not before being stung all over their bodies from head to toe. The culprit was confirmed to be the Asian giant hornet, otherwise known as the murder hornet. In a bizarre accident, they had disturbed a random nest, triggering the hornet's aggressive defense. Native to tropical East Asia, these hornets are the world's largest. They are well known for their aggression towards both insects and humans. They're capable of stinging repeatedly and are thought to cause up to 50 fatalities each year. However, incidents are rarely this extreme.
What's it like to be stung by a giant murder hornet? Ah!
Oh! Oh, searing pain! Single sting is not likely to kill a human, but 30 or 40 stings could kill you.
Despite being stung over 100 times each, both were amazingly still conscious when they arrived at the clinic. Unfortunately, soon after arriving, their conditions worsened and they both went into severe anaphylactic shock.
Wow.
Both were transferred to a bigger hospital in the surrounding area for further treatment, but tragically, both died just an hour later.
Let me see my combined.
Former students and staff were devastated to hear about the loss, as well as his son in such a horrifying way. A spokesperson for the park said that Green Jungle Park extends its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Daniel and Cooper, claiming that following this incident, they reviewed all existing procedures, stating that this was an unprecedented and extraordinary occurrence. I don't know about you, but every time I go in the sea, I can't help but think, but what else is in there with me? What may be swimming or crawling nearby always gives me the heebie-jeebies. However, what was lurking in the waters in this case gave far more than just that. This entry begins on August the 10th, 2025, in southwest Ukraine, at the Black Sea resort area of Zakota. For years, this stretch of coast has been a tourist hotspot, a narrow strip of land that juts